Hey there, I'm Cyberchroma. It's been a while. Welcome. Yeah, so this has been my first stream in quite a while. Expect it to be rough as I get back into the swing of things, and that's just how that's gonna be. So, there's two ways I can start this. One, why haven't I streamed in 10 months? And two, what are we doing in this stream? Given as basically nobody here who care about where I've been, I'm gonna start with what this stream's gonna be, and yeah, start working away on stuff, and then I can ramble about where I've been later. But short version is I'm back, and I should be streaming consistently now going forward. So that'll be cool if I can stick to a schedule. Huzzah! Okay, yeah, this is just I don't have a starting background. Also, first stream on new computers. I need to make sure everything's actually working all correctly, and that nothing's gonna break horrifically. So first of all, let me double check I have a stream on my phone that I can actually hear me talking. Yeah, okay, that's good. Good. Also, background music is a thing I do, so let me get that started. Huzzah. Alright, good. And audio levels are looking fine, hopefully. I can expect things to be rough. That's just how this is gonna be. Can I think it's probably good enough. Okay. This way I can test audio levels live through another source. Alright, so I guess how are we gonna start this? First thing is I have a standing desk, so I can be standing, but I can also go to like Huzzah, and it's a mounted desk. And I can have a chair, so I'm gonna go back to this for now. Just because. Also, it is summer, middle of heat wave weather, so yeah, I can't be wearing this all the time, so I can put that on the back of the chair as well. Yeah, okay. For those who don't know, I made it a thing that I wear a lab coat in my streams just because I can. Got it a few years ago as part of a Halloween costume. It is a legitimate lab coat bought from an actual, like, on university campus store where people who have, like, chemistry classes get lab coats and such, so it is the real deal. I didn't have any chemistry classes, I just did that as part of a Halloween costume, but then, yeah, kept it because I could. Anyway, also it's just a random little thing that helps me stand out slightly as a streamer. You got 10 different streamers in a day remembering, oh yeah, the weird guy who wore a lab coat. That's why I wear it. Alright, yeah, so, I guess we're getting started with, so what are we doing today? So, first of all, it's my first stream in a while, so I'm kind of still figuring out how exactly I'm going to be moving forward with the different streams I'm going to do, the different content I'm going to be making. I don't know whether to be talking as if anyone watching knows who I am and stuff that I've done, or the context of you have no idea who I am. So I'm just going to start by being like, Huzzah, I have a YouTube channel, Cyberchroma, wah. Where I've made different miscellaneous videos over the years on a lot of different things. But at heart, I am a Unity programmer, game developer man, and that's the main sort of thing that I want to be doing. Last few videos I've made hadn't really been to do with that. I guess the last video that had to do with anything Unity related was this one, a development log on a game that I'm working on that has changed significantly since this development log, but that's a whole other thing. And it is on my to-do list to get back to working on this game, and eventually I'll be full-time working on this. But I have a few different things I made for school projects and all that kind of stuff. And then like the main kind of highest production type of video that I've made have been stuff like this. Tutorials that I've made on different topics. With tutorials in Unity, teaching different Unity concepts. With this one, I went very overboard, making a very high production thing. Very proud of how it turned out, but man, it took so long to make. This is my favorite, I guess, type of video that I've made, and I'm hoping to make more tutorial type videos at some point, but I will get to that eventually. I have a long list of like unfinished things that we're hoping I can start to cross things off that checklist. Because I think my biggest problem with why I have so many unfinished things is because I scope too big. I try to start massive things that I can't reasonably finish, and all that kind of thing. So, actually, part of the thing that I've decided to do now with being back is kind of an experiment, an attempt at not doing that, I guess. So, what we're doing, I have pulled up in fancy notepad document. I can use that for something else to draw stuff. Okay, so the plan for today, and more for this week, the next 9 days, this Saturday to next Sunday, is as follows. Actually, I'm looking at the looking at this. I don't know if I trust me not being drowned out by background music. I would rather it be too quiet than too loud. So I'm just gonna increase that a bit. Work. Fine. Okay. Whoa, don't do that. Hold on. Okay. Okay, that should be fine. What was I just saying? What we're doing. So what we are doing is, I want to try just making a game in 9 days. That's the condensed version, but there's more to it. Kind of like a game jam, but I'm not. This isn't for a game jam or anything. This is just me wanting to start something super small that I can actually finish in the time frame of what I'm saying is 9 days. With this being day 1 of that. It's technically 7 days, but we're gonna get into that. And technically, I've already done some planning for this, so I already have like some ideas. So yeah, well, that's that as well. Should I make this bigger? Is this too small to see? I mean, I'm gonna be reading it, but I guess we'll make it bigger. Why not? Why not? And yes, I use Notepad documents for everything. I use Notepad more than the average person by a long shot, so there's that as well. Yeah, I guess I could just be reading stuff I typed beforehand. The goal of this challenge that I'm doing with myself is to make an actual finished complete game in 9 days. The idea is to practice planning something I can actually finish in the time frame and not plan something massive and unachievable. Also, this means I'll have another finished product, ideally. So the rules are 7 days, but technically it's 9 days. So that's today, this Saturday, all the way until next Sunday, where today is going to be only planning, no Unity. We'll make the Unity project. That's kind of part of the setup. I don't count that as making the game. Ideally, yeah, we want to plan as much of the game as possible before actually starting to work on it. Usually, and I do this a little bit, but sometimes I'll plan just enough to then start going in Unity and start making stuff, and that can be a problem if you don't plan enough. I want to just purposely try going overboard with the planning, and we'll see how it goes. There's all stuff in theory that could change, and we'll see. But ideally, I want to plan a lot. So today's stream might be a bit boring. I mean, planning can be fun. Planning can be interesting if you're coming up with cool ideas or whatever. But it's gonna be a lot of just writing stuff down. Not just writing. I think there'll be some graphical components, or I'd probably write up stuff in in Paint or Photoshop or on paper. Although I can't even if I write anything, you're not gonna be able to see that very well. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. A lot of this is very experimental. So if things go awry, then that's just gonna be what happens, and that's okay. We'll roll with it. So day 1 today is gonna be just planning stuff and all of my rambling, getting that out of the way. Days 2 to 8, that's tomorrow, Sunday to next Saturday, is gonna be actually then making the game. In an ideal world, we'll do so much planning that I'll have a specific checklist of day 2, do this. Day 3, 4, If I have planned to that degree, that would be great. And then hoping I actually can stick to that and actually meet those deadlines. Yeah, hopefully that'll happen. So that's 2 to 8. By Saturday night, having a finished .exe of the game. So that's part of why it's 7 days. So from day 2 to 8, by the end of day 8, we have a finished game. The game itself is done, and then day 9 is just a bonus day just to do publishing the game, getting it probably gonna go on itch.io and stuff like that, and then making Photoshop up cover art of the fancy title of the game, and it has a logo, the thing that you'd have in the bottom, these things. Making all that stuff, I'm kind of putting in its own day that's kind of separated from the actual making of the game itself. Oh, hello. Naraku, hi. Hello. I also had these plans in the past and somehow it didn't work. I know, planning is very hard. Planning is very hard. Also, hello, welcome to the stream. I usually in my OBS stuff. If you're a new chatter, usually it says that, I believe. So I believe you are someone from the past. Because it has been 10 months, basically, since I've last streamed, and I'm bad with names in general, I apologize if I have forgotten names, but I try my best. There's some names that if people show up that I will recognize, I think, but yeah, but hello regardless. Yeah, so I also can be bad with planning in two ways. Usually, so when I am working on some of my games, like a game that I've been working on that I'll eventually get back to, the Handyman with the Unicycle, I've done a lot of planning like in my head of stuff that I want to do in the game, and stuff that like conceptually it's like, oh, this would be so cool if I can actually do it. You know, when I'm planning like AAA quality stuff that I can't reasonably actually make as one person in a reasonable time frame. There's a big difference between planning something and actually making it. But with planning, I do also have the issue of like, I'm decent at like planning stuff in like a general sense of like, oh, here's a game idea, here's some potential gameplay mechanics, these type of enemies could do this, maybe the player, has these controls, blah, 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 blah. I can do pretty good at like that kind of stuff when I have a good idea that I can be fleshing out and all that. When I get to the point of trying to translate that into specifics, being like, okay, take these mechanics, what's an actual level gonna look like? Where exactly is this enemy being placed? Where do we place this platform and this platform? I suck at that. I'm bad at that. I'm really not great at that. I'm very indecisive with a lot of that. So that's another thing, hopefully, with this small game that we're making, I'll just get a little bit more of that experience in time, being forced to do level design and all that, getting more of those specifics in place. And yeah, hopefully that'll go well. I guess just getting to the end of this. So, where was I? So yeah, this is our plan of attack here. That yeah, I'm allowed to change the rules at any time. Challenge is a success if I don't have to extend the time. So like, none of this is set in stone. If we finish all the planning today, then I'll just start making the game. I don't see a reason to purposely hold off on that. But ideally, I don't want to have to extend the time. If I get to day 9, it's like, oh, the game's not even done. That's not good. The point of this is to make something small that I can actually finish. Also, I'm allowed to use any files from any of my previous projects. Ideally, this would be just code. Very unlikely to be models. Basically, self-explanatory. Because this isn't a game jam. This, like, if it was a game jam, it's like usually you want to make everything on the day they're doing for the game jam. I don't expect to do this much. I just say this because this would probably be if I'm like, oh, I have a platformer where I made some, like, moving platform code. Let me just, like, take that or something. I don't expect to do this that much, probably. But the point of this is just to make a cool game. So if I can save myself a bit of time by just, like, grabbing something that I have on my computer elsewhere. The point is more the end product than the... I mean, obviously, I'm going to be making everything to get there. It's just stuff that I've made in the past. But I don't plan to. I probably wouldn't be taking any like models or whatever, or we'll see. Anyways, next thing is that this shouldn't be a demo with the game ending in some unfinished manner. It should be a mini but finished and complete game. So yeah, I would rather make a super polished and finished Pong than half a 2D platformer with placeholder assets. Yeah, part of the point of this is not overscoping. If I try to make some massive thing that I'm not going to finish, and then it's going to be filled with like placeholder assets and like won't have music or unfinished stuff. Ideally, that's not what we want. Unless that's like the style. I mean, there's a chance like if the art style of the game was to be made of cubes and stuff, like that's fine. That's different. But like it should ideally, yeah, I'd rather make something super small and actually finish it, and then get the time to make it super polished and like looking nice. And usually, because I don't finish a lot of things, I don't get to the point of game development where I make a bunch of like sound effects and music and all that sort of stuff, other than just like pulling in like royalty-free music sometimes. So it'd be cool if we can actually even get to those steps. So making something small so it can have all the bells and whistles of being finished is the idea. That's the end of this document, and we're going to be planning more stuff after it. So that's the plan, and we're going to start making stuff. Before I get any further, before I just forget to, like, just like I have to be doing it in the background, I'm just going to make the Unity project for the thing so it can be building, because why not? We don't have a name for this game yet because it's not super planned yet, but I'm just going to call it Small Scope Game, and it can be renamed later. 1 second. Okay. Yeah. And this is going to be Okay, actually, I don't need to do this on the other screen. You can see me going through Unity settings. Wow, we're just going off the latest version of 2022 that I just downloaded today because, yeah. We're doing this in URP because we are. The whole thing with the, what's the best render pipeline to use, it's tricky. Yeah, I tend to use URP, Universal Render Pipeline. For the idea that I have, that I think we might go with, this is gonna suit our things better. We are technically gonna be making a 2D game. No, we're gonna go with this one because reasons. Okay, so that's doing it in the background. Okay. Okay, so while that is also just by having empty Unity scene would be better to look at than just my desktop background that is just the default Windows 10 look. Yeah, because also so it's been 10-ish months since the last time I streamed. Got super busy with a lot of life things getting in the way. Also, I have a full-time job now, and yeah, I'm really liking my job. It's going great, but it is busy, especially very recently. As of yesterday, it was like super mega ultra busy. But now some of that busyness is going away, so I have more time to stream and all that. And I don't see it getting that busy again for a long time. So yeah, but then also like just other life things of like I'm living in a house now. How to do a bunch of adult-ing things of like figuring out taxes. No, you know. Anyways. What your full-time job about? I can answer that. I just want to be careful of like I don't want to get in trouble with where I'm working, but there's definitely public information I can say. So actually we have a website, so I work for that. I'm not the company. I can show publicly available information. So I work for a company called Fingerworks. Basically, if you know what a telestrator is, then doesn't need heap more explanation. I didn't know what a telestrator was. Basically, with sports, when you have like the Super Bowl or like college football, all that sort of stuff, when they're drawing on the screen, it's so much easier to explain with videos, but like I can go some of the stuff off the side here. Basically, when you have like sports going on and like during a replay, it's like, oh, look at that guy went over there, and they draw arrows and stuff, or like, let's circle that guy. We made a tool that lets them do that. We don't draw the arrows, we made the program, the software that lets them draw those arrows and stuff. Program does a bajillion more things, but that's like the first thing it does. That's like the simplest thing it does. It does the arrows, which, no idea, understand? Yeah, which is cool. It's very cool. And extra cool is I don't think this is too, like, I want to be careful, I guess, with what I say. I'm not going to show the program and all that, because, like, yeah, I don't want to get in trouble. But I can say, I think it's fine for me to say that it's made in Unity. Our program is made in Unity, and that's very, very cool, because that's my skill set. I love Unity and programming in it, and mainly C#. The main thing is C# being my favorite programming language, not having to do all the memory management that comes with C++ and C, like, yeah, getting the visual aspect that comes with Unity and not just making a database change some numbers. Woo, SQL, ha. SQL's a programming I'm gonna use the wrong terminology. Like HTML isn't a programming language. It's like a thing that makes websites do, but it's like in the same ballpark kind of. SQL is like a thing that does stuff with databases, but it's not technically a programming language in the same way that like C# is. I don't know SQL, but like, yeah. Anyways, this is a random offhand example. Yeah. So where was I going with anything I was saying? Yeah, so this is the company I'm working for, and yeah, my job's going really good there. It's just busy. It's busy. It's like I like my job. It's just a lot of work. But that's okay. I'd rather be doing it than working at McDonald's, which I have worked at McDonald's before. I have a star to prove it. It's okay. It's very faded. No, there's no way you couldn't see it, but I do have a scar, or I did at one point have a scar from burning myself on a fryer while transferring chicken nuggets from a deep fryer into a tray. It hit my arm. And yeah, got a burn. That was not fun. But yeah, that was many years ago. Anyways, yeah, so that's all going good. We also, yeah, another thing I can show just for the funsies. we have multiple products, kind of. We just launched, as of literally, loosely like Wednesday, but kind of Friday. Is this gonna launch? Did I not double click? But from chickens to IT company. That was, I say McDonald's is like, McDonald's, when I was in high school, that was like my high school, just need money to like, not starve and stuff. No, to pay for my education. Then I worked in a factory for many years. That also happened. That also sucked. Well, actually, I worked in 2 different factories. One where I was like actually just on an assembly line doing the most tedious work imaginable, but then another thing where I was like a maintenance assistant, did different miscellaneous tasks. Anyways, and then I had, yeah, now I have this job. So this is another thing that we made. You know, I will show it off because I can. This is also made in Unity, which is extra cool because it like interacts with the desktop. So short version is, woo, drawing lines and stuff on your desktop. Look at those circles and X's and whoa, different tools, and look, you can customize them and change the colors, and whoa, I can make it red, and I can have it have a drop shadow if I want to. Ooh. But whoa. Yeah. So this is also a thing we made. That's basically, we took the main program and then like, yeah, altered it and made this other program. It's called Scribble. We didn't come up with the name. We got like marketing people to help us do all that. Yeah, this is the thing we just launched, and it's kind of, I would call it bare bones, but like we're working on like updating it, adding new features. It's gonna have like a bajillion more tools and stuff like that. But yeah, this is a thing that I did a significant amount of work with, you know, making this all function and stuff like that. So yeah, anyways, that's just things. Close that, but yeah. So that's what I've been up to, basically, a lot of the last, like, while I haven't been streaming. Not just that, also had other, like, life things going on. But does it differentiate, words, does it differentiate if it's desktop or web browser? Not sure what you mean with that. With this specifically, it's just drawing over my desktop, whatever that is. If I have anything open or like a game or something, it should on top of whatever. There's even like, I can move what screen it's on and all that kind of stuff. And I can like also make these menus go away and then bring them back. I just have them up right now. So, I'm not sure what you mean by web browser in this case, but it is like, it's a program that you download and all that sort of stuff. Anyways though, but that's, yeah, that's a thing. Where was I? Okay, Unity. I mean, if you open YouTube over, if you open a YouTube video and draw over it, yeah, in theory. So like, I mean, there's the hope that things don't like break, but you know, yeah, you can draw over everything in theory. But yeah. Anywho, so that's, yeah, the thing I've been up to, but not just me, the company that I'm working for, we made that. I didn't make that all myself, not even close. That was, yeah. Anywho, switching gears back to, like, I could ramble about this all day, but I'd like to get a start on this actual the what we're doing here. So I'm gonna do that. Close you. You're still going. Yes. Double checking that everything is still going good. Yes. All right. Unity scene. I guess we're not actually doing anything with here right now. Now we are planning a game. I kind of cheated a little bit because I was worried that like the initial plan would be I'd be going into this as of right now having no idea for a game and we'd be planning stuff completely from scratch. That was the initial plan, but I was worried that like, oh, what if I just can't come up with a game idea? I mean, I do have, 1 second. I have a giant list on my phone of just over the years. You can't see any of this, but you can just see how much scrolling is happening. A big list on my phone of like, over the years, just coming up with random game ideas and just writing them down. A lot of them like not so good, but like just random things as they come to mind. And then, yeah. I did do some glancing through that to see if anything seemed like it would work for this. The main challenge is how short this is. Trying to be like, okay, what's something I can make in basically just a couple days that would be ideally actually fun. Like I could make something super simple, like just make Pong. That's not necessarily the most fun thing to make. But also I have to like, you know, be reasonable of like, there's only so cool the game can be with how small of a time frame that I want it to be. And ideally, I mean, it could be the case that if I plan something super small and then we make it, if we finish it, if we get to the point where it's like, okay, the game's done and like we got a few days left, then we can always add more. That's always fine and allowed. I just don't want the other side of the scale to happen where we don't finish on time and then running out of time and then gotta scramble to get just as much as I can finished. Ideally, we don't want that scenario where we'll see what happens. Although I do have. So the sentence I started but didn't finish was that I cheated a little bit, and just that I already have a game idea that I think is decent in my brain. I thought of last night. And first thing before I even say it, just one is I am terrible at explaining things, which is also a problem, especially explaining basically elevator pitches for games. Elevator pitches like you or try to explain an idea in a very like 2 sentences, like a very like condensed version of like what an idea is, as if you only have like the duration of time of being in an elevator to explain. Yeah, I'm really bad at explaining my ideas, which is yeah. But then also the idea of like I can have a really cool idea in my head, but then actually translating that into Unity and trying to build it out, that's a whole separate thing. I can imagine a very cool idea in my head. If I can't actually make it, then like. Yeah. So I'll do my best. But anyways, so yeah, I was going back and forth between a few different ideas. Actually, before I even say the idea, I'd like to kind of like follow the same path that sort of led to the idea. So I'm just gonna keep writing onto the bottom of this. By the way, I did get between then last time I streamed and now I did get some new equipment and all that. Like I have a new webcam. Webcam is this way. I have a new microphone, which is actually on like an arm mounted to my desk, so I can like move it around and all that. Although if I do that now, it's gonna make a bunch of noises that aren't ideal. It is on my list. I have a keyboard. It is on my list to get a new keyboard that's like quieter. So if it's loud, I'm sorry. I actually have behind me on my shelf like the old microphone I used to have and the old webcam. I also have a desk that like moves and it's great. It can rise and lower, so I'm gonna. Yeah, there'll be some of that going on. Did I go with that? I was just saying that I'm yeah, at some point getting a new keyboard. Anyways, okay, game planning. Switching gears here. So, sort of with the idea of keeping this short and small and condensed. The first thing of like 3D or 2D. If I want a game to be super small and like whatever, it's very likely, not mandatory, but very likely to be 2D or like at least isometric. You have a 3D environment, but you're viewing from like a top-down view, which that goes a bit hand in hand with like. Okay, so actually, some of this might be better explained if I give some of my experience with where my strong suits are with games. So one, I mean, I do just have in general a lot more 3D modeling experience than like drawing stuff. There's no way that where I'm making a game with like pixel art or whatever, I can't draw so good in general. But I'm like, I'm not great. I can to some degree do blendering and like, I mean, as an example, I do have. Where are you? Start a sentence before getting the thing to. Show off to finish my sentence. I have this that I made. Yeah, so I did make this animated intro slash, there's like an outro. There's like a beginning and, beginning and end. This doesn't have music because the audio files needed to be separate because it like fades in with the actual videos. This does have, normally has outro music. But yeah, so like I do have some Blender experience where I made this. This took a long time to make, but also I was very busy at the time, which is lengthened the amount of time it took. Yeah, but I mean this took like months to make. So most of it was this guy making the actual person, which it is on my list. It is on my agenda of things to do that I want to remake this person. Maybe not from the ground up, but like a bit of an overhaul. The animated me here. I mean it's funny. I haven't worn jeans in like. I don't know how long. I wear dress pants all the time, and that's just nah. Anyways, getting like off topic. So I have some Blender experience doing 3D modeling stuff, but it takes a while, especially if I wanted to do like actual people and all that. So I guess where I'm going with some of this is like, what are the things we can't do? And what are the things we are definitely not doing if we want to make a game in 7 days? That's kind of what I'm starting with. Cutting away, like what are our constraints? Very likely to be 2D. As far as models go, ideally most of it is going to be like, can we have an art style that works out of like cubes and spheres, or like very, very simple, bare bones kind of, not bare bones, but just like not models that are super complex and gonna take a million years to make. So there's a probably like art style of cubes and simple shapes. Doesn't mean that, again, a lot of this isn't, these aren't rules set in stone. It's just, I mean, I almost am saying that they're rules set in stone just because, yeah, we don't want to be over-scoping and all that sort of stuff. I had more things I was going to list. Well, when I was thinking of the fact that I was going to ramble about what things I was going to cut out, but now I'm kind of forgetting stuff. Okay, game genres. There's lots of genres of games. You got platformers, you got first-person shooters, you got strategy games, you got racing games, you got all kinds of different genres. And even in those genres, there's a million different subgenres and all that. So in terms of genres that would be bad for this, I mean, one, no way am I making a first-person... not making FPS. I mean, that kind of goes hand in hand with being 2D in the first place. I'm not making first-person shooter. That game genre has been done to death, and like, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like Call of Duty and like those kinds of games. I don't know. Rather things that are more creative. Yeah. Not that first-person shooters can't be creative. There are some that can be creative, but usually when it's like you do more than just run around and shoot people. That's not the only gameplay mechanic there is. My favorite genre of game is usually 3D platformers and that kind of thing. But it doesn't mean I like all 3D platformers. There's like, it depends. You could have, in any genre, or if I say I like blah genre of game, there could be good games and bad games in that genre. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Another thing is, for the purposes of this small game, so I'm gonna say not making a puzzle game because, and not making an exploration game. And this is because, this isn't that I don't like these genres, that this is different. It's not that I don't like any first-person shooter. Technically, in a way, Portal is not a first-person shooter, but it almost meets that criteria where you do your first person and you do have a thing that you shoot. It's just also not a gun. It is a gun, but a very different type of gun. Anyways, I want to make a game that is action-y, I guess. It'd be a very short, small game. Ideally, I want that when you play it, you get the experience of like, whoa, that's so cool. It's very small. But like, oh, that's a neat thing that happened. Whoa, look at that cool thing that was programmed or whatever. And not that you don't get those from puzzle games, but puzzle games and exploration games tend to be slower. A lot slower at having to mentally think of stuff or whatever. I mean, in general, I'm not the greatest at coming up with puzzles. I don't have much experience doing that, but at one point I was kind of making a puzzle platformer type game, and that fell on its face when I just couldn't design puzzles for it. Although a puzzle platformer is like extra hard because platformers are hard and puzzle games are hard. Trying to combine both of them, whew. But that's another project that I'm hoping to return to at some point eventually. So ideally I want to make a game that is action-y, but also interesting. Ideally, if it has some kind of cool mechanic, cool visuals, even if it's in this very condensed state. That's kind of the dream, the hope. I would rather 30 seconds that is like amazing than like 10 minutes that's like meh, whatever, bleh. But I mean, I also have to keep in the, the idea that 7 days we aren't going to make the greatest game to ever exist. I mean, there are some people who are like, I made Minecraft in a week. And like, Okay, I don't know how you didn't sleep for 7 days and also in a time machine. All right, great, good job, good for you. No, I do have to keep in mind that like I'm not going to have the time to work on this 24/7 for the next week. Again, hoping to plan something even smaller than what I can actually do to then finish it and then maybe make more. So all of this is to say, there's probably more things that I'm missing to write down, but I don't know, game that is action-y, I don't know, whatever. So the idea that I have, that I've kind of come up with is, okay, actually, no, I'm sorry, 2 more things. One, players are complicated. Players in a game can, sometimes be the most complicated thing in the game. That's not always true. There's definitely games where that's not the case, but sometimes, even in platforms, when you gotta handle like ground detection and like all the different ways they could interact with stuff, and you know, if you're picking up different things, and how that all interacts, players can be very, 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 very complicated in games. So, ideally, if we want to be able to make a decent amount of game, it would be beneficial if we had game with simple player. Doesn't have to mean boring. Simple does not always mean boring. But ideally, the player itself isn't super duper duper complex, so that we can have a lot of the stuff that you interact with be more complex in a way. This also probably is going to go hand in hand with the idea that I have. Simple controls, lots of interesting interactions would be cool. So in a platform, this would be like having lots of cool hazards and enemies and stuff like that. But what's cool, what can be cool, and we'll get to this, is use a 2D platformer as an example. If you kind of have a list of, oh, here's all these different hazards that can exist, or different just things to interact with, what can be cooler than just being like, here's a bunch of independent things, being like, okay, well, you can have this thing, and then this thing, these things can interact and like have some cool interaction or whatever. Be able to have things be more complex with how they can interact with each other in cool ways that can lead to cool things. Anyway, so simple player, simple controls, lots of interesting interactions. Because this is a short game, makes sense to not bog down the player with, here's 50 buttons you gotta memorize for like a 2-second game. Like, so ideally controls are gonna be on the simpler side, but like that doesn't mean the game itself will be incredibly simple. Okay, there was another thing. Cameras in games can also be super complicated. Especially in 3D games, you have, camera going around the player, and maybe like, oh, pan over, look at that button, or look at that door that a character just pointed out, or transition into a cutscene. Whoa, cameras can be really complicated and take a lot of work to get right. So, ideally, not simple camera, just not a camera that's, not a game that would require a camera rig that is like super, super complicated. So I'm gonna write simple camera, but it doesn't mean the camera has to be static and like never move. Just ideally not something that's gonna take the entire 7 days just to make this super complex camera rig. Because we want to focus more on the game itself. But definitely a good camera with like subtle movements and stuff like that. There's a lot that a camera can do to make a game more interesting just by having, like, oh, you get hit by an enemy, the camera shakes or something, or like, instead of the camera just following the player directly, having it drag behind the player a little bit, or like, hey, there's a thing over there, let's have the camera be like halfway between the player and the thing that is some point of interest. And we could still do that kind of stuff. Just wanting to be careful with it, not go too overboard with it. Physics. You do a decent amount of doing stuff with rigid bodies and physics and all that in games. I guess there's just a list of things that like we can have some complex physics things. We just don't want to go super overboard with. I don't think that's worth writing down. Just don't have a game where it's like, we simulated a solar system. Wow. Basically, don't go too overboard with physics. I mean, in programming complex physics stuff can also lead to things being unstable and janky. You want this to be super polished and not break and all that. So, yeah. Especially with the player. If the player is too complicated and there's a lot of physicsy things going on, that can also just be complicated. Anyways, so a lot of this is to say, trying to find something that meets a lot of these criteria while also being cool. So, idea that I had doesn't really have a name yet. So if we're going 2D, basically, potentially 2D, is that going to be either like on the side or like a side scroller kind of thing, or like a top down? I have an idea that I guess falls into like the top down kind of category. Okay, so I mean, I guess I'm just gonna start writing stuff. So it's gonna be a top down game. That's not describing anything about what the game is. I'm just saying that that's the camera angle I've chosen. Well, I'm not telling this in the right order, but whatever, it's fine. So we have a top-down game. I said that it's going to be an art style of cubes. Ideally, so the player's probably going to be a cube. So we have like a cube that you're moving from a top-down perspective. Cube moving from top-down perspective. So that's not interesting on its own. What could make that more interesting? I basically thought of the idea of if you make the whole environment basically a grid, you have the environment be a grid and the player moves from spot to spot. It's like, hey, maybe that could look interesting. Rather than just moving a straight line, it's kind of like whoop, whoop, whoop. Like, okay, maybe that movement could look visually interesting, especially if I polish it and it doesn't, you don't just move. There's some like just interesting have interesting animations with maybe some squash and stretch of how the cube could move from space to space. Like, okay, maybe that's some interesting movement that can be done with it. I'll write that down and I'll get to the next part of this. How do I write down what I just said? So like, grid-based environment, player moves from square to square. The really polished, interesting movement with squash. Don't mind my switching between capitals. I don't have some capitals. I write sentences like they're like it's the title of a book or something, but I don't need to do that. No. Where is the mouse? Don't mind me just correcting. Player can be capitalized. That's a proper noun. So, and if I can press the right letters, that would also help in theory. Okay. So basically just going through this to kind of walk through sort of my own, my rough mental process of how I settled on the game idea that's not an I, that I have in mind. Ideally a really polished movement with squash and stretch, which I haven't done a whole lot with. With a cube, that'll be interesting to see if we can pull that off. Actually, I don't even know if we will be able to pull that off in 7 days with everything else, but we're gonna see. We're gonna find that out. Where was I? So grid-based. Grid-based environment, player moves from square to square. Ideally, really polished, interesting movement with squash and stretch. So potential avenues you could go down with that. You could have a puzzle game where you have this like environment, you like figure out like moving around, maybe pushing blocks, maybe like running away from enemies, get to the end of a level. That's a possible option. But then puzzle, as I said before, puzzle games could be on the slower side with having to like sit and just think. Ideally, I want something that's like action-y, go, 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 bombastic explosions, wah! That kind of feeling, but in a very simple game. So I got the idea of like, what if you can't stop? Basically, that's where I'm going with this. Making it I don't know if a rhythm game is the right term for this. Probably not. But the idea that you are every like half a second you're moving in whatever direction you're facing, and to be more actiony. I don't. There's a better word I could use, but whatever. Always be moving. Just change direction. Oh, hello, hello, welcome back. I do remember you, and I can never pronounce your name correctly on the first try or any of the tries after that. Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been gone. Guess who's back? this. Yeah. Hello, I'm back and should be streaming full time. Not full time as in number of hours, but full time at least once a day, just for a few hours, for the next long while going forward. In theory. Yeah, I'm back. A lot of the things that have taken me away from streaming, just being super duper busy with everything, finally settled down that I have time. I'm not out of the busyness completely, but I have like just enough time to stream for a little bit each day. I can squeeze that in. Anyways, yeah. Hello. I guess the very condensed version of. There's already been way too much rambling of like stuff I should have been able to explain a lot faster. I'll give this the condensed version. Is we are making a game in 9 days as almost a test for me to plan something I can actually finish in that time frame and not plan something super massive and unfinishable, I guess. So we're making a small game in 7 days. So I'm defining some of the rules for this challenge. Like today's gonna be mostly planning, and then starting tomorrow will be when we actually start making the game. But yeah, planning is important and all that. I'm purposely trying. Also, the idea of just kind of over planning, like planning. Like I don't know how far we're actually gonna go with this, but ideally I want to plan out like not every small detail, but like a lot of the small details before we actually start making stuff, and we'll see how that goes. So kind of planning some of the like, if we're making a game in such a short time frame, what are things we don't want to do, right? Like, probably being like a 2D game, probably having ourselves that's very like using cubes and simple shapes, blah 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 blah. We want the game to be kind of like bombastic and actiony, so we're not going to make a slow like puzzle game kind of a thing. Yada yada yada. Simple camera, simple player. Da 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 da. So now I'm getting to the point like I already kind of, as I said, I'm kind of cheating a little bit, and that I kind of have an idea I've put some planning into as of yesterday. So I'm just kind of giving what that idea is. But if I just say the idea, it's probably going to sound simple and boring. But part of this is like, one, I'm just bad at explaining ideas. Two, it's 7 days. I mean, I know some people, as I said, some people can make absolutely big, massive things in 7 days. I'm personally trying to plan something super small so I can actually finish it. And so the game is going to be small. It's not going to be the biggest, like, whoa, that's the most amazing game concept to ever exist, right? It's going to be small, but I'd rather make something small and actually finish it and get the time to polish it. That's the other big thing. Is I want to, like, if it is, like, small, it's only, like, 3 levels, whatever, but then getting the time to really, like, have interesting, camera movement, like, the polish that's there with, like, the player that, if it's a cube, maybe it has eyes and stuff, like, having music and sound effects for things that happen. I really want to try and get a lot of that polish in. All that kind of stuff. Anyways, So basically, we're making it like a top-down 2D game. I'm thinking in Unity we're going to make it with, like, 3D objects and cubes, but to have the camera just be orthographic, but we'll get to that. Grid-based movement, player moves from square to square. Ideally, really polished, interesting movement with squash and stretch and all that. Yeah. Be more actually, always be moving, just change direction. So you're, as a cube, you're gonna basically be like whoosh, 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 and you basically, duh, 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 duh. I thought, that could be just some interesting movement, and then we play around with that. You basically, I guess in this idea, you're gonna be like, just to write down the stuff that in my head is like, oh, it's implied, making sure that we're on the same page, I guess. The gameplay would be that you're at start of level, you kind of have to find the end, I guess, but get to end of level. That's like, just that's ideally the gameplay. I was thinking of like, should it all just be one massive level? I think having be able to compartmentalize it as like levels that you finish and start the next one helps there be more of a sense of accomplishment. Like, yeah, I beat the level, woo. And yeah, it can be easier to level design for, just to like plan stuff in chunks rather than some one massive thing. But more so that like, oh, and then also I get to more easily like checkpoint. You will be able to die in this, and like if I try to make the entire thing one massive level, you die. And it's like, where do you respawn? I could make specific checkpoints or whatever, but I have an idea for even just the level transitions maybe being interesting. So we'll get to that. So you start at the end of the level, you get to the end of the level. That's the thing. Other idea I had, though, was if you are going to be moving like from grid to grid on some times, I don't know what exactly it'll be like. If it's like every half a second, it'll be decently quick, right? So every like half a second, like duh, duh, or maybe like 0.1 seconds. I'll have to like finagle the timing to see what works, but it should be pretty fast. You won't be the only thing that's moving. This on its own is like, yeah, this is whatever as a game concept. I think the idea of making it, I don't think the rhythm game is the right term, because it's not like you're timing something to music or whatever, but Just the idea that every time you move, there's maybe enemies around the map that also move. There are different hazards that might go back and forth, or like an electric hazard that like turns on and off every however many turns. That's the second part of this is, so other things in level, like enemies, hazards, like doors, that move each turn. We call like when the player moves like that being a turn, so it's like a turn-based thing, but you don't get to wait and mentally think about the best move. It's gonna happen. You gotta think quick-ish. That move each turn, I guess just around the level. So this could be interesting where there's an enemy, every move it moves closer to you, you gotta run away from it, but there's walls and stuff, so you gotta, get the right path. But then, I think all of this becomes more actiony with the fact that you're forced to move. You don't get to sit and think of the best plan. You're moving regardless. Ideally, it's not going to be too unforgiving. Ideally, it's not going to be like, oh no, I didn't see that enemy and I ran right into it, but without having enough time to turn. Ideally, it's not going to be that mean and unfair. Yeah. Another thing about this is, so I just thought of Snake. When you hit a wall, you die. We're not going to be so unforgiving that there's going to be a little bit of leniency to this. I have ideas of. Not everything kills you. I'll say player. You can run into a wall and you'll just keep bashing into the wall each turn until you turn in a different direction. But that happening gives times and that still counts as a turn in the way that enemies might still be moving around. But then that can also be good if you're I'm moving into this wall while I wait for the thing beside me. It's some electric thing. It turns off. Then I go. So there can be some purposeful waiting there, but you can still be in danger because there can still be enemies around and all that. Let's take a drink of water real quick. These are not lose my vocal cords. I'm going to be streaming for the next little bit. Okay. Another thing, so turning what I just said into words, can run into walls. I don't describe this motion in words. You'll just bump into wall and go back to where you were. Just bump into wall and go back to where you were. But turn will still advance, so enemies could be moving towards you. Yeah, so stuff like that. And then I'm hoping that we can come up with some cool, interesting hazards and cool interactions between those hazards. One idea I thought of in terms of different enemies. So actually, one thing I'll say was to. Let me back up a step to say something with enemies. We might have different types of enemies. Immediate idea for that is just oh, it's a red cube that chases you. There's two possibilities for that kind of thing. Either it runs directly at you. If there's a wall in the way, it's just going to be also bashing into that wall and it can't get to you. But that can be good to give you a bit of a safety net. Or we have intelligent enemies that'll actually pathfind around walls and stuff to get to you. But yeah, any idea that we have for a hazard or an obstacle, we have to reasonably think of the time it'll take to make that that kind of enemy or hazard. If we, in theory, the approach of an enemy that just runs directly at you could be done a lot faster than an enemy that actually pathfinds. If we do pathfinding's not impossible. It's doable. I could do that. I've done some rudimentary pathfinding stuff before, but it does take more time, and we'd have to make a kind of pathfinding system that can go around blocks and stuff. Unity has a built-in pathfinding system, kind of. I think in the context of this game, this grid thing, we wouldn't use that because all you really have to calculate is ideally all of this in-game will have a nice grid manager system set up where everything is by single units of what grid you're considered to be in and looking like a grid ahead, a grid behind, all that kind of thing. But yeah, we'd have to invest the time in making that, and would we rather the time that could be spent making a complex pathfinding system could be spent making other potentially cooler hazards and enemies and all that. Also, as far as dealing with enemies, can you kill enemies? Like, we don't have an attack or anything. I'm currently the plan is not to have an attack, but I thought of the interesting interaction of there could be pits that you could fall off and die. If an enemy is running directly at you and you are able to lead it around so that you're on the other edge of a pit or some hazard or like, you know, electrical hazard or fire or whatever, then it tries to move towards you and moves into a hazard, and then ta-da, you kill that enemy. That seemed like a neat interaction that could happen. And that could be both the two ways that could, or the two reasons you might want to do that could be, oh, an enemy's just blocking where you need to go, so you have to like tail it around, kill it so you can get past. Or I could have a thing where, oh, an enemy dropped a key and you need that to like open a door or something. That could, you know, potentially be a thing. But yeah, in saying that, there's like a lot of different enemies, like interactions and hazards, a lot of different directions we could go with the kind of hazards and stuff that we want to have. So we do have to figure out like, okay, what things do we want and what things do we want to not have, and if we want some item that fulfills a purpose, obstacle that fulfills a purpose, could there be better ways of communicating that purpose? As an example, if we want a square that one turn it'll hurt you, the next turn that it won't, so you can pass through it. Next turn it will, next turn it won't. That could be demonstrated in a few ways of like, it's fire that turns on and off, or it could be some electricity that turns on and off, or it could be like a shadow that's there, and then like rocks fall from the ceiling. I don't know how well that would work in like a 2D thing, but you could have potentially rubble fall that like hits that spot. Those are, you know, potentially different ways of communicating the same idea, which would be the most interesting to see. It could be an enemy that leaves a trail of ooze that's like a hazard, or lava. And then like there's like what could it be? What looks interesting? Depending on what we do, could then have interesting interesting things it could do. Like if there's an enemy that leaves behind fire, I'm just thinking this off the top of my head, and then there's like a wooden door. If you get it to go near the door, it'll burn the door, and now you can go through it or something. I just thought of that on the top of my head. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. We'll see. I mean, I don't know if like too much of the gameplay should just be you gotta lead the enemy to the spot, but having some of that does seem neat. Not just having to avoid, but also having to, yeah, do the strategy of fighting in a way that's not just going up and hitting them, but actually having to lead them into stuff. That seems conceptually kind of a little bit interesting. I just don't think it should be the main focus. Yeah, so there's options. Anyway, there's options for what we could do, and I guess now we gotta kind of not write this thing. We will, or like I have a few more things to go over, I guess. Yeah, to start figuring out some of this stuff. So next with this, Photoshop I went with this hey there thing. I would like to start. We'll see if I can do this. I have kind of an idea in my head of graphically what this kind of environment could look like. And I don't know if I can translate what's in my head into Photoshop, but we're gonna try. Why is this not? Why is Photoshop being frozen? Hold on. Is there a reason? Yeah, Photoshop is just frozen, other than like interacting with all the menus is just not wanting to do. I can't even like close it. Weird. How about now? Like this is just pressing the F. Oh, haha, that's because this opened on this screen. That would do it. Haha, fair enough. Okay, wasn't Photoshop being broken, it's just me not looking at my other monitor. Fair enough. Another thing I think that could make this look, yeah, interesting is just so if you have top-down cubes and grids, like, you know, what could that look like? I did have just an idea. Color scheme, kind of. Could look interesting. I haven't touched Photoshop in too long. Where is Paint Bucket? You are here. The dot. We'll fine-tune colors in a second. Something like make a cube. It's not quite right, but the idea of almost looking like old parchment paper, just like a little bit with the background. I thought like, whoa, that's still not on the colors that I want. Let me make you like a consistent, proper size. Let's go 100 by 100. And not that quite much. There's a whole other thing we also still have to figure out is we have a camera following a cube that's moving around. How zoomed out are we talking about? Like how should that be? And I don't have an answer to that just yet. Although I'd rather be zoomed out a decent amount so you can like see what's around you rather than it being too close. I'm like, oh, I didn't see that enemy coming. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, so I want to fine tune the colors of this. Why are you not changing anything? No. Don't mind me as I just struggle to use things. Nah. If I could actually see you change in real time, that would be great. So I mean, also, ideally in a polished world, we're not just gonna have two colors. It'd be cool if this was more of a textured kind of thing. Could I find real quick? I want to do this Googling if I could find like a background texture of like parchment paper or something, and we'll just we're at the being very rough steps of still just planning stuff. I don't need to go that crazy with it. I guess right now though I'm just trying to find a better like two colors that can look good as far as contrast is concerned. Like yeah. Actually, no. I should probably leave it as an actual like rectangle thing in case I want to resize it. Okay. Maybe like dark blue. That's not. I think though the like whoa background whoa settings over there. Stop that. Okay. I'm definitely not like doing stuff properly, but if I could actually see as I'm messing with the color slider it actually changing in real time, that'd be great. There's probably a way of doing that, but whatever. I'm no Photoshop expert. Whoa, that's a bright yellow. I think though, yeah. What I want is like a kind of like lighter color, darker color. I think. And I can experiment. Let me just try to find a color that's going to be decent for like a starting point. Okay, and then the cube itself. I was imagining like a blue. Doesn't have to be blue. Could be a cyan, magenta, or a green. I think we're gonna go with a kind of bluey color. What happens if it's also kind of faded? Nah, I think it could look good for this background being very faded, but everything kind of that you would actually be interacting with being like a blue, unless. I mean, red could be interesting. Red should probably be saved for the color of enemies. Doesn't have to be though. You could have the player be red and then have enemies be any other color. Probably best to stick to conventions though. Maybe like a dark blue like that. Get out of there. Ooh, don't mind me being the most indecisive person alive. Go a little bit lighter. And this is just for conceptual stuff. When we get into Unity, we're going to have to deal with Unity lighting and all that, and we'll do more there to make things look better. Okay, so that's a cube. Next, the actual like grid itself. I was thinking it would be the same color as the player, probably. And we're just gonna make some lines. This is just to kind of, we're going to remake this in Unity. I mean, if I'm making this here, I said I didn't want to like touch Unity too much, but like to just conceptualize things better, maybe it would be fine. Just to like be like, here's roughly what this could look like. I mean, right now I'm trying to make a grid of lines. If I just did this in Unity, it'd be faster. It'd be so much easier to be like precise. I mean, one thing that's interesting is if we have this like grid-like design, level design then becomes a matter of just like having an array of cubes and then just basically deciding like what's in each cube. Is this a wall? Is this a hazard? Is this a XYZ? I mean, to some degree then we could almost level design just in Photoshop of just being like colored cubes that represent different ideas. But again, at that point, is that just easier done in Unity? Maybe, like right now, I mean, if I was better at like Photoshop, then yeah, this would be easier. But looking at this, I think we might quickly just use Unity for the sake of conceptualizing ideas rather than making the game right now. So yeah, we're just gonna make a cube. I also call it player, but put you at 0, 0, 0. Top down camera means blah, blah, but then like you, and then we're gonna look straight down. Start, not you, it's this one. Yeah, and then we'll make some materials real quick just to get things being the same color. Materials. And then call this player, yeah. Bleh, on you. And then I'll roughly make this the same color. Actually, I can, aha. One thing that Unity has beat compared to some other programs is the fact that you can eyedrop outside of the Unity window into other stuff, like the other windows and all that. Some programs can't. I think Blender can't, and I'm pretty sure Photoshop can't. I may be mistaken. Let me double check because I'm curious. If I just go to like, yeah, right now I cannot eyedrop outside of Photoshop. Oh, ha! Take that. Everything else. This didn't actually change. Did I not? Did I not drag it? I did. Okay. And then we're gonna make like a background, and that's gonna be this color. This is gonna be so much easier to change over here. Well, okay. That make you a plane. I guess you're gonna be a plane because that I guess would make sense. You're gonna be zeroed. Yeah. So I'll let you be like at what the ground is, and then move everything else up one. Probably. Although, I mean, technically how the cube is now won't matter when it's orthographic. Do that before I forget to orthographic. I mean, technically we could have 3D graphics, but like just view it from top down. But we're gonna try orthographic. I don't make 2D games much. I usually am like very set on making 3D stuff. So, I mean, still kind of making what's in a way still kind of 2D. But, let's turn off that for right now. We will have to do a lot of figuring out of lighting and post-processing and all that. But in theory, I was about to say it might be easier being 2D and 3D, but I know that it won't be. It'll still be very, very complicated. Hold on a second, grabbing more water. Okay. Weed. Yeah, okay. I don't look at me like blah. Sure, you can see. Okay, so player, background, that. Go ahead, let me rename. Background. And we're gonna make this so big that it just goes off the sides of everything because that's what it should be. And then I'm gonna move the player above it just because. Are you like 2D.5? Deciding if I want the player to be all zeros and move down the ground. So one thing that's funny is that Unity's grid is here and we're making a grid-based thing. Although, like, in the way that our player is going to be moving will be, like, between the center of grid spaces, not from, like, these points to these points. Although you can modify Unity's grid, yeah? Can I modify it, like, is there an offset kind of a thing? This is the... Oh, turning off the grid just existing at all, which is neat. But can I move to handle time? Can I, like, be like... I've never done this before, so now I'm just curious if it's possible. If I move you to, like, there, and do... What does move to do? Move to handle. I don't know what handle is in this context. I thought maybe it was the arrows. Whatever, I don't need you. Right, the grid here can represent just points to move between. Whatever, it's fine. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just, like, you know, do this and then kind of go off of here. It'll bug me that not being, like, on the center. And it will be easiest for the actual... you can see the inspector, sort of. It's a little bit hidden behind chat, but rather than being completely behind my head, I have it moved down a little bit with the console just in the way. Either way, hopefully what I'm explaining will know what numbers I'm changing into what. Right now, ideally, moving between grid spaces will be by, you know, single units, 1, 2, and all that. So rather than if it was like, if this was a grid space and we're going up to 0.5s, that just gets uglier. Yeah, ideally we'll have a cool, like, grid manager that'll handle all this. Because you have the idea of the cube being somewhere, and, like, what's around it, can it move? For it to know, like, oh, is there a wall in the grid I'm trying to move into? There's, like, different ways you could go about that. Either it could be you just raycast in front of it, to the side, whatever. It'd be cool, though, if instead of doing that, we just have the grid manager just kind of knowing what stuff is in what grid spaces. And it just says, you know, I'm at grid position. Actually, now's the perfect time to, like, have this snapping get 1. Because now everything, you know, move by the 1 grid spaces as I want them to. So there's that. If it's here at position 2, 3, it's like, what? If I want to see what's in front of me, I know I'm moving in the Z axis. Just look at, hey, grid manager, what's in position 2, 4? It's a wall? Okay, I guess I can't move. That would be way better on performance, probably, than doing a bunch of raycasts and all that, especially when we have, like, a bunch of enemies moving around, or, like, anything that moved had to do, you know, super complicated way of seeing what's around it, then, yeah, that would be trickier. We will need, I'm definitely getting ahead of myself, but we will need some kind of, like, so a player knowing if a wall is there, the wall doesn't move, it's either it's there or it's not. If you have, like, an enemy here that's, say, moving right, and a player here that's moving forward, it's like, who gets to occupy the square? If two things are trying to move to the same position, we'll have to have a whole thing that manages that. But it'll probably be something like, player gets priority, and then, like, or probably different types of blocks will get different priorities that'll then decide who gets to move first, or something like that. That's all things that we'll figure out. I mean, in the case if a player and an enemy are trying to move to the same square, then probably the player will move, and then the enemy will move there, and then, like, kill the player. So in that case, the player will probably die. But yeah, if 2 enemies were trying to move onto the same square, that would probably just mean I didn't program something right. Or if I did do that, it'll just be like, one, it doesn't matter, one of them gets to move on the square and the other just doesn't. Anyway, yeah, getting ahead of myself. So, lighting, it shouldn't, I don't think you'll really, I don't really envision having a bunch of shadows with this. I think I'm just gonna make the camera, make the light just go straight from above. So there's also the option of not doing that, not doing it that way, and instead, why am I forgetting where the lighting window is? It's over here, rendering, lighting. There's the possibility that we could, like, not have lights in the scene, and if we have kind of a simplistic lighting system, do it all through, like, ambient lighting and whatnot. So if I go, see what happens if I do this. Whoa. So I mean, immediately, kind of neat looking. and say, I can do this very easily in Unity, where I could not in Photoshop. This, yeah, actually be able to just quickly, easily transition between colors. Cool. I'm sure you probably can in Photoshop. I'm just probably not hitting it, but. And a vignette here that's just there is also helping. So if I say, wait, sorry, this is not how this should be done. Because we want things to actually have their proper colors. As cool as that looks. I'm gonna try just leaving that on like a white, and then the things themselves should actually have their colors that make them what they are. This is stuff that we can like adjust later, right? Even like looking at this, how this is currently set up. Actually, I probably will just handle that like. We don't need a skybox, but like this, yeah. I'm just gonna have that not look so funky. I'm just gonna probably turn this on, but have it be like 1 intensity. And you look, and maybe a tiny bit of lighting would and help stuff. I make it like, ooh, it's green or something. Whatever, not gonna worry about that. Player, I want to just make the player a slightly different color now that we have some of that in place. Because, I mean, I don't, like, yeah, I could do some of them making the lighting look good now. I don't have to have everything be black and white and, you know, default lighting. Because we're going to be staring at this for quite a while, so might as well make it look slightly more interesting. Okay, grid. Even though I think the player and the grid will be maybe the same color, I guess I don't know for that for sure. I'm going to make the grid a different material for now, just so I have the easy luxury of being able to change it. I guess we're gonna make the grid out of thin cubes. I could potentially go in Blender and make like one mesh that is just the giant like grid shape. Actually, so we depending on how levels are shaped, it doesn't have to be the case that the level is like a square grid shape. We could have it be like as far as like the boundaries of a level are concerned, with just like pits that you can like fall in all around. Oh, I guess I didn't mention this, but in terms of like the setting, I don't know how, like, I just imagine the idea of this maybe being like, so you have the way that the colors of like the background and the grid are is just kind of the like funky art style of it, but almost the idea like you're escaping from like a crumbling tower of some kind, and basically it's just like, I don't know, just being some tower that could have like rubble around the edges of the map or whatever, and then you can like fall off. Although the imagine like the goal of a level being like, if this is almost like paper, it'd be interesting if we can make the end of a level look like a cutout that maybe is like surrounded by something that like indicates, maybe it's probably, I don't know, gold or something, to indicate like, oh, this is special, this is the end of the level, and not like a pit that's gonna kill you. And they touch that and the player like jumps in and falls through, like they're falling through the page to the next level. That could be something that could look visually interesting. We'll see. Okay, so grid. Let's start with. So funny thing is, I mean, I'm making this out of cubes. Technically, they could be planes. This is gonna be top-down 2D, but I don't know for sure 100%. I could later on decide to make the camera like perspective rather than orthographic and still be looking at top-down. So I'm still gonna work with cubes for now. It'll probably just be easier to not have problems later on, and still kind of thinking of this like. You know, I'm working with cubes, it being kind of 3D, but not just not having the depth there. And if I wanted to view something on an angle, that's possible too. I can have it be isometric, but have the camera turn. Anyways, all that to say, grid. We're gonna make an empty game object that is the grid, and it'll be on all the zeros, and then grid line. Okay. So, wait, why are you... No, I didn't give you the material. Oh, that's a step that's required. Okay, so I did just make it so that these are all moving on these. The grid would be the one thing that's not following the lines. Although, I mean, I could have it be the case if I wanted. I could have, like, ooh, an enemy is allowed to, like, move on the diagonals, or one enemy that like moves 2 at a time, and that's a special thing that you gotta watch out for. You know, mechanics like that could exist. But for now, we're kind of like, yeah, this is another thing that's gonna be, or the grid is gonna be at exact like. I guess it would be at these halfway points. It'd be nice if I could move this grid over. Can you? I guess I could. Let me just Google real quick. Unity move grid. Is there a way to like have it not be on the center? Not that I'm immediately seeing, but I could be Googling the wrong things. It's fine. I don't need it. I can let the grid be intersections of where stuff are, and I'll have my own grid to be the in-betweens. It's fine. So if you're like that and then like, wah. I mean, let's go that way and then like a 0.1. I mean, now that I'm looking at it in practice, I might make the grid a different color to maybe be even lighter than like, so like have the background be, I guess the background isn't light either, but I was initially gonna have the background stuff be like light and the stuff that you're actually interacting with being more saturated, but I guess that might not be the case, but whatever. Letting the grid be more light and subtle could be good, just to, you know, the idea that it's meant to be more in the background kind of a deal. I am just realizing that in practice, the actual making of this grid, I mean, I guess right now this isn't that bad to just do this. I feel like this works. But in the future, for actual like levels and stuff, it basically like, is there a more streamlined way that I could make a grid? You know, we'll see. So this is a grid. The player, looking at this as well, it probably should be the case that, so the player could occupy a whole square, and then when they move, it's like bloop, bloop, bloop. I think it makes sense to have maybe the player not occupy a whole grid. They could just be a tiny thing that moves. Also, I'm looking at this as well. I think the grid itself should be thinner. It should be that thick. Ooh. Cool. We'll try that thin, but also making it more faded or something. Ooh, you can just being pure white, kind of interesting. A white that is slightly more faded, like towards the color, maybe like a cyan. It could be also actually like transparent. Actually seeing some of the background behind it could be, I don't know if that's something I want. Being transparent, though, again, I don't know how much I'm gonna have to care about like performance and all that, but technically something that's transparent is a bit more work to render than something that's not. And I guess there's nothing that's gonna be behind the grid itself other than just the solid colored backgrounds. I think maybe anything that I could achieve with a transparent grid, I could achieve with, in this context, not like letting it be opaque, but just a color that's a bit more, I don't know what that'd be, but there's definitely some like combined in-between color that would be achieving basically this. And like if I went bois, what? Oh, but it's like, okay, I made you match and I expected you to like disappear, just as a hypothetical. I mean, because lighting is making that look different. Just to play around with some stuff. If I made you the exact same color, then yeah, of course you disappear. But then if I take that and just make you like slightly different, it's cool. You can like barely see it. Like, I mean, there's a degree to which like I don't know how present the grid should be, or whether it should be, you know, basically just gone. And in the grid itself, I could do more eventually to make it like, you know, when I get to that stage of polish, more to make it look better. But yeah, we'll see. So kind of like, do I want the grid to be this like slightly different color than the background as like the stylistic choice of how that is? Or do I want it to be also a kind of contrasting color so it like stands out? Because the fact that it's a grid is kind of important to know where stuff is relative to you. The whole game wraps around this enemy is 3 grid spaces away. That's significant, that matters. May I go back for just like a... I don't know. here's a funky idea, just to like help get a color that's more what I want. Go back to it being transparent, make it like there or whatever. And then kind of like I drop the thick color that it now is, where it's mixing the two. But then you just went halfway around there. That, you know, makes sense mathematic wise. But that's not necessarily what I want. Okay, I wasn't expecting to spend this long just picking a grid color, but you know, here we are. I can't decide whether I want it to be dark, light, saturated, or not. I think we just go back for, like, this doesn't matter that much. Whatever. We'll go with this, it's fine. When we have more elements in here, it could potentially be easier to tell. Anyway, so grid. Is this depth fine? Yeah, probably. Although, the actual 3D-ness of it, yeah, looking like that shouldn't be. Let's just, you know, handle that now. Well, even the cube being... the Y-axis doesn't matter, but I'd still like it to be kind of positioned right. And no, you're fine. I'm just gonna make the player also just kind of blah. It's fine. Okay, not super important. Looks exactly the same. So the player itself, I don't think 0.5. I think that might actually be too small. So let's try a 0.75. Actually, wow, I should turn on the thing where I can just change one and change it all of them. Okay. Again, something also probably more figured out with gameplay, seeing kind of what looks right, and in the context of other things being there. Okay, so we have a player as an example of it. The kind of what this could look like. We're seeing the edges of the grid. Oh, there's also the whole thing of I don't know how far the camera should be. I can now have. Oh yeah, the height of the camera ain't gonna matter. It's the size. How close should we be? And even this close, I'm like, yeah, the grid could definitely... Hard to conceptualize how it should look better. There's definitely a way there could be a more polished version of how it looks. Even if it's like, slightly wavy or something. I don't know. Gameplay should be mattering more. So how zoomed out should the camera be? I'd rather be too much than too little. It's like if you can't see all the things you need to see, it'd be kind of like closed in and cramped. That's not so good. Too zoomed out, you see too much of the level. That's not ideal, but like, let's try a 4 for right now. I think this goes back to 7.5. Yeah, all stuff that will be sorted out more concretely in time. Okay. Where were we? What's next? Spent too much time just adjusting colors. I forgot like why. What we're actually doing with this. So, okay, one other thing was just the idea that the grid doesn't have to be a square. I can conceptualize that idea by being like, oof, even, okay, that is, if changing the grid size is too annoying, that's not ideal. I don't know if there's a better way that we can like, okay, the fact that I can do that is actually kind of interesting. Actually, that helps like a little bit. But yeah, the idea that I can I just I guess that helps. I guess that helps a little bit, but it's not. What was I doing that for? I don't actually want to delete though. That hold on. I want to do that differently. Just the idea that there can be... I have to figure out like what I want the edges to look like, whether it should end on these, or whether you have that little bit like that's going off to be like, this is a place where you'll fall. This counts as edge of the map. Like this is edge of the map as far as player can go. I don't know what this is. Like, but yeah, the idea that like, whoa. Just showing that, like, hey, it doesn't have to be a perfect square. We can do that, in theory. And this is, even though this is being a little bit tricky, this is significantly easier to do here than in Photoshop, so I'm glad yeah, we're doing it this way. Actually, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna do just the one. Select it, please. Good enough. Anyway, whatever. I don't need to go too far. This is just conceptualness of ideas. So, next, what is... So I get the main core components I can also just, like, make blocks for. We have a player. We're also going to have a wall of some kind. I'm expecting that to be, like... Would it just be black? Or the color of the background, or the grid. I don't know. Let's figure that out now. We have a wall. That's gonna be something like. Let's try to make it just black to be like, this is not a hazard, but not something that you want to mess with. That I imagine would cover the whole block because we would use this to have. You know, you have a sequence of walls to be like, you aren't passing this. Don't even try. That works. That looks like that works. I mean, there's the idea that I could maybe want this to be different. And because the post-processing unit, like, white isn't pure white. Oh. Conceptually, what happens if I make it like this? I didn't think about this. I've just noticed that just the fact that... The fact that a sequence of walls does, in fact, go over the grid is interesting. And now I'm like, which would I prefer? Why can't I see you? Oh, yeah. If I have a bunch of walls next to each other, would I prefer that the grid actually is over top? Or do I like how this looks? I mean, it's also it's even cutting off like the part of the grid itself in terms of like the length of those edges. Two different styles, I guess, of whether the grid is a permanent thing or it's not. There's even, this will also go hand in hand with, I guess you won't understand much with the player if it's the same color, but during the brief periods of time when the player is like crossing over a grid line, are they going on top or are they going underneath? I think I imagined initially that if this is almost like paper, the background is kind of like paper in a way. The grid being part of that drawing, that the grid is meant to be like a component of the most backgroundist background. Going off of that, it would imply, or like that would go off of that the grid is behind and that things move on top of it. I think I want to keep in that methodology, in that mindset, then that would be the case. Although walls, I don't know if I want walls to be an exception. It could be that, because walls aren't moving, walls are stationary. If you treat that as being like a component of the background, the grid could be on top of walls, but anything that moves is on top of the grid. That would be interesting. It's just another little thing that shows more contrast between something that's dynamic and something that's static. Anything that's static is behind the grid. Anything that's dynamic is on top of the grid. That's interesting. Do I want to do that on purpose? I mean, I don't know how many things that don't move versus do move there will be. And it only matters if something crosses a grid. If something moves in that, like, you have something that's only on one grid, it's a hazard that, like, turns on and off if it's not crossing grid lines, that's, I don't know. I think we'll come back to this. I think for now, I'm just going to do the easiest way of the grid is the most background thing, everything's on top of it. We'll just go with that for right now. I think the walls work best as black. Mouse, where are you? Yeah. It's very, very standout-y. I mean, I could go with like a slightly off black. Something that's like in line of like the same kind of orangey gray that is... Well, the same kind of orange that is the background wall. If it's just slightly not black, maybe that could look interesting. Why not? Next. next. So am I just continuing to just block out like these are things that could hypothetically exist in the game? I don't know how much of this counts as planning per se. I more just wanted to show like here's what the player in grid could look like, because I'm sure that enemies will be a thing conceptually. I'll just make it's just gonna be a red cube for now. If things are more detailed, like the possibility of maybe the player could have like little eyes or something, I think that's something that shouldn't be done at this stage. It should be something we worry more about later. Enemy. Get. Okay, I mean that's conceptually that's kind of okay. That's kind of neat. But no. We can fiddle around with all the colors we want later on. Would an enemy occupy the whole square? Maybe it'll be bigger than the player, but it'll be like 0.9 perhaps. Be like, yeah, this is menacing, but still, it still occupies a grid space. And then enemies will be something like, Now, it's not gonna. Things moving aren't just gonna teleport. I'm hoping you'll see them move from square to square, and hopefully, as part of the polish that I want, that actual movement will be interesting. Just an example of something small that we can hopefully make look really good. It's just how something moves from one square to another, make it look awesome. Yeah, so enemies can be a thing. Okay, where am I going from here? So, yeah, basically this is gonna be, this is the game, in a way. This is, you're gonna be a player that moves, let me try to, yeah, okay. You're a player that's moving, you can't control, you are forcefully moving in whatever direction, which, I don't think I need something on the player that says the direction, because you're just gonna be moving in that direction. Be very obvious, because you'll know in half a second when you move in that direction. Like, you're always gonna be moving, so I don't think I need something on the player that's like, I mean, if I give the player little eyes, I could have them be looking in that direction, but for now, it's not the most important thing, because of how frequently the player is very constantly moving. On an enemy, maybe a little important, I don't know. Oh, hello, reptilian goddess. Oh, we're still alive. Yes, I am. Hello. My throat's dying. Let me just get some more water real quick, but... don't mind me. Hello. Yes, I am back from the dead. The dead being super busy being an adult and having a full-time job and living in a house and having to, like, do that. Yeah, so that, yeah, I am back though, and I should be, fingers crossed I'm not jinxing myself here, I should be back pretty consistently now, going forward. The plan right now is that I'm going to be streaming every day. Right now, I made the not random, but the time of 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.-ish, and yeah, but that could change. That's kind of flexible. You're all graduated now? Yes, I am. And it's funny how I thought that, like, I was busy when I was still in school, and like, yeah, once I get out of school, then I'll have all this free time to stream. I was wrong. But only wrong because I got a job afterwards, which is good. Like, obviously that's good. Congrats, so proud of you. Thank you. In fact. Wait, I have to double check there's no, like, personal information on this that isn't, like, problem, but this is my degree thing, and my full name is fine. Everything on here is fine. I'm fine saying, like, the school that I went to. Ta-da! Ooh. That's a, you can't see it in the camera, but, like, just trust that there are words on this page. Yeah, University of Western Ontario, yeah. Bachelor of Science, honor specialization in computer science. Yeah. So that's cool. It's not ooh, so fancy. Yeah, very cool. It's not framed yet. That's on my to-do list. Yeah. Actually, partially, I haven't framed it on purpose a little bit because what I was going to, I was looking at frames and I was like, I'm going to be moving soon-ish, and then that's just another thing to move. Right now, it's way easier to move in that state than it will be in a big fragile frame, so yeah, that'll happen at some point. But yeah, cool, I have that. And the experience that I got from doing that, which, if you guys remember, back when I was streaming, like 10 months ago, whatever, geez, or a bit before that, when I was actually in school, a lot of the earlier stuff I was streaming was just me working on school projects. That's why I was able to stream more back then, even though I was super busy with school, especially by the end. I was so busy. Was because I didn't, oh yeah, some of the stuff I was streaming was school projects, mainly the games and stuff. I had some classes where I had to make Unity games, and then, yeah, I was making Unity games and be able to stream that. I didn't stream all of my school, like I wrote essays and stuff, and that's not fun. Yeah, in fact, the main game that I'm working on now, not this, but the thing I was working on before I stopped streaming, that was the handyman with a unicycle. That started as a school project. That started because we had to make a game, and then it was like, our sort of prompt with that was like, here's a list of weird professions. I guess they weren't all weird, but like, here's a list of professions, pick one and make a game out of it somehow. I don't remember most of the list off the top of my head. I think librarian was one of them, and then there was like, was police officer on that list? I don't actually know if it was, but yeah, random professions, right? Different jobs. I think something to do with like crypto miner. I think that was on there. Some of them were like purposely weird. I think park ranger was one of them. Anyways, but one of them, the one that I ended up going with, was carny. Did you say carny? Something along that, basically carnival worker. And then that ended up turning into you're a repairman that like repairs carnival rides, and then that snowballed into what is currently the current plans for making the handyman with a unicycle. So that's a thing. Anyways, where was I going with any of that? But yeah, so I did my degree, got out of university, that was all cool and stuff, and then I thought I'd have more free time, but then I got a full-time job that I had until then. Since now my full-time job is awesome and it's great, like that's not sarcasm, like that's actually like I do really like my job, and it's going really good, and I'm in a job where I'm doing Unity full-time, but not for a game thing, for something else entirely, so that's a whole thing, but it's actually going really good. But it's been a significant reason of why I've been so busy, but like it's like understandably busy, I guess. Yeah, so that's been a whole thing. But now I think I have more free time. I still have the job. Things have just calmed down a bit where I think I'll have more free time to be streaming and whatnot. So yeah, that's what I'll be juggling for a bit. No, I will not be showing too much of my work stuff. Not too much. I probably won't be showing much at all of my work stuff on stream because I don't want to get in trouble with my work. And yeah, I like my job too much that I don't want to do anything that would risk like losing it or anything. You know, I doubt that would happen. I'd have to like leak a lot for that to probably be a concern. But anyways, where was I going with any of what I was saying? Yeah, so I got way busy. I thought I would be less busy when I was done school, and I was wrong significantly. That's awesome. I feel like it's a rare occasion when you graduate and get a job at all, let alone one that you genuinely enjoy. I know. I do understand. I understand that I am very, very fortunate and very lucky to have gotten in the position that I'm in. I don't want to take that for granted or anything. Especially I do understand that in a lot of places, like the job market not being so great right now, the economy not being so great, and that being a struggle. But I mean, there is the thing with the job that I got. It wasn't. I submitted over like 100. Like 100. Ew. I'm terrible at estimating things. I cannot estimate like anything. I'm bad at it. But I submitted so many resumes and rewrote my resume so many times, and it was applying for so long to a lot of different places before I happened to get the job that I got. And I barely heard back from like anything. That was like, I say barely. It was one of the first interviews. I did not get far with anything else. For getting that one. And funny thing, I will say this. In an interview that I had with them, they brought up my YouTube channel. So even though it was briefly mentioned on my resume, but I was not the one to bring it up first, they brought that up and they thought it was neat. So it's not unreasonable to like the idea that my YouTube channel and also my streaming and stuff did contribute to some degree to me getting that job. So, you know, that's cool. That's very cool. Because I mean, with the main, my favorite content that I've made as far as YouTube videos has been my tutorials, and that's in Unity, teaching people how to do Unity stuff. It's like, if I have enough knowledge that I can share that knowledge, I can give tutorials and stuff, then, you know, that in theory shows that I have enough knowledge to be able to do that. I'm no expert in Unity. I would not consider myself to be an expert by a long shot, especially when I go long periods of time of like not using it and then I forget how to do anything. That's more with, like, I guess other programs, not so much Unity, like Blender and Photoshop, and where I stop using it for a little bit and then I have no idea what I'm doing. I get back to it. Compared to being an expert, well, it's all relative, I guess, right? There's like, even in something as complex as Unity, there's different facets of Unity and game development in general. With, like, I'm pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good. I don't like to call myself an expert. I don't know. I don't like to assume that I'm like better than I am or whatever. I mean, considering the fact that I have so many unfinished projects, so many. And that's, I think, one thing that I do want to work on as a game developer is just having more finished, completed things. That's the point of what we're doing right now, this 9-day thing. So I can just have another thing that I can say, I did it, it's finished, it's done. Here's another thing that's like not in my graveyard of unfinished things. But hey, different facets of Unity. You got like programming, you got doing physics stuff, you got 3D modeling and like music making and drawing, doing 2D stuff, UI art. There's so many different areas of Unity that, like, you know, different people are like better or worse at different areas. I have certain parts that I'm better at with Unity, so I try to, like, you know, make games where I'm focusing on being able to do that stuff, like doing 3D games rather than like, I can't draw, so I don't do, you know, pixel art games or whatever. But then, yeah, there are plenty of areas where I'm not so good, so I'm hoping to, you know, get better or whatever. You don't have to call yourself an expert, I'll do it for you all. Haha, fair enough. Yeah. I have a billion unfinished projects as well. I think that's just the programmer lifestyle. I think my thing, well, I have two things of me having a lot of unfinished projects is, one, I plan stuff that's way too big, that I, you know, if I want to make a small animation, and it's like in my head I'm imagining a Pixar movie, or like a Disney, whatever. Like, I plan stuff that's way too big that I could easily do on my own, and then have that, like, you know, starting new projects before finishing other ones. Often it'll be like, this thing is so big, and I understand that this thing has gotten way out of hand. I'm going to start something smaller so that I'll be able to finish that and learn skills to then go back to that thing. And then this thing becomes just as big, if not bigger. But I want to make cool things. I don't want to just make Pong, right? I don't know. I mean, even Pong took a lot of work to make, but they made that back in the day. That's just, yeah. Anyways, where was I going with any of what I was saying? Yeah, I have a lot of unfinished projects, but it's like, there are some of them that I am hoping to get back to someday. Like, I had a game that I made some videos on called An Abstract Adventure, and I stopped working on that game. Actually, I stopped working on that game because for a school project, I mandatorily had to start a new game project, like for the school project, and that was the Handyman with the Unicycle. That turned out so good that I then now wanted to work on that thing going forward. So I was forced to start a new project in a way. But also that game had its own problems of my biggest, like, things that I suck at with game design kind of hindering me being able to work on that game, where I'm like, I'm gonna shelf that for now to make a game where I don't have as much of those same weaknesses, and then we'll potentially go back to that game later once I've improved as a programmer or whatever. And like, that being, I suck at level design for one thing, and I forget what the other thing was. I know if I were to look at that video, I'd be able to, like, remember, because I rambled about, like, why I had stopped working on it and blah blah. Even though it's a game of, like, cube people and all that, right? Like, it is like cubes and circles and stuff, but it was still very hard to even do that. I think partially it's because it was a puzzle platformer, and puzzle platformers are really hard because puzzle games are really hard, and platformer games, doing level design for that are really hard. Doing both together, extra hard. Anyways, but where was I going with? So. Where did I go? Actually, I do have over here. Let me dig something out real quick. Wow. I did write up a little thing of, because I use Notepad more than the average person. I use Notepad more than I use like Microsoft Word or like Google Docs or whatever. I just type everything in little Notepad documents because I just do. My computer's just cluttered with like just different Notepad documents in just different places on different things. Anyways, just my small roadmap of like what I'm going to be working on for the next little bit in regards to streaming. So we have this game that's unnamed that will hopefully get a name some point later today. Once I finish that, there's stuff that I want to do. I'm actually going to jump to the bottom of that. Eventually, I'm going to return to the Handmaiden with the Unicycle. There's another game that I started as a school project called Ultra Tag. But I want to rename it because that's not a great name for it. I want to work on that again because I think that'll be cool. And this, hypothetically, was a smaller scope project than this was. And I don't know, neat idea that I don't want to throw away, I guess. I have some cool ideas for what I wanted to do with that. On the YouTube side of things, I want to keep making YouTube videos. I'm finding like what I want to make YouTube videos on, and the main thing is my tutorial videos, like my submarine video. I abuse Notepad. Yes, there's another. I'm not the only one. Yeah, so I want to keep making YouTube videos, but I need to find like what I want to make YouTube videos on, I guess. And like I want to make more of my tutorials, like my submarine thing. But one, I mean, that video took so long to make, and I want to do more of that kind of thing. But I'm kind of playing around with different styles of making more videos like that, but different in ways that can be more unique, more me, my style. Because one thing I worry about with making tutorials is I'm not the only guy that makes Unity tutorials. So I don't want to be like I'm just doing what everyone else is doing in regards to that kind of thing, or like I'm just copying other people's ideas or whatever. I mean, I don't think many people have made submarine tutorials, but yeah. Actually, my most popular video, the car driving tutorial, is something that I picked that topic because it was something that not a lot of people had made videos on, and it seemed like a popular thing that a lot of people would be searching for, and that happened to work out well. Although I know that that video has some slight errors in the code, and it's not perfect, so I wince at, and I cringe a little bit that it's like my most popular video, because it's like, no, there's some problems in it. I should like remake that video and it'll be better potentially. But before I remake stuff, I gotta just finish new things. Where were we going with this? Videos, tutorials. So I do have a new idea, a method of making more of these like Unity tutorial-y videos. That's going to take a lot of work to make like the first one, but then once I have some stuff in place, then I'll have like a style to potentially go forward with that. If it works, I think it'll be really cool and be creative and unique and all that sort of stuff. And I don't like Adobe Premiere that much, and like editing is not the most fun thing. I'd rather be doing Unity stuff. So I've found ways to have Unity be a larger part of the process where I'm doing more in Unity, and that's just more enjoyable for me. So I'm gonna be, yeah, doing stuff with, there's still a lot of like details that I'm finding out, so it's hard for me to like give specifics on what I'm doing. But where a lot of this is working in terms of the YouTube videos is I want to make the next big tutorial I make will be, I think, a stealth game tutorial. Or more so, not a full stealth game, but like the idea of you have like a guard and it has like a line of vision. If something walks by, it's like, aha, I spotted you. That kind of thing was gonna be the next tutorial kind of thing. But working towards that and like how I'm presenting that idea. I have some cool ideas. I don't use Adobe. I've switched around between technically four different, no, 3. I think just 3 different editing programs. I like stealth games. Yeah, stealth games are cool. I know some people really don't. Some people, I think it depends. Some games like Assassin's Creed or whatever, or games where you have the option to do stealth or then not stealth, I know a lot of people will just like, oh, I'll just hack and slash and kill all the enemies, whatever. And I know some stealth games can be bad if they're like executed poorly. Like, just in general, any game concept that you have, like racing game, first-person shooter, there can be good games and bad games in that genre. I don't think one game can define all of that genre. They can have good things and bad things or whatever. But yeah, stealth games can be cool. The sneaking around and then executing a plan perfectly, or like whatever. The tenseness that comes from waiting and having to time stuff perfectly. And yeah, it's cool. Or eavesdropping in on dialogue that can be funny. Yeah, there's definitely cool things with stealth games. I wanted to make a stealth game. I have this list. I still have pulled up a list on my phone of just. If given an option, I usually will use stealth on first playthrough. Same here. I have a list of like a bunch of random game ideas that I just jotted down over the years. So many. Some of them are like not very good. I kind of write things that come to mind, and like, no, maybe more stuff will come later from some of them. One of them is the idea of having a stealth game where you are kind of have different ways of completing the level, and depending on how you complete the level, whatever that means. I remember the rest of the idea. Basically, you'd go into different levels, having like a stealth game, but it's also like a choice thing where depending on how you do the thing, it would lead to different levels. Basically, just like the game Shadow the Hedgehog. After the first player, I just go in guns blazing. Fair enough, because yeah, that can also be fun. The game Shadow the Hedgehog has a thing where depending on how you beat the level, it takes you to like entirely different levels. Although that game kind of executes it poorly, in that some of the missions you have to do to go to some levels are just not good, where it's like, kill all 54 enemies in the level, and then it's like, okay, I've killed 53, where's the last one? It's like, have fun replaying the entire level over and over, just looking for this one guy off to the side. Especially there's one level in that game that's like a maze, essentially, that also has that kind of kill all of however many enemies in a maze, have fun with that. But the idea of how you beat the level, you go to different levels, and then the story is different, there's different cutscenes, and they even like interweave in ways. It's conceptually, it's neat. I appreciate the creativity. Hey Austin, hello, seeing a lot of familiar faces. Interesting. It's funny. I'm terrible with names. I'm terrible with remembering people's names, but there are some people that I am seeing that I am recognizing for sure. So that's. I haven't forgotten everybody. I mean, I get the cheating of it'll say if like in OBS it'll say if someone's a first time chatter, but in this case like Reptilian Goddess and K Austin, I recognize you guys for sure. K Austin, you were one of my first followers if I remember correctly. So yeah, very cool. Hello. Yeah, so I am streaming again, and hopefully will be for the foreseeable future. I say as I jinx myself there. We're making a game in 9 days is the plan. So with this being my first stream back, I'm just doing to come back strong, I guess, rather than just going immediately into the stuff I was doing before when I stopped. We're doing this sort of challenge where I want to make a game in 9 days. Technically it's 7, but technically it's 9 because of reasons. Where it's like day 1 is right now just planning. We're not going to be making too much of the game. Then 2 through 8, the actual 7-day period of making the game. And then by the end of day 8, hopefully like the game is done. We have a, the EXE that's like the finished game. And then day 9 is just going to be the releasing it. Like I put like day 9 is just the like the tidy up, the like releasing it on like itch or something and giving it like title, maybe photoshopping like the cover kind of the game. That kind of stuff. Very nice. What kind of game is it? So we're still doing a lot of the planning of it, a lot of the specifics. Technically it's 7, but technically it's 9 because of reasons. Yes, that's how I roll. I mean, it's there are defined reasons, but well, the thing I just said, it's like it's 7 days, 1 day on the beginning for planning, 1 day on the end for the publishing, I guess, just because. But I made the rules. I can change them at any time if I want to. If I finish all the planning today, then we can start working on it today. I don't have to abide by these rules. The main thing though is I don't want to extend the time. The project, the challenge is a failure if I don't finish the game in time and then we have to go beyond the time or whatever. If we finish the game early, then I can just add more stuff to it, continue doing polish, whatever. I am doing a lot of rambling that like isn't working on the game, so but yeah, that's okay. It's cool, yeah, seeing people that I haven't seen in a while and actually they're still around, and I haven't just lost every single one of my viewers. I understand that I've been gone for a while, as I have said. I'll keep reiterating things because people coming in and out or whatever. So sorry if you're hearing me explain things for like the 5th time, but yeah, I've been busy with life things, but I'm back. Number one thing was that I have a full-time job now that I love. It's great, but that's been really busy. But then also I've just had stuff going on in my life in general. I've been busy. Being an adult takes a lot of time. But yeah, now I have more free time. I'm not like completely not busy. I'm still quite busy, but I have just enough free time that I can squeeze in doing a stream now and then. I say now and then. I'm going to try having a daily schedule. One thing I did not do in the past, when I was streaming before, I just streamed whenever I had random amounts of time to stream. I want to try now actually having a schedule, a consistent, on these days, from blah to blah, streaming. One, it'll be easier to catch me in the stream and all that. Yeah, just consistency can be good. And then it'll be easier for me to kind of have that kind of schedule. The actual specific times, I imagine, are going to fluctuate. I don't know what the best times to stream are. I mean, in general, like, streaming later in the day can be good. Yeah. But yeah, currently the plan is from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. is a time chunk that works good for me. But, I mean, there's also, like, a minimum where I have this, like, 2-hour time blocked out, in theory. It's, like, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. where I'm going to stream. I can stream before then. I can stream after then. I don't have to, like, yeah, I might stream longer than that. Like, today, I'm probably going to be streaming longer than that. So, like, we'll just see how that goes. I'm currently going to school for electronics and working part-time in HVAC. So I feel, yeah, neat. Cool. I am very fortunate that I was able to have enough saved up that I was able to do university, and just focus on that. I didn't have to do the whole having a job and doing school at the same time. I did in high school. I worked at McDonald's part-time while also being in high school. That was a bit different, though, I guess. Well, not different, it's just that, like, it was still hard to time manage and all that, but it is different than the tail end of university. It gets to be a lot of work. I did, though, like, I was able to do that because I worked in a factory basically every summer in between. Although I wasn't doing tedious, I was doing tedious work, but not like when you think factory work, I wasn't doing that factory work. I did one summer, though, and that was awful. So awful. Never work in a factory. Like, on an assembly line, just doing the most tedious, watching stuff go by and whatever. It's awful. Like, it paid well enough, but, like, no, never again. But I am very unfortunate. Yeah, what was I saying? I was able to get by through school, and be able to focus on just school, which was definitely helpful. It was still busy, as, like, you may have seen with the last streams that I was doing back then. I was, scrambling to finish all these school projects and whatnot. And I did. I got that stuff done. But yeah, now I'm working, and like, I have an actual job that's not a factory thing. That's actually using my degree. It's my first job actually using my degree, and it's going very good. Well, I worked at Amazon for not very long, packaging, and it was rough. Yeah, it does not sound amazing. Although the silver lining, when you're doing something that's so tedious that you have a lot of time to think, you come up with some good game ideas. There are the summer that I worked in the super tedious factory, I did come up with a lot of game ideas. I guess not many that I've actually put into practice, but that are on my agenda of things I'd like to make someday that could be really cool. I guess I want to be careful about talking too much about the job that I have right now, but I can talk all I want about the jobs I had before. So when I was really young and like elementary school, I did a paper route, and that sucked. I don't understand why, and I think this is a thing still to this day. When people do paper routes, you don't just deliver the papers. You get, like, the papers and then stuff that you gotta put in the paper. So you have to, like, come up and then, like, for, like, however many papers you have. That part sucked so much. Super tedious. If it was just the, like, you get the papers and they're good and then you just go house to house and deliver them, that part would be fine. That part's not that bad, except when it's winter and it's cold, but it's still preferable than actual stuffing the papers with the stuff that you gotta put in them. That sucked. I didn't do that for that long. That was like elementary school. First job getting like $10 a week or however much it was. I used to work at a warehouse with no AC, and that was terrible. I got to experience the opposite. No, I'm gonna do the timeline. I'm gonna jump ahead, back and forth, and harder to keep straight. But I did paper route to McDonald's for, like, while I was in high school. I have a scar. I already said earlier in stream how I got it. You can't see it. I can't see it anymore. It's like barely there. It's very faded, which I guess is good. But I had a scar for many, many years where I was transferring chicken nuggets out of deep fryer into tray, and the metal thingy hit my arm. I don't even know how angle-y wise it was able to do that, but it did. It hit my arm and it burned. Yeah, that sucked. There was another time where I burned my hand on like hot gravy, the gravy that goes in like poutines, but that wasn't my fault because it was like a squirt thing. It's like ksh, ksh, ksh. And on one of the squirts, instead of coming out down, it came out sideways all over my hand, and that burned. That didn't scar my hand though, so that, you know, that was good. That sucked. Other than that, those 2 times I burned myself, everything else was like fine. It actually, like, it wasn't the worst job ever to have, but like it wasn't great. I worked part-time, I guess, so I didn't work full hours. I just worked in the kitchen. I didn't have to deal with a lot of angry customers. That would have sucked. So yeah, I mainly just, yeah, worked in the kitchen, and that was fine as far as jobs go, I guess. Oof, I can't imagine working in a warehouse in Texas during the day. That would be super terrible. Yeah, okay, yeah. You get to the point of having to worry about heat stroke, then yeah, that is a concern. I mean, right now my room is quite hot. That's actually why I'm not wearing this. You guys may remember that I used to wear a lab coat on stream all the time, and I will be. It's too hot right now, and I have a fan, but if fan is on, then like, I don't want the microphone picking that up, so I'm not gonna do that. So, my hand gets something tangled in it. Lab coat gets to be here in spirit until the weather gets colder. One sec, let me just, gotta have it be nicely on the back of the chair. Treat it with respect. I don't know. Yeah, your chair got a promotion while I wear lab coat. Yeah, it's the real scientist now. Yeah, I actually, since the last stream and now, I have upgraded my setup. Did I have this chair before? In the last stream? I want to say I did, probably, but a couple streams before that, when I was living in a different location, I didn't have this chair. I also have a new desk that does this. Wow, technology. Wow. Best thing I've ever purchased. I don't think I paid attention to your chairs on. Yeah, no, it's whatever, yeah, right? But I can stand. Don't need a chair when I can stand. But, ooh, fancy stand-up desks? Yes, it's great. It was, yeah, 110% worth it. That's not sarcasm. Well, I mean, I guess, like, I don't stand in it all the time. But, I don't know, if I'm at a desk all day, be able to just, I don't know, not be sitting for a little bit longer, is probably be good for my health overall or whatever. And I can do more walkie around rambling. So, yeah, I don't know, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, be able to just adjust it is nice, I guess. And it's like long, so I have 3 monitors on it. That's also great. Second bonus. I have a like fancy microphone. Let's hope this doesn't make a bunch of sounds. Hold on. Apologies for if this is making noises, but I have a microphone that like moves, so that's cool. This is a Blue Yeti microphone that some of the real streamers use. Wow. I have ways to go. So that's cool. I do have over here. See, standing desk is already working. I'm being way more active. Huzzah. I use a Yeti Nano. Interesting. This is what I had before. This is what most 90% of my streams that up until now was using this guy. Which, oh wait, this is a Blue Snowball. I think something like that is what it was called. Wow. Like yeah, it worked. It did the job, but now I have this thing. And don't ask why I just still have this stuff like sitting around on my shelf, but I do, because I do. But this was the webcam. This is what you guys used to see me through. Wow. It's like a Logitech. I don't remember what type, whatever. It doesn't say on it, but it was this thing. Anyways, that's, yeah. I think I got that because I had an interview where like I had to be in person on a computer, not in person, but like through webcam. That's why I got that, and then I shortly after started the streaming, I think, something like that. So there's that. But yeah, I got new webcam and microphone. This isn't because this is because I don't buy a lot of stuff in general. Most of my like big purchases is just technology relating to my computer. So yeah, I don't like buy a whole lot else, I guess. This is what happens when you save your money. No. I got the Nano 2. I need a new one though because I've had this one for like 3 years. Fair enough. Funny thing. This is actually the second one of these because this broke. Not that this broke, the thing where the cable goes in the back, I don't remember how, but it snapped in a way that like broke, even, not just the cord, but like in here was like broken. So I had to, you know, get a new one of these, but yeah. Was that, I don't actually remember if that was before or after I had started streaming. I want to say that was before, maybe. After I had started making YouTube videos, but yeah, anyway. Where was I going with any of this? I don't know. I was rambling about broken ports. I feel like I have that bad luck with a lot of things, like my last graphics tablet. I don't have I don't have a drawing tablet. That would be cool too. Well, I mean, I don't draw much in general, but like when I'm literally right now trying to like conceptualize like game ideas. If I wanted to like draw something in Photoshop, drawing with a mouse is hard. Be able to do that through like, if I had, you know, with a drawing tablet, even just in Paint, if I'm like, oh, we can have like a guy that looks like this and you blah 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 blah. Yeah. Slightly easier. Also with Blender, I know people use drawing tablets when they want to like do sculpting and stuff, which I've done a little bit of sculpting. It's hard. Blender's hard. Blender's very hard. I'm not great at Blender. And every time I like take a break from it, I come back and it's like, oh, what was I doing with anything? Like, I made this person or my logo, and I look back and it's like, how did I ever have... I wouldn't consider this to be like amazing 10 out of 10. I mean, so funny thing, this pose looks pretty fine. This guy, if you look at the side of his head from this angle, it just looks really weird. In ways that's like hard to like I wasn't able to improve at the time. And like the lab coat is like duct taped together and how it barely functions without these pockets like clipping out of it and stuff like that. So this render is fine, but there's like a lot of behind the scenes, like a lot of problems with this model. But even this, I looked at this, I'm like, how did I make that? Can I even make something like that again? Like, people are hard. I need to use Blender more. Same here, which we'll get to at some point. Which is funny, I say like, oh, I don't even know if I can make people that well. But I had this game I was working on, the Handyman with the Unicycle, it's like, yeah, I don't have a bunch of people, that'll be fine, I can totally do that. I don't have cutscenes where they move around in complex ways. Yeah, I can totally do that as one person. It won't take until I'm 70 years old. So there's like, that's like areas where I'm trying to like, you know, I mean, just because I can't do something doesn't mean that I, like there's, you know, I want to get better at skills and be able to do that kind of stuff consistently. But yeah, it takes a lot of work. Yeah. Any kind of art I usually do through Vector. Oh, yeah, Vector stuff. Yeah, like Illustrator. Yeah, I haven't used Illustrator that much, but I mean, I have it actually. So like there's definitely benefits of doing that for sure. Yeah, line art, or I don't know, you call it vectorized graphics is really cool. Yes, but it's also not something I have much experience doing. But conceptually, I can appreciate the coolness of it. Having reference photos imported definitely helps a lot. Yes, it does. And with that, because I was literally making me and animated me with this lab coat, I had a ton of reference pictures. Let me go and find. I can quickly pull up some of that. Where were you? Over here. In these folders, intro and outro animation, blog, this. That's just the model of me. I have reference images. Oh, well, okay, this isn't me. This is me looking at random stuff on Google of like body proportion stuff. I think that helped me make like the hands and stuff. Oh God, this is this is like my mug shots of so long ago. No. I really struggled to make hair, so I was also gonna make my hair. And, okay. Yeah. This was around the time when I made that guy, which was slightly after. It was in the middle, at like the tail end of me making that submarine video. So that's the time my hair's longer and all that. Wow. Yeah, I like my hair being this length. I looked at different cartoon faces when I was trying to figure out like. Not just making like real life me, but like how do I make it look like, you know, what's the art style I want that's almost like Pixar-y or whatever. Even though I've never been able to make a character model, I struggled with it, and it's hard. Yeah. The last few times I've used Blender, I just needed to render like short animations I drew in a different program. Ooh, neat. T-pose, certain dominance. Ha! Yeah. But yeah, cool. Yeah, even with stuff like Blender, there's so many different aspects to it, and so many different, like, depending on what you're doing, different stuff that you're using with, like, sculpting, or, like, the grease pencil stuff, you're making 2D things, and, like, physics animations, and, like, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, this is just random stuff as a result of Googling different stuff. And a lot of these are, like, I was taking, like, different bits of different things. Yeah... I don't know, this is just random stuff that I like forget what half of this was. Yeah, even like ooh, hair, blah blah blah. Because I mean, hair was complicated. Hair is complicated in that like a lot of different things will do like a lot of different things that do hair will have like, oh, here's the individual strands because technology can do that, and some things will be like animated hair clumps in a way, this kind of style. So that was also stuff I was figuring out how to do and which I wanted for my character and stuff like that. And then, yeah, things of like, oh, dress shirts, how do you do that? Looking at explosions. One thing I hate, it's just not great, but like, my logo has an explosion in the background, which is it was so hard to like even make what was made there, but if you actually look at it for like more than 2 seconds, it doesn't look very good. I also don't like how, because I decided I would be flying away from an explosion, if you look at this like kind of in a distance and whatever, the main color of this is orange, which I don't like orange that much of a color. Not that I don't like orange, I just like, as far as my favorite colors go, orange is lower on that list. So it's like, oh, my logo is orange, kind of. The like main reason I want to remake this logo at some point. Blender could do so much, I'm surprised it's still free. Yeah, it's free, it's cool that it's free. I know a lot of people are like, oh, use Maya, use other 3D programs and all that. Yeah, Blender is free, and that's why I'm using it. I think there's other programs that are free. There's like some where it's like, oh, it's free, but you gotta pay royalties and blah, blah, blah. But I definitely started using Blender because it was popularly used with Unity, which is also free. And, there was a second reason, and I forgot it by the end of my sentence. Anyways, orange, yeah. Ideally, I still like the idea of it being animated me like flying away from an explosion or something, just because whatever. But if I could make an explosion where rather than it being like a fireball explosion, it's like science-y chemical explosion, and the explosion has the colors of like cyan, magenta, yellow, that would be great if I could pull that off. And I tried to do that with this, and I couldn't, so I didn't. Yeah. So the second half of this is all in Blender. I'm a Unity man. I you know, use Unity. I'm a programmer more than I'm an artist. So I'd like to showcase more of that in my logos and the like banner that's like on my YouTube channel and stuff like that. So it would be cool. It is on my list. I want to remake this, but not make it in Blender. I want to make this in Unity. I mean, like the character model would be made in Blender, but then like putting that in Unity, using Unity lighting and Unity stuff. Unity, like I could use the VFX graph in Unity and stuff like that. Yeah, that's stuff that's like on my list, but like eventually. I have so many other things that I want to do. Oh yeah, right. I had a whole folder just on hair because hair is complicated. Ooh, yeah, wow. This is just looking at random. Actually, I believe specifically because I not cheated. I think this is the thing I copied pretty directly for the hairstyle of my guy, the animated me, but then I like shortened it or whatever, if I remember correctly. Yeah, hair's hard. And even like those like hair clumps is hard. And they didn't turn out super well on the animated me. Like if you move some of them a little bit, he looks bald underneath. And this is random music notes because I needed to model music notes at some point, and that's under there for some reason. A lot of this can be cleaned up at some point. But they did lead to me making this guy. This is the like in progress of me making the animated me. It started like this, and this. At the point where I was like, rather than being like realistic, let's go more cartoony. That's nightmare fuel. And then that, and then got the hair end, got the body, and the changing the shapes and stuff, blah, 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 blah. Well, it's going for like a comic booky art style at one point, and then I dropped that. It got the lab code, and this lab code was also so hard and so like finicky. It'd be nice to figure out a solution where it's not so. This is my favorite render of the whole thing. this looks great. I like how this turned out. But then, like, entirely because I don't know, the lighting and the whatever. But then I got the explosion, which it's just it's not even like it's like a ball. I don't know. It was hard. And then it slowly got the pieces of my animation in place. Yeah. Even this thing, it's neat, but I would like to remake it in Unity as well. And then it'd be cool to use more Unity things, like actually having, I don't know, rigid body, like here's an explosion of cubes and like stuff like that. I don't know. A lot of stuff that's on my to-do list. Anyways, I have gotten so off topic from this. Or even, there was other things I was rambling about that I didn't finish. What was like, at one point I was rambling about my like history of jobs. Like, I worked at Paper Route, McDonald's, one factory, Western Waffles. They changed their name. It's like Treehouse Foods or something. It was a waffle factory. Then there's a factory called Massili North America that they make jar caps. I was like, I did not just watching an assembly line, but like doing other tedious tedious tasks that happen to be in a factory there. That was 3 summers. That wasn't the worst thing ever. Like, yeah. And then there's the job I have now. Yeah, doing Unity stuff, doing Unity stuff that's not game things. That's I guess like, so again, I said I'm being careful not to like show too much because I don't want to get in trouble with my work people, but I can show publicly available information. Like, I work for a company called Fingerworks Telestrators. Basically, short version is when sports happen and then like a replay happens in like football, and then they draw lines, be like, oh, I got one over there. Why don't they circle that guy? We don't do that. We made the tool, the software that lets them draw on the screen and like point stuff out. And we even do some stuff in esports. You can see like a random clip of like League of Legends down there. That's League of Legends, right? Why does that look slightly not like, is that League of Legends but a different map that's not the main one? Okay, anyway. Yeah, so that's what we do. And that's cool and all. Anyways, so it's not me, it's not my company. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, so long story short though, yeah, that's going good. But it's been a source of why I've been so busy, but that's okay. Now, there's definitely other things I was rambling about that I've totally forgotten, and like, oh well. Welcome to the Cyberchroma stream where we don't stay on topic, and most of it's just me rambling about nonsense for hours. Oh, this is my first stream back. I can ramble about the stuff I've been doing and all that. It's fine. It will be cool when we get to the point where we're like right now we're planning a game, getting to the point where it's like, here's this like, you know, actually having progress done on it game that like, it's looking cool and whatnot, actually doing progress. That'll be cool, but we'll get there, I understand that like, I've been gone for a while. I have to like, build back up a lot of what I've lost from being gone. Yeah, okay. Yeah, hey, it's a good test that that's working. Chaos and Redeem Multiplexer. That doesn't show up in the, I forgot whether it did or not. It doesn't show up in like the, as far as the stream's concerned, you just see that in the side on chat and all that. Yeah, I haven't looked at these too much. I still, my like, random things to redeem. Right, yeah, okay, so there, I have like, for no reason, I've like, I have background music playing, like, just for funsies, guess like what the current background song is. I mean, this playlist, well, spoilers, I don't even have my headphones on, so I can't even hear. Oh, it's not too loud, right? I haven't confirmed. As of, at the moment, how is the volume of music versus volume of my microphone, is it fine? According to these OBS levels, it should be fine. It's good? Coolsies. I mean, one thing that's like hard to account for is that different random things, like the volume's gonna be louder or quieter. But yeah, I have a playlist of just 1,126 videos. I see some that can get like private and whatever, but roughly 1,100 random bits of music from random games, just because. I might actually start trimming some of them out. There's definitely some that I'm like, I don't care. It just like there was a point where I'm like, get like, every piece of music ever, not every, like get like very wide. Even like I don't really care about this song, but I want the playlist to be bigger so that there's more like variety rather than the same like 5 things playing over and over. Oh, and also this website is just some random website that I found that like will because thing with YouTube, I will complain about. YouTube, when you have a playlist and you like go to shuffle it, it's way that it randomizes shuffling is just broken. I guess I haven't looked in a while. Maybe it's fixed now, but I doubt it. Where it just doesn't shuffle right. It like usually I think like the first. If I have a thing of 1,000, the first thing it'll pick will be something in the first like 50 or something like that. I think I remember that being a thing. Like which one it will start with won't be as random as it should be, and then it very frequently will just repeat stuff. If you're randomly going through a thing of 1,000, it shouldn't repeat. Repeating shouldn't happen if it's random, but it would repeat stuff constantly. Like, oh yeah, that's weird. So I found this random website that just does what that should do, but better. It just is a random playlist that like it takes the playlist and just plays in order. Anyways, that's not super important. Also, I'm trying to random video game music that isn't gonna get me like copyright claimed or striked or whatever. That's not super concerned. Solve a Rubik's Cube. Oh no! Where's over here? Haha! I do still have this on my desk. Haha. I don't want to spend too much time doing this, so I'm just gonna like. Oh, usually I bring up like a timer for this. I'm not gonna bother with that. That's fine. Yeah. So, yeah. My different like redemption things you can redeem. There's like, ooh, look at the. If I do. See, what's hard is if I'm holding it down here, you can't like see it, but you can with the power of moving desk and therefore moving camera. I don't want to mess with the camera angle. You're gonna get this angle. Whatever. I'll figure out something more. Problem with that. Someday I'll get 10,000, make you play a horror game I made. Ooh, if I even still have the files, lol. Yeah, actually, someone did redeem that a little bit ago. That was the person who like. How am I forgetting his name? No, I literally Francesco. That's it. In my Discord, I was even saying stuff earlier. Sorry that I'm like terrible with names. Francesco or whatever. Yeah, he redeemed it a little bit ago, and then I played Scrutinized, which this stream was okay. I think that there's things I would do better next time in that stream. One, I paused a lot because I was scared. I'd do that less. But then also, that game is a horror game where it's like you're spending hours and hours, and then like if you die, you just lose so much progress. I think I'd pick a horror game where it's less one stake, you're losing hours and hours of progress, just so there's like more progression in the course of the stream, but whatever. Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah. Anyways, I guess I'll solve this while I also still ramble. I am very rusty with Rubik's Cube solving, so this is not going to be fast at all. It's still also on my super massive to-do list. It is on my agenda that I want to get better at solving Rubik's Cubes in that the method that I use to solve a Rubik's Cube is very haphazard. Making mistakes? No, that's not how you be fast. It's very haphazard, where I started learning some random beginner method of solving a Rubik's Cube that I can't find the video on anymore, which is like weird. So there's stuff that I know that I use from a video that I just straight up can't find. And then I started to learn like the proper actual way that professional solve Rubik's Cubes. It's like CFOP, and that's cross. First two layers, F2L, OLL, which is orientation of last layer, and then PLL, permutation of last layer. It's funny, it's an acronym that like has acronyms in it. I started learning that, but never finished. So I currently solve Rubik's Cube in a way that's like half CFOP and half just random. Hey, I solved it. I skipped the PLL step. Ooh. So at some point I want to actually finish learning all the 50 whatever OLL algorithms and then 26 or something PLL algorithms, and then like, yeah, but I never got around to that. At some point I want to do that and then like, yeah, solve that faster. It'd be funny the idea of like dedicating an entire stream to just like practicing solving a Rubik's Cube, but that's not happening now. I have too many other things on my list. Hey, there's my emotes as well. I would like to have more emotes. Not just emotes on my face. It'd be cool to be able to do more stuff in stream to be able to turn into emotes. Like if I made a game that like had some funny character in it and then making that character's face an emote, that'd be cool. Not all of them have to be my face, but But yeah, that's the one where I got scared by my own code, so that was a thing. Oh yeah, that's one of the random ones because like I just wanted to, like, in the back end of Twitch, I just wanted to like fill out all the slots, and they have a bunch of like pre-made ones or whatever. So I was like, I might as well just like fill them all out with random stuff while I don't have actual emotes to like fill them out with. Remember that? I think I clipped it. You might have. Yeah, you probably were the one that did. That was when I was making Ultra Tag, Extreme Tag. It's basically just random prefix and then tag. Random adjective. It was like Extreme Tag, Ultimate Tag, Ultra Tag. It was just first school project, make a tag game. And then, yeah. But then I went so overboard with trying to make the most complicated, like, pathfinding system ever, which was cool. It was conceptually cool to try that, but looking back on, like, it sucks that it still ended up being so flawed that I had to like take the test level that we had and cut a bunch of it out because the AI just like couldn't handle it. It's unfortunate. And then that game I made in the HD render pipeline, and I wouldn't say I regret it, but like when I continue working on that, the first thing I'm doing is going back to the universal render pipeline, because there's just things about HD render pipeline that I don't like, things that it tries to do to look graphically better that I couldn't turn off, that like made my thing look kind of graphically worse. But oh well. Like, one thing that HD render pipeline does by default is that if you're in like an area that's like dark, the lighting kind of goes like, I don't know how to explain it, but it like goes darker, and then when you go out kind of from an interior to an exterior, the lighting like adjusts, which, yeah, real life can do that, I guess, and it's a cool movie effect. But if I don't want a game to have that, I just can't turn that off, right? I'm sure you can turn it off somewhere, but it just adds some problems. Like, and then I also something that I wasn't able to just pull off well is that I wanted, like, I think like if you were it versus if you were not it, something was bad. Like, if you're it and trying to tag someone versus someone trying to tag you, someone that you should be running away from had a red outline. Someone that's like okay and not a threat had a green outline. But the outline itself like turned out really bad, and that's like a whole other thing. That's like, it'd be great if that had turned out better. So it's just some things that made it not look so graphically good. But in that, I did make Rotten Reginald, and he looks cool. Despite the fact that he doesn't have hair, because I couldn't model his hair. I tried and I failed. Like, he has a hat, because I couldn't have a hat with hair look good. It just, yeah. No, I get you. I think I had my first quarterly project, went a bit overboard, lol, but I'm happy with what I made. Sad thing is, though, is using the only breadboard I have, so I need to get another one before I need it for school. I think, is a breadboard one of those things when you're doing like electrical stuff where it's like a board with a bunch of like pegs that you put in, and you'll use it with like Arduinos and Raspberry Pis and all that to like have electrical signals go, you put stuff in here and then stuff comes out here. Yeah, it is? Okay, cool. I personally haven't used, well, I might have used one at some point in like a high school type thing, but I don't know, I've ever like properly used one. Let's Google it to double check that I am, like, it is exactly the thing I think it is. Yeah, it's the thing I think it is. See, example, I suck at describing things. This is the thing that I was thinking of, but I struggle to even explain my own thoughts of what I thought it was. That is a thing that I struggle with, especially with just conveying game ideas. I can have something in my head that I think is cool, just getting the words out is hard. It's something I do struggle with, which, as a streamer trying to convey my ideas, is not amazing. But that's okay. I can ramble my way into into an explanation. That's what I use for my project, is an Arduino. Cool, very cool. I was gonna get an Arduino at one point. Haven't done that. I mean, I have like the other end of that kind of thing. I have. Hold on, one sec. Raspberry Pi. Wow. I think this is a Raspberry Pi 3 that I got. Whoa. Yeah, so I got one of these, and I did do a little bit of messing around with it, getting it set up, doing some interesting stuff with it. Yeah, actually, I did something completely unnecessary just to see if I could, which was kind of cool. I made a little project where I used to have Raspberry Pi, but I never actually used it. Fair enough. I hear that, I think Arduinos are easier to use, but then there's like not as much you can do with them. But then they have like their own strengths, right? Like, you'd use them with a breadboard. I don't think you'd use this with a breadboard that much, right? Or maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. You have all of these things, right? These are what you'd connect to a breadboard, maybe, or something. I don't know. I'm not a hardware person. I'm a programmer. I don't know hardware stuff. I would like to though. I would like to learn hardware stuff. Actually, as an example, yeah, I'm gonna show this. So I'm not an engineering person. I'm not a roboticsy person, but you know, I'd like to learn some of those skills at some point, but it's expensive. It's also expensive to like do that. I'm not gonna have a big workshop with all these tools and like whatever when I don't even know how to do anything. But I saw something at I think I got this from a Staples. I just saw it. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get this just because. I don't care if it's maybe for a kid's thing. This was a thing that like you get, and it's like all the different like pieces, and then you have to assemble. There's all these little like 3D printed parts. It's like a hydraulic hand thing. Like, hold on, let me actually put it on the right hand. It basically just does this. You squeeze the things here, and it bends the fingers. And it's like, wow, I can fail. Can I even pick up the cube? Wow, that was very difficult, and I don't think I could grab it with the other fingers. And if I shake it too much, it's probably gonna fall out. Let me put that down. So this was a thing. And you could use it with a breadboard, but if they don't have built-in pinholes, you'd have to solder it. Yeah, you could do it for sure. Yeah, so you got soldering. I've never done any of that before, and that's both dangerous for burning myself. I don't know what I'm doing, and like complicated. And also like, if I'm just messing around with building stuff, it's like a point of no return of if you solder something together, it'd be really hard to like undo that. Where with programming, I can always just start another Unity project. I don't have to buy a whole new computer to do that. Make another one and solve the cube with it. Oh no, wait, no. And this was cool to just see like, yeah, these different 3D printed parts and how they go together. And it's like hydraulics, and that there's like water in these tubes, and then yeah, that's how they do. It would be really cool. Surprisingly enough, it's actually fairly easy to desolder. See, that's information I didn't know. So like, there's an example of like my lack of knowledge with engineering. I'm gonna put this down. It's left-handed. It does have like a way that I can like take out a thing and flip it around, and then it can be right-handed, but I'm a lefty, so that's how I did that. I get to, and yeah, that was just, it was fun to just experiment with, and just like a small like entry level, yeah, putting together a thing like that. There's a bunch of 3D printed parts and all that kind of thing, which, or I actually, I don't know how to say it's 3D printed or whatever. It's like plastic mold, whatever. Anyways, it would be cool, it'd be very cool to, if I myself were able to like, 3D print parts, like make stuff in Blender. I know in Blender you can like have measurements and like, I have this cube, it's exactly this dimension by this, and this is this angle, and like all that kind of stuff. I know it has those capabilities. Making stuff and then like 3D printing it. I know there's a website, I think it's called Shapeways, where you can like upload models and then get them 3D printed and then sent to you, so I wouldn't have to own a 3D printer for that. And I kind of also like that kind of option, because then they deal with all the like complications of the 3D printer actually working and like all that kind of stuff. And I think you can pay them extra, so they'll like, when you 3D print something, you can't just make it and 3D print it. You have to be aware of how it will print, and there's like problems where if it's like not made right, it's gonna fall apart in the middle of, you know, being built. Like, you can't make something that's floating in midair. Like if you're making a pedestal of like a guy that's like standing there, if he's like leaned over too much, it could like fall over, and like you have to account for that kind of stuff. I'm aware of some of those rules, and I also know that Blender has stuff to detect that. You can toggle some settings, and then like these faces will be red because it's a problem. But I think with like Shapeways, I think you can like pay them extra to like do some of that for you. Like you take the model, and it's like you figure out how to make it so that it can 3D print. I've looked into some of that stuff, but I've never fully gone through with that. With like my animated guy, it would be conceptually neat to like 3D print him and like have him on a little pedestal or something. That'd be kind of cool. Or not even just him, like even other stuff that I made, like I have to have more finished projects. When I have more finished projects than like having different stuff for my games, like the submarine that I made, like that'd be kind of cool to just like have on my shelf or whatever. Like the random shelf of just nonsense I have back there, if it was just filled with like Cyberchroma related things, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, of the many things that I want to do, it's like I have too many things that it's like lower on the list of just a lot of just things I haven't gone around to doing yet. Yeah, I would love to 3D print something. Yeah, conceptually seems cool. Oh, but I was saying with like, so there's like 3D printing like a guy and like, you know, have something on like a pedestal is just like, ooh, look, it's cool. But then there's also the idea of like, if I were to do engineer robotic stuff with that, like I made my own robo hand by making 3D modeling all the parts that would connect together and then 3D print those out and then assemble stuff. That also is conceptually really cool, but like that would take a lot of work to do that kind of thing. But you know, who knows? Someday maybe that's stuff I can experiment with, and if I do, you know, it will be streamed. Yeah. Anyway, that's like potential stuff for the future. I have a lot of ideas for potential things that I want to do. It's a matter of like getting through all of them and getting them done. I was gonna 3D print a case for my project, which was a game console, but I didn't have enough time. Oh, that is cool. That does seem very neat. Yeah, very cool. But yeah, I don't know. At some point, we will do like Raspberry Pi stuff. One thing I did experiment with that was the idea of essentially connecting Unity to it. Only in that, like, I actually set up. This is many months ago. I just actually I don't remember. Was it before I stopped streaming? I want to say it was after, maybe. Like when I was still busy, but like had a little bit of free time. I was just doing stuff like 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. So like not really something I could stream. It was just busy, but like had a little bit of time to do this. I set up a server on the Raspberry Pi. I think the Raspberry Pi was a server, and then on the computer it was like a client. Or it was the other way around. Well, it doesn't really matter. It's two things that were connected. One was the server, one was the client. I'm gonna say that the computer was the server, and then the Raspberry Pi was the client. And then the server was running a Unity program. It was in Unity, C# and all that. And then it sent stuff over to the client that was on the Raspberry Pi that was running, was it Python? I think it was Python that then took in that data and then basically did nothing with it, but just, I think it just like, take the number, like send some integers over and then like double them and then send them back. And basically just that is like a test that like, hey, that's a thing I can do. So that was conceptually neat. Of like, in theory, the idea that I can have a Unity program because I like Unity and any excuse to be able to do something in Unity as opposed to anything else I'll do. Having some Unity program that can do something with some data, send it to a Raspberry Pi. I don't know, there's some interesting things I could do with that. That'd be cool. But anyways, yeah, that was a whole other, yeah, it's stuff that could happen someday. We'll see. Anyways, as I reach the end of one rambling, I happen to remember any of the other things that I was rambling about. Probably could for sure. Yeah. But yeah, 3D printing stuff could be cool. Just look at how serial ports work. Oh no, I'm saying that what I was just rambling about is something I did, not something I was saying I could do. This is something I did successfully get working. Like it's functional. I think that I'm on a new computer now. I think that was when I had my old computer. I think that was like on my old computer. I'd have to like rip it out until I have to transfer it over. I'm not going to do that right now. Maybe at some point I could show some of that on the screen. I mean, it's basically just like, here's some numbers. And I even have to remember how I even set it up in the first place. But yeah, I had it. So like in Unity, it was like a server, and then the thing was a client, and like all it did was just send numbers, do random math, just to like show that it worked, and then send it back, and then Unity like printed the numbers. Yeah, but yeah, so that's the thing. Anyways, what was I saying? At some point, I'll get back to working on planning this game, because that was the main point of this stream. We're making a game, and I'm planning stuff with it, but then, yeah, people coming by and having a conversation. I'm totally happy to do. The thing is, when I was back in school, I had deadlines of like, yeah, I gotta finish this project in this amount of time. Like, I mean, ideally, right now I have my own self-imposed deadline of finishing this in 9 days or whatever. But like, it's okay if I'm more okay to like, yeah, ramble about stuff. I imagine after today, ideally when this thing is planned and we're actually making the game, I'll probably be doing a lot more of making sure I'm actually working on the thing. I mean, I could try to get better at like rambling and working at the same time, but whatever. Yeah, so, what was I saying? There was something else that I was talking about that I like, I was like, oh wait, let me talk about this other thing. I was like, so the 3D printing, just okay. So different ideas I have in general, different stuff that I want to do with streaming. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. And even some of the things I said that would be cool to do at some point, they're not on this list. There is right now. Main thing is working on this game. This make a game in 9 days. As just like, I thought this was a cool way to like get back into streaming by doing this project rather than just jumping right into stuff that I'd done before that I was in the middle of. It just felt a little less messy to like, let's start something new as a thing to finish or whatever. I've thought about working on a side uni project because I haven't made a game in a year. Yeah, I have so many side projects. I have things that I've started and just, yeah, haven't finished. But will someday. I mean, right now, so with a lot of the stuff I want to do in the immediate future, it's kind of split into two categories. I mean, right now there's this small scope game. Let's say that's its own thing. Once I'm done that, in a week from now, then there's like two categories of stuff. There's working on a game that's like, I want this to be my next big game, actually working towards something that I finish and it's cool, and like I release it on Steam and it's a big whole, complete game that I'm proud of and all that. And right now, that game is looking to be the Handyman with the Unicycle. There's that. Even though from the last time that you guys would have seen this on stream, I have stuff to change about it, tweaks to make, and like, not that it's gonna be a completely different game or anything, but like, when I get back to working on this, there's like things to address with it or whatever, right? But then there's also that I think that with some things that I want in this game, I am lacking in skill in some areas of Unity of like some things I want to do. Like, ideally, I want this game to have humans in it, actual people that walk around and say stuff. Like the main character being, the character you play as and some NPCs, basically. But I don't know if I'm fully confident, like, at the point of making fully anime, and it can still be indie game level of quality. It doesn't have to be like Pixar. Like, as much as I want to, in my head, I have to understand that I'm one guy who's not a Blender expert. I'm not going to be making like Disney movie level quality cutscenes. I have to learn to live with that. But I do to some degree in whatever like low poly or like indie game kind of way I wanted to have people. But to get to even that point, I need to do some more work to get to that point, which leads into other things. Before I continue that train of thought, let me finish the first thing I said of two streams of content, of stuff that I want to be doing. One is making next game that's like proper game to release and whatever. The other thing is YouTube videos. I want to continue doing stuff on YouTube, and with the main facet of that being tutorials, my Unity tutorials that I do. So actually it's funny that both of the things that I want to do, in order to continue doing them, there's like other things I want to do that then work into what they are. So with Handyman with the Unicycle, it's like, I want to have people and like cutscenes. So if I'm not so good at that, I want to practice with like a separate thing on the side of like making people and having to be animated and like having like a Unity project that all it is getting a guy to do a ledge grab and like climb up the ledge or like climb up a ladder. And like we focus on that as like just its own condensed thing. It's not a game or anything. It's just get this one individual thing to happen. Like doing potentially some like projects like that is like something I want to toy around with. And then with my Unity tutorials, I want to try a different way of how I'm making them, a new style for how they're going to look in terms of the format and all that. And in order to do that, I'm already in the middle of making some custom Unity tools, kind of. That makes it sound a lot bigger than it is, but like I'm doing a little bit of editor programming, but not like massively. So I'm doing that in its own other separate Unity project with some stuff that I'm making there. So when I started working on that, I thought I would like finish it a lot faster, like the sort of proof of concept thing I was gonna make. So I'm like, I won't mention it in like my Discord. I'm gonna keep it more of a surprise so that like it can come out and be like, whoa, look at this thing. It's gonna be a long time till that's actually like done. I can just like speak on it. It's fine. It doesn't need like, yeah, whatever. It's basically my idea, a thing that I wanted to do. So in the past, I have one basically where I made it like a Blender animated short, just like a minute long or 2 minute long thing of just like random ideas, like a character that runs around and like. Actually, yeah. This random Blender animation I made, it was called like Into the Temple or something. it's just like, oh, it's like a person who's like, it's adventure in a temple, and then it's like, then you get to a door, it's like, oh, I gotta find the key, and then it's like, just a random like little thing that has not really any much story. But that was the thing I made like years ago. Just had the idea, storyboarded it, and then like made it. It was like a practicey kind of thing. Actually, it's funny. That was a character model that was gonna be in a game. That is another thing that I never finished. So was also a thing. And actually, that wasn't going to be the main character of the game. That was going to be one of two main characters. The other person that was also going to be wearing a lab coat. That was before I even had the lab coat, which is funny how long ago that was. I wanted to make Blender short, but I'm a little lazy. My computer would take days to render it. Yeah, that's a thing with Blender in general, just how long things take to render. And even like, my animation, you've seen, I even showed earlier on stream, my intro animation that I have. The actual Blender file for it, it's over here, just digging it out, which is over here and here. This is the Blender file of my intro animation. Giving a second to like do things. Okay. This is a very complicated Blender scene, and like if people are an expert in Blender, I'm sure there's stuff that they could do to have it be like better. I'm gonna go actually not do that because is it actually affecting the quality of the stream? Hold on. Oh no. Oh, I don't know if you guys are seeing this, but I'm seeing a frame dip in. It's not like terrible, but I'm noticing that like my hand is being more choppy. So I'll not have that by my computer. Yeah, this file, the scene is so complicated, especially being like, I haven't touched this in like a year. Trying to remember how anything was set up is hard. I made a slight modification to this, and that was super hard. It was so annoyingly hard to make. A change that I knew that I was gonna make when I first made this animation, but then in practice, actually doing it, it wasn't the worst thing in the world, and most of it was because I hadn't touched Blender in a while. But here, let me bring up, this video has my intro animation. Where is it? Hold on. I'm just trying to find in this where I have my intro animation. I'm not seeing it. There it is. So, I was like, let's get started. So it has this, yeah. Wow. You notice how the submarine, what was in the capsule, and then it did the exploding thing. And then I have, at the end, it's like, it gets added to the pile of the stuff that's back here and everything. It moves over one. Each of these objects was meant to represent something that I've made. Well, basically, each one of these is one of the tutorials that I've made, of the 14 that I've made. All I've kind of made branched out from just tutorials. And then I have, when I made this video, my most recent one, animation. It's different. It has music notes, and then the submarine is over there. Yeah, so the idea when I made this was that with each one that I made, I have a new thing that relates to what the video is in this capsule, and then I move everything down one. Which, I get that requires more work to then re-render the animation. I knew that when I did it, but I thought it would be cool regardless. Then over time, like, there's just more stuff going back and back. I thought conceptually that was a neat idea. In practice, yeah, it's hard to do, but like, yeah. But yeah, this Blender scene is so complicated. It's so, I mean, like, compared to like people making full-on animated movies, it's probably nowhere near as complicated, whatever. And then like, they probably know better practices with working in Blender so that it's not as much of a mess. But I don't, I'm no expert. Where was I going with this sentence? I had a reason that I brought this up. What was it? There was something about, I mean, so this character, like, from the side does not look so great. The ear is too far back. I think the head's too long. I want to remake the character at some point. So I forget why I was gonna bring this up, but one place I was going with this is that I want to remake this animation in Unity so that it's in Unity. One is it'll be a million times easier to like to make those kind of changes. Unity is just, I'm more comfortable working with Unity than Blender. Oh, you said, oh, the render. You said something about when you, so when you make a Blender animation, the rendering, that the scene is complicated and all that. I want to try making, so that was leading into another bit of YouTube content I want to make, is I want to make Unity animations, like an animated short that's rendered entirely in Unity and not Blender. And I know that there's drawbacks to that, like Blender can on average look better graphically with like lighting and more complicated materials and all that. Despite that, I still want to try it anyway. I want to try making little short, like animated shorts in the same way as like, you know, this intro animation or like the short that I made like a long time ago, the Blender one, but in Unity. And one of those things I want to do is just take this. I don't know yet which of two things I'm going to do. Either one, take this and try to have it be in Unity exactly as is, same thing in Unity Game Engine, and see how that goes. Or if that is going to be so much trouble to reset all of this up in there, do I just sort of not start completely from scratch? I may import some of the models and like some of them, or do I just make a completely new animation but entirely in Unity? That'd be a cool idea too. Yeah, I'm hoping so. I think I also personally, I think I will enjoy doing that more, even if it may be more work and like whatever. I personally like Unity more than Blender, and also I'm a programmer more than I am a 3D artist. The main thing that I get out of doing that is that I can automate stuff with code, and that like I just mean like I can have stuff that's happening in an animation happen in like a game-like sense, where something in the background is hypothetical. I have a platform that's moving back and forth. I would more, I'd rather, like, do that. Have code that tells it to move back and forth in C#. I know you can code in Python in Blender, but, like, that's different. That's, no thanks. that's not something I've done, and no. But yeah, be able to kind of use game dev things to assist in animation. I think it depends on what kind of animations you're making, I guess, but I think for the kind of animations I want to make, gamey things will work for the stuff that I want to do. For example, with this animation, because it's meant to be this little intro thing with the jingle, it's like, what is Cyberchroma, the brand? And like, what's that meant to represent, like the colors or whatever. I'm a programmer, so having more programming-y stuff in an intro, I think would be more fitting, would be more cool. Like, you have it, like, I do a decent amount of physics stuff in Unity, so like, having explosion of cubes and like, you know, I don't know, rigid body things happening, yeah, it could be more fitting for me, potentially. But yeah, whether I take this exact same concept, same idea, it's just this but in Unity, or whether I make something completely new, or some kind of somewhere in between, I don't know yet. I'll figure that out. So part of that was to say, when I get to making, so one type of YouTube content that I want to make is like, yeah, so little animations. That's also a part of doing that is cutscene practice. I have games like the Hang of Unicycle. I want this game to have cutscenes in it, and by making animated shorts in Unity, it will be practice making cutscenes in the same manner that I would potentially be making cutscenes in, you know, for an actual game. So that's the secondary thing. Especially by making an animated short that has people in it, like humans, that not just like, if it has like human characters, then that's practice animating people to then potentially be able to animate people in a game, an actual game, or cutscenes for Hang of the Unicycle and that kind of thing. So it's meant to be, so it's like two branches of stuff I want to do, but there's a lot of overlap where it's like I'm doing one as practice for the other. And then my tutorials as well. But being able to use some of that visual flair in my tutorials is something I want to do. So, you know what? I'm going to bring something up. I think this is the project with this. Yeah. So where I left off with these two test animations I was going to be making, keep in mind, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I am terrible at explaining things, so I might explain this in a way that doesn't make sense or sounds like extra weird, but ideally the thing that I have land in my brain is cooler than how I'll be able to, and more likely that I can actually execute the idea than what I'm gonna be able to explain. So this is a thing. This is a thing of what I've made so far with something. You're muted, yeah. Ignore the jankiness. We're gonna... So, yeah, I'll let you soak it in, then I'll say what this is. Wait, are you... You're not gonna... Okay, where was the other one? Oh, here. What is this? Didn't change anything, so it should be fine. Oh, no, never mind, there's something already. So, these are things. Actually, I'm gonna show it, and then I'll give explanation afterwards. I think that's funnier. This is some of what I was doing in the past, in the between when I stopped streaming, when I started, when I was actually about to get back into streaming the first time, and then other stuff made me extra busy, and then it took longer. Wow, what could all this be? So, my crazy idea is... I'm bringing this... I need one extra bit of context. So I make tutorials where it's a back and forth between... Like, my current format for my tutorials, in a nutshell, is... Wait, it's a back and forth between real life me talking directly into the camera, and then shots of in Unity, usually accompanied by, or I have some of these like pretty shots of stuff in the Unity scene working, like, because this is to make a submarine move. It's like just shots of the submarine moving and different stuff, like, oh, we make the turbine spin and all that, and then shots of code where I'm changing code, or shots of like a Unity scene where I'm made a script, or like I drag something into the scene or whatever. I want to make more tutorials. I want to make more tutorials that are, you know, high-ish production that look cool and all that. I'm trying to find a way of making it more unique, the way that I kind of make them, and not just kind of following what everyone else is doing, I guess. And more that's more with like the ideas for the tutorials rather than no, the editing is in there too. If I make a tutorial on making a first-person shooter, and it just like matches basically like anyone else who's made a first-person shooter tutorial, then you know that's not ideal. But two, this took... I have it in the beginning. I put on screen how long it took for me to make this. Where are you? No, hold on. No, I give like a table of contents. This is how... Okay, this list is exaggerated. Because this is like day I started thing to day I ended thing, ignoring days in the middle where I didn't work on it at all because I was busy with school. So mainly this thing, like making the environment took like 63 days. Technically that's true, it's day I started to day I finished, but I had like exams in the middle of this, if I remember the timeline correctly. And it's funny how this is a programming tutorial, and the programming took the shortest amount of time compared to anything else. The editing took so long, and then also lumped in this was when I had made my intro and outro, and that took a long time. But I'm not... So what was I saying? So with this video, and also with this video that I made, lot of editing in Adobe Premiere that I'm not the biggest fan of editing in Adobe Premiere, and looking for... Basically, I have an idea of a way that I can do less Adobe Premiere editing, but still have cool visuals and all that. And all that's a big, huge roundabout to say my idea is making a tutorial that's essentially one long animated Unity, rendered entirely in Unity short. Or maybe like a couple that could be like stitched together depending on how it would need to be. Where in a Unity scene, I have, so I'm gonna, as an example, I'm gonna say the next big tutorial that I wanna make is a stealth tutorial where, not stealth, line of sight tutorial, I guess, where if in a stealth game it's like there's a guard that's patrolling and he like has his cone of vision of what counts as seeing you, and if you walk in front then oh, you got caught. I don't know why I picked that idea. It's just, and one of the, like, there's a bunch of potential things I could make a tutorial. I'm using that one as an example. Just making that line of sight if something crosses in front of me. It's like, haha, I saw you. To do like cone casts, ray casting stuff. Anyways, having a Unity scene where you have that exact setup, and I can pan around the scene because I have a complicated camera rig that like can like go around and focus on stuff, and you can change its like field of view and like all that sort of stuff. And it can be looking at stuff in the scene. And as a tutorial, it's like, oh, here's this thing. We're going to make it do X, Y, Z. And then I can, in the Unity scene, if I want me to be talking, I have this cool... Where is it? It was more in the other scene. I have a thing set up where I can have this complicated monitor thing that's here, and it can fly around the scene using the same rig that the camera uses, a similar rig that the camera uses, to have interesting like movement patterns. It's all happening by code as well, which is more fun to me to make, have stuff like this happen by code, rather than the manual, meticulous making of, if I were to make something bob around like this in Blender. Also, I can get more randomness out of this, that's also cool. It has like a stuff attached to it that like make it random. Random within certain parameters. I have a thing like this that can play videos. This thing that's black, it can be playing videos. And because it can play a recorded video of me, the live action me saying stuff can be on a monitor inside the Unity scene. And I basically, it would be how I transition between live action me and the inside the Unity scene doing stuff. I can have that and which one? I want to be in this one. And then to program stuff, you may see I have over here things with code. Now, this may look like screenshot of C#, screenshot of Visual Studios, and that is something I could have done. It's like if I need a clip of me typing some code, take a video of me just typing out code and then put that in here. What if I told you this is way more extreme? This is... Wait for it. What time do I set it to? Wait, hold on. Stuff should be happening. Hold on. So, wait, no, okay. I mean, there's stuff that's, I haven't looked at this scene in like a while. I'm sure it's something simple. That actually, did I turn you off? I'm looking at the right thing, right? Or was it you? Or maybe you are. Don't mind me as I do some tiny bit of debugging on like a completely different project. I'm just curious of why something isn't working. They changed the whole time. Right, I did. Right, no, okay, no, oh, that's why. No, okay, we're gonna ignore this. This is stuff where it's like I made this work and then I did some other changes that broke this, and I remembered knowing that would happen, and I had to unbreak this at some point. I just didn't get around to that. Okay, so this is not code coming from Visual Studios. This is this is code coming from text files that look like this. Ooh, it's just text file of code. .txt, this is not a .cs file, but like I did testing in a CS file to like figure out what the code should be. There's no coloring to this. I auto-color this. I have code that automatically is coloring this, similar to how C# code should be colored, where certain words are like this, like, you know, blue, and certain like this like light blue, more of a cyan almost, but not really. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, have auto code coloring and all that. And this, it had stuff that was working at one point where it can animate typing more code where it's like, here's what the text file should look like at point A, here's what it should look like at point B, and like the difference is adding this line that says move, then it like and like types out that line. Very cool. Still has like work to be done to be working, but that to say that if basically the different parts of my tutorials where I have stuff where it's like, here's fancy shot in Unity of stuff, here's shot of code where I type stuff, and here's shot of in-person me rambling and saying stuff. I've basically found ways of doing that entirely in Unity in a way that has the extra visual flair of like a panel flies in with my face on it that covers the whole screen, and that's how it transitions to being full screen, and then it just like backs up to then be whatever's in the Unity scene. And basically this is how I've done way too much work to turn not having to do, basically to not have to animate or to not have to edit as much in Adobe Premiere. I basically turn the same stuff I kind of do in a tutorial, in one of my tutorial videos, into just one long Unity animation. And I think the idea of doing that is very cool and can look creative and be just an interesting style to have. So all that explanation to say that is just a thing that I'm gonna be doing at some point when I eventually get back to it. It also, this has two features. One, cool way of making new videos and tutorials, and less editing is just more enjoyable to me. Two, cutscene practice. Again, mainly stuff to do with like the camera and everything that's not the code and the live action me. Everything else that I've made with this, which is like, actually, I think I have, yeah, the camera here that like, are you gonna be functional? You might not be. You are not entirely, it should be looking around and stuff. This was an old test scene that I definitely broke when I rewrote some stuff. That's okay. Over here is the scene that's like actually functional but doesn't have a lot of stuff set up. And even stuff like that is like, the timing is off and needs to be smoothed out and stuff like that. Anyways, oh, by the way, did you notice that I'm not in play mode? All this stuff is happening. I'm not in play mode for this stuff happening. It's, oh wait, actually that's why the other one wasn't working. Oh, wait, I'm gonna be able to still show this off. I do a little bit of this. The code might actually work properly. Aha! Okay, right, that was it. Yeah, that's what so now that I'm in play mode, woo, look at all this happening by, like, it's not perfect. It's definitely not perfect. But, you know, it's getting there. Woo. So animating, adding, and deleting code. It has limitations. We can kind of do stuff like one block at a time, but, and like how I have to set up the text files in very specific ways for it to not just implode. But ideally it'll be more like robust eventually. I also have, there's like a thing I have set up where I can, I forget what has it. Wow, it's super cool. Yeah, it is. I think it's very neat. And like, the idea is that it'll come to be cooler and cooler. I also just said, these are screenshots. This isn't anything fancy. These are just images of like stuff in the scene. If I wanted to like, inside of here, like, oh, here's the rigid body. Let's like, do something about that. I don't know. just like, so I have the capabilities of showing off stuff in the actual Unity, like, windows if I wanted to. That's like, yeah, hypothetical stuff. I also have over here, I'm just, yeah, keep showing off some of this because I think it's cool. It's visually interesting, all the stuff that I made. So these are cubes. They're just falling in whatever. Except there's a lot more than meets the eye that's going on here. So this cube, I believe, I remember this, how this is set up. Where's the, what? Yeah. Whoops. Whatever. This cube is falling under normal physics. This is just a thing with a rigid body. That's all. I have code that can run on this where it basically bakes the physics. It just copies the position and like rotation and I think scale of this cube every frame as it was running. Or I set like when to start and then how long to do the recording for, and then it spits that out into a text file. That I would put in the name of. And then I have these that are replay cubes where I can then replay that text file, essentially. The text file is just positions and rotations. Actually, I don't even think scales are in here. Yeah. They could be, but they just aren't at the moment. So then these cubes, you notice that they fell and they looked cool and physicsy? These cubes don't have any rigid bodies on them at all. Wow. And they do that. And even to like extra put in the point, these cubes are just straight up off the ground, so definitely not colliding with anything, and yet they bounce in that way that looks very physicsy. Because these also have a thing set up where they can have like copy the thing, but like have an offset. So that's how they're set up. And then they can be like delayed as well, like start the playback this many seconds in. This is also part of like making stuff for cutscenes. Because I may in a cutscene want to have some physics thing, do some physics thing, have a building fall or whatever, right? The worry of having just letting physics go wild in a cutscenes in a game are usually meant to be like exact and like, you know, nothing should go wrong in the middle of a cutscene, right? So the idea of if I want a thing to fall and do something through physics, be able to sort of save that physics and then play it back so that the thing that actually you see in the cutscene is just playing back this physics, then it gets to be more exact and like will definitely be the same way every time. 1, 2, then I can delete the rigid bodies off of here, so then just the performance of it is in theory better. I think the performance of not doing physics is better than the performance of reading in from those text files, hopefully. In theory, surely, like saying that out loud, like surely, it probably depends if it's like very tiny physics thing that isn't even that much performance anyway versus like massive text file and whatever, but like, I think there's a point where this does pay off. And then also the consistency was the other thing. Now, there's the drawback of if it's just playback physics, it's not going to be able to like bounce off of something that's like not like this only works if it's going to be the same way every time and nothing's going to like get in the way of it. But that's why, yeah, for a cutscene that makes sense. Anyway, so yeah, it's not just the Unity stuff, the like tutorial stuff I've been making. I was making other things of like getting certain motion to happen. That's part of tools that I can use for making cutscenes, in theory. I also have like cubes that can like teleport around. Basically just having certain events trigger at different times, and then I have this timeline thing where I can woo! Explosion, that's just having explosions set off at a certain time. This is having like, here's a log bridge, and then it just like cuts at a certain point. This is such a very specific case. I don't see myself using this in an animation. I wanted to try a complex physics scenario, and I just got to experiment with hinge joints, which I've never used before. So I was just a separate, like, just for the sake of learning how to do that. Most of this was also learning. Even if some of it might not be super used, I was like, yeah, learning things. But also there was the thing of, right now I'm not in play mode and all this stuff is going. Not everything is like set up for that yet, but ideally a lot of it would. So then that's cool. I can like scrub through the timeline that is my cutscene manager thingy, and yeah, not everything is hooked up to it because it's difficult, but yeah. Where was I going with this? So basically, 2 avenues of content that I want to be making is game handyman with a unicycle, YouTube videos that I'm going to experiment with this style and do stuff with it that's going to lead towards having this like cutscene manager to make little animated shorts out of that could be interesting. And a lot of that's just to practice different ideas with just like making stuff in Unity to like potentially put stuff in a game, but like experimenting with it in like the context of a little animated short first. So it's in its own like little self-contained thing. And also using that technology to go forward, making new tutorials, teaching different Unity concepts and all that in an interesting way that I think could be cool and whatnot. And then also is physically more enjoyable for me to make, which maybe matters more. So yeah, this is stuff that's also in the works, in progress, and you know, we'll see how it goes. But that's kind of the 2 stuff that I wanna do. Now, there is the other thing with my tutorials that's a little weird that, how do I say this? One problem that I also kind of want to, the making this game in 9 days kind of helps with a little bit. That's like, so okay, one weird thing with, I make tutorials teaching people how to do Unity stuff. But usually, if you're teaching someone how to do stuff, you yeah, I have X number of years of Unity experience, but I don't have a lot of like things to actually show, like, here's example of this, you know, successful game that I've made. Like, show that, like, I have skill at using Unity, so now let me also give you tutorials to, like, teach you how to do stuff. It's like my credentials of my expertise in Unity aren't exactly up to scratch, or whatever expression. I made 14 tutorials in my few years of doing Unity, of different styles. Even my style of making tutorials has already changed a bunch, where, like, I started with, like, very simple. The very first one is, like, super simple editing, which is, like, a few cuts, I think. I have a script, but I was purposely robotic because I wanted to, like, official, like, tutorial voice from, like, now we are going to do this, and then we are gonna do this. And it's like, it's boring, but I thought it was a good idea at the time. Like, now I'm like, no, I'd rather be more enthusiastic and interesting in how I was talking in the tutorials. I had a phase at one point where I was like, didn't do much editing. I basically just turned on the camera, hit play, and just go when it was like all one big recording. Those tended to have a lot more rambling in them, like I'm doing right now, so those videos were a lot longer and less organized. Although, funny enough, my car driving tutorial is one of those, so that's a thing. And those sometimes led to more mistakes because they were less organized. How I made those was I'd have the completed Unity project, and then I'd have a new project where maybe I'd like start off some things, like I'd make materials in like a basic, you know, environment or whatever, but then I'd do the actual make the tutorial, like, to the finished thing. So I basically just have to have memorized the exact steps to get from point A to point B, like whatever I was starting with to what the completed tutorial was, which was also like its own exercise, me just having to memorize all the steps. And then with like my submarine video, I went back to like, but then went further beyond with like fully scripted and like heavily edited with different chapters and like all that, which was cool, but also it was a lot of work, and it was very hard to make that. I don't understand how like the big YouTubers have like all these highly edited videos they can spit out in like an afternoon. Like, I guess, yeah, I know people hire like editors and all that, but like even with that, like, geez, like I put so much work into like a submarine video. I feel like any of them could do in like a day and a half, but that's just my own lack of skill, I guess. Both in like editing and also like talking in front of a camera and like memorizing a script enough to look at the camera and say the lines, having them memorized without having to like just read off the script. Especially when I'm actually live action looking in camera rather than not showing face like in the earlier tutorials that I did. Anyways, I got off topic from the point I was making of that. One thing that's weird for me making tutorials is that I don't have like as I got a bunch of like completed games that I made, like I've made these, so let me like teach you stuff that had to do with me making them. So I feel a little bit weird in a way, like making some of the tutorials, like I don't know, hard to put into words. Not that I don't want to make tutorials, I do. Just I feel like it'd be awesome if I had more like to show for it, to not to show for like that I'm qualified to make them in a way. But that's I'm still gonna make them anyway. But yeah, hopefully with stuff like finishing, that I'm making a game in 9 days with this thing, that'll be another thing to add to the pile. And then things like if I make some of those animated shorts and like the Hangman with Unicycle, that'll be more stuff that'll be completed. So that'll be cool. So I have like both of those avenues of stuff that I want to make, and eventually I will, yeah, get to doing all of that stuff. I still figure out like the order of operations, the order that I actually want to do those things. Like this, I just typed up today that like I don't know, will very much be subject to change. But yeah, we're gonna see. Yeah, well, yeah. Got a lot of... It's cool that I have a lot of stuff to be working on. I do have a lot of ideas and stuff that I want to do. I guess it's better than being like, oh, I don't know what to do. I like have no ideas. Well, I'm the exact opposite, where I have too many ideas to be able to work on all of them. Now, whether they're good ideas is a separate question entirely. And whether they can be executed good is, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, grab my water over here. Blah. So how long has it been since I've actually been working on this thing? You tell me. I don't know. Oh well. It's fine. Happy to ramble. I expected to be rambling a lot about unrelated nonsense with this being first stream back and all that. Hopefully, yeah, we'll get back into actually yeah, making stuff. If I can at least be making stuff and rambling at the same time. Let me close all the different things I've been opening up while I've been streaming. This we'll get back to eventually. Whole separate thing with this, one last thing I'll say is that I want to get better at making environments and lighting. As an example, this thing, this will be the environment for my first little like test animation. I don't like how this is turning out at the moment. So I, want to do more practice figuring out how to do better lighting in Unity. Lighting is something I suck at in Unity, and I want to get better at it. And then even making environments. Also, this looks like placeholder stuff. The point of this environment, I wanted the style, the aesthetics of it to have the style of like an unfinished Unity level, or like an in progress, like when you make stuff in Pro Builder and just that this is meant to be the style, kind of, but I want this to look a lot better than it currently does. I'm trying to figure that out. Yeah, is stuff that I'm in the middle of. Stuff I'm trying to figure out, and I kind of want to do get more practice at stuff that can help me improve the skills of making interesting looking environments and interesting lighting and whatnot. Lighting, not just in terms of, ooh, there's a point light here and a directional light here, but also like the post-processing and the figuring out all of these lighting settings and like what they do and how to best configure them. And well, okay, I'm just ruining that. It's okay, let's go back there where you're fine size-wise. Okay, but yeah, that's all. Whole another can of worms that we're gonna deal with on well, I guess we're gonna be dealing with it a little bit here. And frankly, this is turning out like it's decent so far for like 2 seconds of work. No, I spent so much time just being like, oh, what color will the grid be exactly? Okay, for a second, it looked like these are like thinner. It's just because they're so thin, I guess. So I guess let's finally circle back to actually working on this. I'm gonna close you. I'm gonna close you. I'm gonna close you. Okay. So, game. I guess I have to do I'll do a quick catch up with like what the game idea is and what we're planning for this. So 1, we're making a game in 9 days, technically 7, whatever. So super small, super small game. It's not gonna be amazing, big, spectacular thing. It needs to be simple if I'm gonna actually finish this. So anyway, how much rambling I'm doing right now, how much rambling I'll be doing the next several streams, like, yeah, it needs to be extra small. So the idea isn't anything super big, revolutionary, but it's still something that I think has the potential to be neat, and we'll see if we can do cool stuff with it. My throat. So it's a 2D game because 2D is easier to do than 3D 90% of the time. Although because I'm just better with interacting with stuff in a 3D way rather than a 2D way usually. We're doing cubes rather than like sprites. We're doing cubes just viewed from a top-down angle and an orthographic camera, but it's essentially just squares. But I'm gonna probably keep saying cubes. Yeah. Well, this is the player, and basically the idea for so with it being simple, we want simple player, and hopefully the stuff in the environment is gonna be cool and neat to interact with. I wanted like just the way that you move around, like what's something slightly interesting, like rather than just cube that just moves normally, I guess. Simple camera, simple, but like still interesting. Simple doesn't have to mean boring, because that's another thing. We could do like a puzzle game or a game where you have to like explore around in an environment, but I wanted something that's like action-y, that's very like, whoa, like that's kind of cool, as best I could do with it being so small and simple. So action-y is kind of what I want to have this be where I can. What was I gonna say? There was another thing on here to like art style of like cubes. Yeah, keeping the art style itself also being simple. Having the way it moves being interesting would be cool, action-y. yada yada. It'd be cool for the player to be able to look at this game and be like, wow, that's cool. That's a cool thing they did. Not that like puzzle games aren't cool. They are. It's cool in a different way where you usually have to like sit back and think, and then you get the puzzle solution. It's like, oh, they solved it. But yeah, not with this. I want it to be more, if I can, have it be more like, wow, fast-paced, action-y. Anyways, so our idea currently is you have a cube that is the player that can move around in a grid-like space. So you move from tile to tile is the movement that we want to do, because I think that just could be an interesting thing to try to experiment with, and then be able to think of the game in terms of grid spaces. I think there's just some interesting stuff we can do with that, and then it can help things be easier to conceptualize in terms of like the level design and the stuff, and just be able to think of it as like what is occupying certain squares and how it interacts with the squares around it. Now, the extra piece of information here that I think will hopefully just like taking that idea and just doing one other thing to it that I think could be cool is you don't stop moving. You're always moving. You do move around, but basically if you're facing this direction, it's like every half a second you're just like dip, 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 dip. Almost like a rhythm game, but like I don't think it qualifies fully as that. I don't know. Every like half second or so you're moving. So you're basically just changing direction more than like moving. You're moving in a direction and then you gotta be like, I want to move this way. Down. Duh. Duh. So yeah, basically you're always moving. You can't stop. You can, a little lenient, not everything kills you. In some games like this, if you're always moving like Snake, you hit a wall, you die. You hit yourself in Snake, you die. We're being a bit more forgiving than that. If you're up against a wall, you will not move. You're just gonna until you change directions. There will be hazards that will kill you, but not everything will be hazard. Like there's enemies, and enemies will move as well. And I think the fact that the player moves every like half a second, thinking of that as turns, every 0.5 seconds they're taking a turn where they're moving, having other things that work off of this turn-based system, I think could be cool. So enemies could also, every half a second, they also move, and they're moving towards you. And they touch you, they kill you. And other things that we can have be moving as well. Like if a hazard that's not so much an enemy that could be moving back and forth or whatever, you got to make sure that you like pass by on the right square, on the right like sequence. Yeah, having a lot, I don't know if it's gonna be a lot of things, but we'll see. Having things that are moving around on this turn-based system, yeah, we're gonna see how that's gonna go. As far as like objective, currently the idea is just you're at a beginning of the level of some kind and you're moving over to the end of the level, and that's that. I guess for now, I'm gonna mark the end of the level as like just a let's go goal. We'll make it like a yellow cube. You know, I have a better, ideally once it's polished, I have an idea for how it could look that I think will look cool. Because the art style is almost a little bit like paper, the way the background color is, it's almost like a parchment paper, kind of like old, like drawn kind of thing. The goal being like a hole in the page that you're falling through, like you're falling through pages of this book, is an interesting idea. Although, we're going to have the edges of the map be a thing that you can fall down, so I'd have to differentiate the idea of, like, falling off the edge of the grids is bad, but, like, this goal is good. And hopefully those will be obvious. And if not, then we'll have to, like, change the idea. Maybe it'll be, like, a spring that launches you upwards. But having, like, so edge of the page isn't, like, a hole in how to look. Like, it just looks like you can't go, or, like, you'll, I don't know, go off of here and then like shrink into nothingness. Whereas having this look like a physical ripped out hole of page, maybe that would be conceptually how it looks different. I don't know. We'll see. We'll figure that out. That's more polished stuff that, I mean, matters a little bit to just think of like what it could be, but for gameplay wise, it doesn't matter. It's still the same function of it's the end of the level. And I guess that's what we need to focus on more right now is the, and these sticks matter a little bit, but like more focusing on the gameplay mechanics. So you're moving from the beginning level to the end of the level, and then between you and your objective, there's a bajillion. Now, there's just some amount of obstacles, hazards, or things to interact with. So I guess the next thing we got to do is just now have like, what do you interact with? What are things that you could interact with that could be interesting. And then not just that, but also things that can interact with each other in interesting ways. The more interesting, the better. Like, as I just start listing stuff in a way where, like... So, I mean, enemy is a big, like, catch-all term. We could have different enemies that do different things. So I don't think I want to write just enemy. First, I want to think about this in terms of different blocks, not just obstacles, has blocks. And technically, I'm going to say the player is a block. I'll just write these down. Player, wall. Should I actually have descriptions of what these do? I don't need to have a description of the player. Can't move past it, but like, it's you don't die when you hit it. Something that, like, if you're moving against it, a turn still passes it. Moving it, a turn still passes. And this can be interesting with other things. If you have an enemy that's chasing you, every turn it gets closer to you. If you're wasting those turns pressing against a wall, it's still coming for you. That I think can be interesting. So there's a little bit of forgiveness for the player to be like resting against something to figure out their strategy, what they're doing, and then go back out and do stuff. But depending on the level, depending on the context, they might not be able to wait. They might not have the chance to wait too long. So I guess I put enemy. So I think as far as enemies, there's probably three categories of enemies. Enemy, patrol. Basically, one enemy that doesn't like seek you out or anything. I imagine we might have some enemy that just moves in a very specific pattern. Just it does a loop, and like that's all it does. And if you're in the wrong place at the wrong time, you'll get hit. Although I guess that doesn't have to technically be like an enemy. That could be demonstrated by like, I don't know, some other kind of hazard. I don't know what that would be. Because if we have different enemies, we can't have them all be red cubes. They have to like ideally different colors for what they do. And then there's also, if it moves in a path, the player kind of does need to be able to think ahead and be able to tell where they're going. Because if the player doesn't know what the patrol path is, and they're going like down, and then like, I don't know, enemy just comes out of nowhere and moves into them because they thought the patrol path would be one thing and then it wasn't. I don't know what problem that is. So if something moves in a path, does there need to be like transparent lines that show what the path is? That's a bit more of a polished thing, but maybe that is something that we want. If you have something that's like moving along a path, okay, I guess it still performs the same function. So I guess I'm more concerned about function right now than what the thing is, and maybe by planning other things I can come back to this. So I'll just get enemy patrol. It just I mean, it's self-explanatory. Patrols, path, and loops. It's assumed that most things that these touch... I don't need each one to say, if it touches the player, they die. Like, having this list to be comprehensible, but like, as long as I understand what I wrote, then it should be fine. Enemy... follow or something. Moves directly at the player. Can be blocked by walls and killed by hazards. This is one that I think has the potential to be just neat and just not like a super, not like, oh, you just avoid the hazard and you won't die. This is what I think could have some interesting strategy where if you have an enemy, I don't know if it have to be a proximity thing, but it's like, you have, like, if you're on the other side of the level, however long this level could be, if you're on the other side of a level from an enemy, I don't know if it should be moving towards you right now. I don't know if you need to, like, get to a certain, like, tiles away and then it'll start chasing you, but, and then if we do that, maybe we make the enemy look like it's sleeping and then you get close to the, and it starts chasing you. Regardless, enemies chasing you, I think it basically always be moving directly at you. I mean, if it's like here, we'll figure out what straight at you means. It'd probably move down, right? basically it'll always keep moving at you. And there can be stuff in the way. In order to get away, you can, if there's a wall in between, it doesn't care. It'll try to move at you anyway. So if it's like here and your diagonals are going to be tricky to figure out how exactly it should move. It won't be that bad. But look at straight lines. If you're here and it's here, it'll try to move at you and just fail. It won't be able to, and that's how you can potentially get away from enemies by leading it to. Yeah. But then also hazards. If there's like you touch this stationary thing and you die, you could get this enemy and get it to follow you, and then if you're able to go around it and have it still be far enough away that by the time you're here, it's still here, and then it touches it, it dies. That could be a cool way to be able to defeat enemies. That's better than just like running up and hitting a button. So yeah, being able to lead enemies into stuff could be cool, which then also means that like, if we want that interaction to happen, we need to have some kind of incentive at some point of a level that why you would want to kill an enemy. And that could either be the only path to go. You know, if I block this off, if the only place to get to the goal is like there's an enemy here, then you might have to get close to it, wake it up, and then lead it away. But then you might be able to, like, I mean, depending on the context, depending on the specific level design, it might just be a matter of, like, you lead it like in a big circle, and then you can go up and get to the end. But if we wanted to force the player to be like, you have to lead them into a hazard and, like, make that happen, it could be that killing the enemy opens a door, killing the enemy drops, like, a key that then you bring over to the door, or like, something like that. Killing the enemy makes something happen somewhere else in the level, or it drops something that you can pick up. Something somewhere else in the level. And I mean, the first immediate idea is like it opens a door, or it's a key to open a door. That feels, I don't know, is that too basic? Is that too simple? There's something that's more creative that could be done. We'll see. Another type of hazard would be I'm gonna call it a blinking hazard. And that is something that doesn't move, that's on a square, and it's like one frame it's there, next frame it's not. Maybe not, it would be like faded or something to show like that it's not a threat. And basically if you walk across at the wrong time, then you're getting zapped. But with zap, like the first idea with this is that it could be a electric hazard, and then that could be like it's off and then buzz. What would also be cool is if we did have that, it doesn't always have to be one frame off, one turn off, one turn on. If there's some way to easily show, like, maybe it's like off for 2 and then on for 1, like if that was how we wanted to set up one of them, but then you could look at it and know that that's how it operates. My idea for that would be like, if it's like this, let's get stay red for now, but it's this electric hazard, let's say. The visuals for it could be, is that it has a little like bar underneath it that's like charging, and you can physically see it, like it's filled up by a third, it's off, next turn it's filled up by another third, next turn it's filled all the way, and now it's bzzz, and then next turn it's like empty again, having it look a bit like a battery kind of a thing. And then different of these, like one, it only fills up a quarter of the way, and it fills up like a 10th of the way or whatever, then like that could be how you know how many turns until it activates. Although, if we wanted it to be like off for 2 turns, but then on for 2 turns, we have to figure out how that would work. But I'm sure that there's like a way of just like some bar along the bottom to like represent that could work well enough. So, blinking hazard has some amount of turns where it can be walked over, then some amount of turns where it is a hazard and can kill. I'll say the player, but it'd be implied. Anything that can kill the player can also kill an enemy. I'm just gonna save this. Block list. Something, I don't know, like list of different types of blocks, I guess. Okay, so, and then this could have some different interactions. If it's a thing that's like turns on and off, that could also lead into you have to get an enemy to walk through. Like you walk through it and then you time it right so that when the enemy walks through it, it gets electrocuted. time that correctly could, yeah, be a whole thing. So then what else we got? What right now we're just coming with potential ideas for blocks that could be a thing. It doesn't mean that all of them will be, and then we could change them as we make them. I guess I just try to come up with as many as I can think of, and then we cut out the ones that don't work so well, or even ones like, oh, this doesn't work well, but if we change it and then it's this, then it could be cool. If this is like an electricity thing, I do have to be careful. One of the things I have to be careful, if I am coming up with a bunch of potential ideas, I do have to think of, okay, how long would it reasonably take to build that type of block? Will it be so complicated that like it's not worth it being a thing because it would take too long to build all the interactions with? I have to keep that in mind. These I think I can do, and that would be fine. One thing I mentioned earlier in the stream, I like the idea of an enemy that just directly goes at you, because then you can use the environment to like get away and like lead it into stuff. We could have a type of enemy that is smart and will pathfind itself around blocks to find its way directly to you. And I guess the only way to kill that would be by hazard. But then maybe if it hazard's on, it'll go around it or something. I'm thinking we don't want to do that because, one, just keeping it a bit simpler with like the types of enemies, I guess. But also, that means we'd have to make some kind of grid-based pathfinding system, which it's doable. It's not the hardest thing, but I think that it would take more time than it's worth. And like, I don't even think that type of enemy would be a great thing to have in the first place. I would rather the type of enemy that just directly follows you, because then you can have this more strategy of using the environment. So I don't think we'll have an enemy that actually pathfinds around. I don't think that that's necessary here. Another type of thing that we could have. So if we have something that has electricity, one idea could be that you have to power stuff, power a door. If you like, already I'm thinking of this idea. I don't know if it'd be worth having. I'm just gonna have another multicolored cube. I'm gonna make another color just to. Because also, not every block needs to be a hazard. We can also have some blocks that's like, it actually does something good for you. I don't think we're going to have health be a thing. I think stuff will either kill you or it won't. And then levels will be short enough that you just respawn at the beginning and then it's like, fine, just go again. So I think anything that kills you, like anything that's a hazard will just kill you, but not everything will kill you. One idea, I mean, so there's the simple idea of like, button, then opens door. Like have a door, you press the button, and then the door opens. Wow, that could be a thing. There are some ideas that feel very simplistic that like, can we make that, I don't know, more creative somehow, potentially, like, I don't know. There's the idea so the initial idea that I was about to say that started this tangent, then I keep saying other ideas leading up to it. Another idea could be like, you actually have, do we want to have blocks that you actually push around, and then does that do something? You lead an enemy into like a hole and then push something in that like locks the enemy in so he can't leave. Blocking an enemy in seems interesting. I don't know if we can easily... Interesting. So I was about to say, cube to have to push onto a button. I'm like, and then it's like a weighted button. Like, that seems very like, I don't know, uncreative, I guess. But the idea of having an enemy chasing you and you like round a corner and then push a block to like block it in. That kind of actually, that seems interesting. Maybe that. Oh, okay, I'll write it down, but I'm not sold on it. Push, block. I mean, I guess I did say I want to write down every possible thing we could have and then cut out the ones we don't want. So sure. Button, stand on it to open door. A door would just be like another color to like. I guess we could graphically make it look like a door, but yeah, we'll see. Stand on it to open door. I guess if we're talking buttons now, there could be two type of buttons. Let's go button weighted. Button that only works if something is on it. This could be an enemy. I don't know why I'm trying. I'm getting so many ideas of the just out of enemy follows you. You can lead it into stuff. If you had to lead an enemy onto a button, and that single frame when it's on the button, that's when you got to go through the door. Maybe, but I don't want to lean into that too much. Those are just some potential ideas. I don't want to have everything be based around leading enemies into stuff. There's other ideas to be had. Other than that, only works if something is on it, and then push block could be, block to push onto buttons, or to block paths from enemies. So that's an option. So other potential things. Oh, wait, no, I had one. What was it? No, what was the idea that I had? So the thing I was gonna say, the idea of electricity means maybe you could power something. So what would that mean? Would you have to, like, if you had like thing to be powered and then like a wire, could you drag the wire in a way into the electricity hazard? So now when the electricity hazard is on, it's like, oh, you powered the wire, open the door. That gets like, that's a way of turning a hazard into something that sometimes helps you, but like you still have to be careful around it. But would that be like, okay, conceptually, that could be interesting visually if you have like, trying to just resize stuff. You have like this tiny little like a plug looking thing that's like wired into a wall. When the player touches this square, now they're like, this would be like on top of, it's like they're holding it. And then the wire is sticking to this, but it's like, you move here and like the wire is you know, it's going from there to where you are there. And then when you touch this, then like the wire gets left behind on the electric hazard and it's like, oh yay, now you've powered the thing. So conceptually that could be interesting, and you have to like, you know, be careful of that. I don't think I want to have a pick up and drop button. I could have, yeah, an interact button. I don't want to have too many buttons. I liked the simplicity of you just change directions, that's it. So in this context, it could be automated. Basically, it's like, as soon as you're on this square, you've interacted with the thing, you are holding it now, and then as soon as you touch this, then you let go of it. There would be no reason to like drop it early in theory. And you also gotta then touch the square without dying. Would having, I guess, a line render, because again, thinking of like how I would physically make the thing and if that would take too long. The actual line part, if I tried to have it be some like squiggly line that like goes through all the things, that could be harder. Simple solution of just a line render, like point A, point B. That wouldn't be the toughest thing. And like if it goes through walls, then like, oh well, I don't know if that looks like unpolished. I don't know. So that's a maybe interaction, is the idea of like, that introduces multiple types of blocks. Something that needs to be powered. Would the, like, the cord itself, I guess that would count as a block that you'd then put on the, but then that would also, so this blinking hazard, just like something that goes on and off, I'd have to then like confirm that it's specifically like electricity or something. And not like it's fire turning on and off. I could have both. That's allowed. Electricity, whatever. Okay. So, battery block. I'll call it battery block. Block that needs power to do something. Doesn't have to be a door. That's, I'm gonna be generic and say something. Block thing has, what do I call that? Like cord block. Cord on ground that is picked up when player goes over it. Has cord block coming out of it. Cord on ground is picked up when player goes over it, then follows player. I just got another idea of, instead of being on the player, if I, well, if we already have the idea of like thing can be following, no, wait, maybe extension of this idea. We have the thing that I just said of like, you have this be on the player and you can put it onto a, like a button that like activates something. But then we could have a level where already at the beginning of the level, an enemy that's maybe patrolling, having a following enemy has the cord on it. So you have to go towards it on purpose, wake it up, have it be following you, and then have it follow you specifically into the electric hazard, and then like, then it would drop this off and then have power, and like, whoa, that's like leading an enemy into that specific type of hazard could be interesting. And then that could be interesting because then you wouldn't want it to die to other hazards. So let's say you have this enemy, and then here's like other hazards, like it's in the floor or whatever. You gotta lead the enemy so that it doesn't die to those things, to then get it into this blinky, like electric hazard thing. That's an idea. That could be like that'd be like a one-time thing we do in the game. It's combining multiple gameplay mechanics that seems neat too. I guess it's something we write down, and it's like we could try and maybe we come up with something better. The one thing I have to figure out with that, though, is if you accidentally do let the enemy get killed, what happens? Because, like, right now, if the player dies, you respawn. If this thing that you need, this mandatory level thing that you need, dies, would I just auto-kill the player? Or would they have to recognize, like, oh no, the thing's gone, I guess I can't progress, gotta kill myself. Okay, that gets a little ugly, and I don't know how best to handle that. Because it could just be like, that thing died, killed the player, but I don't know how to best, like, communicate that to the player without making that look ugly. And then that's just, like, an extra condition I have to test for on whether to respawn the player. It could also be that the enemy has this thing, and if you kill an enemy, then they leave this behind. It could also be that the enemy respawns. Like, that could be a case where I do actually have an enemy that infinitely respawns. And then I need an enemy spawner thing. Okay, that leads itself towards another gameplay mechanic that we could have. If I have a thing, here's an enemy. If you kill it, it respawns. The idea of then, like, lead it around hazards so that you don't kill it, lead it in a big circle so you can get around it without another one spawning. That's an interesting little mini puzzle. But that, I don't know how I would communicate that to the player of, like, if you kill it, it respawns. So then you have to purposely not kill enemies. I mean, having that like, dynamicness of, like, here's a context where you want to kill an enemy, and here's a context where you don't want to kill an enemy. That's just, like, I mean, that's versatile, like, that's just cool to have. I guess I just, maybe an enemy that respawns has just another color or something special in how it looks that you can tell, like, yeah, this enemy's going to come back. And then where they started the actual square would need to have some special look to say this is a thing that spawns enemies. I'll write it down. Like, another idea that I'm not completely sold on, but I might as well write it down. Chord on ground, picked up with, I still gotta write down the chord idea. So, chord on ground that is picked up when player goes over it, then follows player until they touch electric block, then it powers block. Enemy spawner. Actually, wait. I'll write down the extra sentence of could have enemy block with chord attached. Starts like at the start of the just chord attached. It's like, yeah, there's that is an idea. So enemy spawner block. Only if an enemy is killed, it respawns enemy. I'll write the, like, why could be used in a puzzle where you have to lead an enemy around, and killing it is bad because it blocks, because it respawns blocking path. So that's a maybe. That's a maybe. So I guess if I want to count all the types of blocks, I wanted to potentially have pits. like, the edges of the map all count as pits that I guess if you walk off the side, you'll just fall and die. I guess it's technically a block I need to account for, because we could have holes in the middle of the like where there's no grids. So that is a hole. I'll call it a hole block. Edge of grid. So here's a thing. I did say that, like, so not all hazards will kill the player, and not, I want to be a little bit forgiving. If I'm I mean, I have one option, I can surround the grid in walls, but I kind of like the idea of you physically are able to see this, like, the grid ends and therefore you can't go there. I kind of like that aesthetic, rather than just being black surroundings. So using these together seems a thing I want to do. So I could have it be that if you basically go to any edge, you'll fall off and die. Or I can have the edge be like a secondary wall just for the aesthetic of it, where it could be like an animation where the cube, like, it'd be hard to do this with just a cube, but if I had a bit of an animation where he, like, it's like, so when you hit a wall, I'm gonna have it, it's like you just, like, whoosh, or you, like, bounce off the wall, like you collide with it and don't move and kind of bounce back, and hopefully that looks good and has squash and stretch. If I could somehow, in a cube fashion, make it look like he's about to move over and it looks like he's about to fall, but then he, like, saves himself and, like, moves back. If that animation kind of thing could look cool, then maybe I could have it, like, have the player cube be smart, be intelligent, and that he knows that just falling off here is death. I mean, it's not going to stop him from walking directly into enemy and hazards, but just the idea of, like, the edge of the map can be a little bit more safe, to not be too brutally difficult, to be like, whoa, and then moves back. That could be an aesthetic that looks cool, because maybe then enemies can be extra dumb. In that maybe that can be a hazard that the player is smart enough to avoid automatically. But if there's, like, a hole on the edge of the map, or in the middle of the map, if there's, like, a lack of grid space, I'm not gonna make that right now because making these grids is a bit difficult, then that could be an example of something that, like, it won't kill you, but you can lead an enemy into falling. Oh, wait. I'm just realizing that I can't, that's not easily doable. Wait a minute. Because I can't have a hole that's one grid, because that just means, like, that there's no grid there, but how do I have all this be a grid, but not this with this current aesthetic? I'd have to, like, maybe make it, like, it might work if it was, like, wider. I can conceptually do the idea, like, gameplay-wise. I just have to figure out how to, like, best visually represent it. If I had this... Okay. Let me just do a bit of decorating. Yeah. Wah. Just tinkering with a concept real quick. If I were to... I don't want the cube. I say you are like this, and then I go a little bit like... all the wrong buttons. Okay, those are longer. That's just like... Hold on. This isn't super hard, I guess, to set up this grid, but it could be better. Okay, you're not the length I want you to... Actually, wait, you would be... I do want you to be... Give me... Wait, why... What? Oh, I'm holding control, not shift, yep. No. Give me... this, thank you. I have to... put you to 0.5. And then I'm gonna put you back to 1 because I imagine for the most part I won't have to do that. Okay. Then put all... let me select what I want to select. It's my fault for not pressing the wrong button, or for not pressing the right buttons. If I do you, I didn't fully but then deselect. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're still one too high. So I mean, I can have the edges of grid. Like if I say I want this to be the edge of a grid, I can have it like end very concretely. I like the idea of like it goes off a little bit, but this still counts as the edge. So I actually do back to 0.5. If I have this represents, so this would represent like you can only go ba 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 up and over. So I can have a gap be like in the middle. This represents a gap. This is a little weird because it's like 3/4 of it, but in here you wouldn't from here you can't move up because it's not a filled in square. So I guess that's how I can, like if this line went all the way down, like if these two went all the way down, then you could move up through here. So I can have holes in the middle with this system. I just can't have a hole that takes up a 1x1 block. I have to have a hole take up a minimum of 2 blocks for this system to make sense. Which I guess I can live with. That can maybe herd me into cooler level design or something. I don't know. This is weird. This would mean I gotta like figure out my own rules. There's I guess certain grid configurations that shouldn't have it. Like this should not be a thing. Probably it should be like, or no, it would be if I wanted this to be as it is, it would have to be these two that would move around to say you can't go here. But if I wanted this to be up, I could bring this over and fine. But then this one would have to like move down. So as long as my rules are consistent for how this is laid out, as long as the player can like reasonably enough figure out what it means, that's good. But I just think aesthetically, the grid things going off the extra half a thing on the edges, I just think it looks better than if it was a first line. What I could do if I really wanted to have a hole that's like one wide, like a one thing hole, some special fancy graphic where it looks like a tear or something. I don't know. But yeah, I guess we're not gonna worry about that for right now. We're just gonna say that it's good enough that it's fine. Hole block. So edge of grid. Player won't go off, but enemies can. We'll say that that's the behavior that they have. I could change it later if I want to, but I'm gonna say for now that that's how that behaves. So. Extra things that would be cool. I'm gonna have a bit of a dynamic block. Or a block for the sake of prettiness. That's something I want to do. As far as aesthetics, as far as environment goes, I had the idea was, I'm also just gonna move this off. The idea was that this is, I don't know why I thought this, but the idea of where you are kind of is like a tower, I guess. You're escaping just a tower that's collapsing for reason, I don't know. Just because the idea of like stuff, it justifies like why there's like holes around in this art style of what this is that like stuff is collapsing around you. So I was thinking that as you start a level, even if this is the start of the level and you're like moving this way, even before you've even gotten over here, I can have like stuff maybe, well, actually, I was about to say I could have stuff crumble, but it's like, how do I show that with this grid mark? Okay, I mean, the idea of, so right now this is like, I mean, it's hard to modify because this whole line is one, like, cube. If I set it up where maybe, like, each like, chunk is actually, like, separate things, and then it like, figures itself out. The idea, just conceptually, of, like, this looks more complete, but then, like, as soon as the level starts, like, these two, but then, like, if from here to here was an object, you know, I'm just gonna build it, because why not? Because I'm demonstrating the idea, yeah. You, but then not you. Actually, I'm gonna build it like onto the end rather than like reducing this because I keep shrinking the level. I'm gonna need more level to like be able to experiment around with. But just conceptually, this is just visual flair that in theory I don't think will be super hard to. In theory, it won't be super hard to implement, but just could be cool looking. Hold on, almost there. This, yeah. This would be kind of like in the polished phase of just making things look cooler. If this is what the level looks like or whatever, but then as soon as it starts, like after you've moved a couple turns, and there's no way you could have gotten to here in time, because everything moves on this like turn-based system, I can specifically say like activate this at turn 5 or something. Oh, so when I scroll through the world. Let me select these grid, please. When you're like a few turns into the level, it's like, turn 5, have this like break off and just like go away off screen, just to be like, oh, you know, things are collapsing. Like, you know, chunks kind of ripping off of what you're going around could just be conceptually cool. Which then would, so I would have to mark this as some special kind of thing. So somehow I would make that. So I'd have to make that work with my like grid manager thingy that I'm gonna make that has to, I guess, figure out like what's considered a space you can go or whatnot. If I do know that like this is a place that nothing's ever meant to go, it's just there for the visualness of breaking apart, then the grid manager could be set up like this doesn't count. Like this is never told that this and this and this and this are squares. The grid manager thing could just be told it goes to here and this is edge of map. And then a separate system is just the visual thing that says after 5 turns, just do this. I mean, so those like, I don't know how polished this will look like. It could just be, the simple thing to do would just be move it off screen. It'd be cool if it was accompanied by like, and then it actually like, whoa, okay, well, I mean, if it turned fully in 3D, and if it like did this, made it like, you know, shrinks a bit and like, then like maybe like spins and like fizzles out. You know, would be cool if there was more dynamicness to it, but I don't know how, like, I don't know if I have the time to do that degree of polish to make a cool thing. Even though this is like 2D, we can, in 2D, you can mimic 3D-ness by like having something shrink. So if we have something look like it's falling away from the camera, like this is breaking off, it turns a bit, and then just starts shrinking out of existence, and then like turns into nothing. That could also be an option. In theory, everything that breaks off will be on the edge of the map, so it can just somehow know like to the right is the direction of the map, so it could just know move away, turn, and shrink. Defining it like that, maybe that's some kind of polish that I could do. So falling block, purely aesthetic. Why am I forgetting how to spell aesthetic? Aesthetic. Don't mind me as I Google the spelling of things. It's fine. Purely aesthetic. Near beginning of level. Edge pieces. Set edge pieces, not like it's not gonna be random. Like we will specifically define it. Break off and shrink into nothing as if falling away from camera. So that can be a thing. That would be cool. That would probably be something we do towards the end, right? Because that would be the polish. It would look cool. Maybe a thing that looks cool. I mean, I don't know if we want to. Sorry, I mean, I said this was a decorative only thing. I don't know if there's any case where we would want to use this in an actual gameplay manner, like. If you know that something's gonna break off, because like somehow these grid marks have some like special colors on it, and then after, I mean, if I say after some arbitrary number of turns, how would the player know what that is? If the player's gonna work based on some level mechanics, they need to know what's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen after X amount of turns, unless it's obvious, like 2 turns, 3 turns, 4 turns, it breaks off or whatever, right? I don't know though. We could have like a one-time use block where it is the grid itself looks crumbly, and like once the player steps on this and then they step off, it cracks and becomes a hole. That could happen. I'll write it down. I don't know how best to implement that, because as I said, making one depth holes currently doesn't work so nice with the grid, unless I like make, you know, some special visual for it, which I can theoretically do, where it's like from here and here it all looks like cracked and broken or something. Maybe like we'll call it. I'll write it down and maybe we'll figure out like a different way to visually represent it. But like the idea of a hole that you of a block you can only step on once and then never again. Could even be debris falling from the ceiling. Interesting. Could be like some kind of like a warning sign or something, or like a shadow, and you step on it, and then when you move away, it's like rock falls from the ceiling. And I don't know how he. Could just be like a thing that grows, or maybe it comes from kind of above, but also grows. I don't know. We'll figure that. We could figure that out, and then it becomes a wall. But maybe it wouldn't look like a perfect square wall. It would like be cracked or something. Like it'd be, yeah, like a chunk of rock. Maybe that could be the visuals of it. But I'm gonna call it cracked block. Block that can only be stepped on once. Then it becomes, I'm just gonna say becomes a hazard. I can figure out, you know, specifics, because if it becomes a hole, I said that the player might be smart enough to not go in holes automatically, so then the player, it's fine. Or it becomes a hazard that you don't want to step on there, or something like that. And then an extra use of this could be, if it's against a wall, that would be a case where you gotta turn, otherwise you've used up the turn on the cracked block, it becomes a problem, and then you're still on it, so then you die. That could be its own. There's another just interaction between two different types of blocks that can then become a thing. That's another thing where you could lead enemies. It's following you. You get to go on the cracked block, and you go past, and the enemy goes on it, and then that's a problem. Or not a problem. It would kill the enemy, so it'd be good for you. But then maybe it's like, oh no, because it cracked that. That's, you know, more of a problem for me to get around. Then that could be its own thing where it's like, oh no, if I lead the enemy this way, it'll step on the cracked block, and now I can't go this to the end of the level, so then I'm stuck. So I gotta lead it around this way so that it doesn't break the platform. That could be some interactions. So could have to lead enemy through block to kill it, or could have to lead enemy around block so player can still use. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Right. I guess we're just gonna keep listing blocks until I run out of ideas, because I don't think we have enough interesting interactions, enough interesting things. So another possibility for a thing, we can have a hazard that like swings back and forth. That doesn't have to be the patrolling enemy per se. If we had like a big swinging axe kind of a deal, it's just like whoosh between like 3 blocks. That could be a thing. Okay, weirdly got an idea that if you have, where would you use this? If you have, if we have a thing like this is thing you have to power that's following a line. If somehow there was some other kind of rope that you could get to follow you, if there's like an axe swinging back and forth, if you're on it at the wrong time, it'll hit you and you die. But if you're past it and then this wire is between, and it cuts the wire, then that could be an issue. But then I worry about things that don't adhere to the block system, because that means that if it's coming out of the wall here and the player is, you know, if it's like a straight line, it's fine. But if it's like a more complex thing, like oh, the line's going like, what squares are it really in? What counts? What doesn't? It just gets messier, and I don't know if I want to introduce that possibility. This thing being a line, I think was fine because you're not dealing with line. You're not dealing with the in-between, right? You're just dealing with, effectively all it is like, this is like you pick it up and you get it here, and now this thing's powered. What's in between is just visuals. If you actually have like a line, it's like you make it cut a rope. That's more complicated. So swinging back and forth, I'm gonna like swinging back, swinging block, just hazard that moves back and forth. So I got that one, but I don't think we'll do the rope. I mean, the idea of a rope is interesting because, like, if you could burn stuff, if you have like something that makes fire somehow, and then there's like, oh, it's a rope, it goes all the way to this thing, and then it's like you lead something through it, and now this is on fire, and then it whoosh, burns up, and then it burns this thing. But then, fire trail could be something that's hazardous that can kill you. It burns like something that's made of wood, and then that unblocks a path. Ideas. And then could have like, what if rope goes to 2 spots, and you gotta light it at the right place so that it like, if it is burning in 2 directions, then like, I don't know, you gotta time something that could be timed with that. Maybe there's something that could be done there. So, but do I want that? I mean, for another hazard idea, if there's some type of enemy that chases you that like leaves a trail of fire and it lasts, it's 3 turns behind it, like fire sticks around for 3 turns, then that's interesting, I guess, to then have to like just think more things that relate to the turn-based idea of like, this thing lasts for this many turns, this thing moves in whatever turn. I like leaning into more of that. So I guess I said I'll write stuff down if it's like decent, even if I'm not sold on it. So some kind of enemy that leaves a fire trail, but then you have to distinguish it from like. So this would be an enemy that chases you, an enemy that patrols that leaves fire. I mean, I guess I could apply it to both. I guess like I could take whatever the enemies look like, and what's some additional feature I can just put on both of them. Maybe it doesn't have to look different. The fact that it's leading fire, like you'll see that. I don't know. Fire trail. Technically, this counts as a block. The trail itself. Enemies could leave. I have to remember. I guess that fire. Like I have to actually make some kind of particle effect that is fire. Hopefully, I guess I could do that. I don't think that'd be the hardest thing in the world. Getting to look good is never a question, but just making quick like orange and red and yellow little particles just doable in theory. Okay, enemies could leave trail of fire that lasts. I don't need to put. I could put in like 3 turns to go away. That takes 3 turns to go away, and then so you would have to lead it over. But it's not that different than like leading an enemy just into it, even if it wasn't leading the fire, you're still just leading an enemy into something. But then having to do the little bit of puzzle solving of like leading it to the specific place. I mean, do we want that? Like, if you have like a rope going all the way to here, you want to be able to light the fire at any point in the rope, or somehow something about it is specific that like you have to light it at a specific point, like at what's designated as the end of the rope. I don't know. I don't know if I have much faith in that idea, but I'll say rope block. If set on fire, and I mean, okay, burning a rope does seem interesting in that you'd have to wait for the fire to go across all parts of the rope, which means having to wait, and maybe if you're still running from an enemy, just spend some amount of turns in like a condensed area, having to wait, like not die. No, it's not waiting in that like you're just sitting twiddling your thumb. It's like, oh no, I gotta spend this many turns like not dying while I wait for the thing to go over and like open the door. Like, yeah. I'm gonna say wooden block. Okay, if set on fire, I guess. Wait, the difference between a rope block and a wood block is a rope is like this thing on the floor. The player can go over it, and then enemies, I guess, could set it on fire. Wooden block is like a wooden barrier. basically, this could be combined with the door. It could just be a door that looks like it's made of wood. Is set on fire, burns stuff, burns path around it. One tile per turn. Burns around it per turn. If set on fire, you know. I mean, I guess these do the same. The initial part is that they do burns, block. I guess player can cross. Player can't cross. Sure. I guess another thing. Okay, another thing. I actually meant to put this on here a while ago, but I haven't. Is basically like some kind of like dash block. Moves player 2 blocks in direction. We're gonna make it a spring because I can. So you can do 2 functions that could be interesting. So if you move 1 block at a time and then you're like too slow for something, basically we could have like you touch this block, it launches you 2 blocks ahead, and then that could maybe do something if you're being chased. It like puts you 2 things ahead. Maybe it would be like enemies wouldn't use the springs because they're too heavy or something because they're big. That could be a thing. So something that could just like push you 2 blocks ahead. If it's a spring, we could have it launch you over walls. Maybe that's a way of getting around walls. You like move over to the spring and then it like boing, and now you're here. If I have a spring here and then walls here, how do I handle that situation? Because you actually, gosh, I don't know if I want to actually handle height in that way. It's possible I could hypothetically, you hit a spring and you actually are then on the like second, the higher up level that is walking on the wall. Would I want to introduce layering like that? It would make the game slightly more 3D-ified. And then I imagine if you're on it, then you could like fall down. I wouldn't go like 2 levels up, probably. So that would just mean I'd have to change the mechanics of a wall. It can't be permanently. As far as the player's internal logic goes, it would just mean like the player would have some number, 0 and 1. What's your height? And if it tries to move over here normally, it's like, okay, it tends to be a number 0 and 1. It can be a Boolean of like elevated or whatever. If elevated is false, then it won't move into walls. If it touches a spring, then elevated gets set to true, and then walls don't matter. And then it can be walking on top of the wall, and then as soon as it moves to the first non-wall space, then it goes back down. That could be a thing. If I do this, well, oh yeah, I guess So I was about to say, if ideally, right, there is the possibility of 2 blocks occupying 1 space when you have like the rope, the picking up thing, or when you're on a blinking hazard. Initially in my head, I was thinking that the grid manager would be like, if you look, basically you input 2 numbers, 3, 4. Oh, hello. I've been lurking, but I'm head out. I'm about to go out with some friends. Yeah, cool. Okay, also thanks for dropping by, and yeah, hope to see you around and all that. Yeah, thanks for sticking around, and yeah, cool to see people that have been around since when I started, and yeah, cool. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, I'm just continuing to plan this. Nice to drop by. I'll definitely tune in again. Cool, thank you. I appreciate that. It is cool to not be back. I knew that because I was gone for like a long time. I know I'm kind of having to build back up a little bit. But yeah, it's cool not to be immediately back at 0 viewers for like 10 streams. Or, well, I mean, okay, actually that's not true, because even in my first streams way back when, I was getting some viewers, and that was like very cool and very, very unexpected. So there was that. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. Hope to see you again. And yeah, I'll keep making this game, and hopefully the next time you see it, it'll like actually be being made, which will be being cool. I don't know, how interesting this is, like, me just planning stuff, but it is a necessary component of game design that, yeah, is important. It's like 9:30. I don't know how much longer I'll be streaming. I was hoping to have this be done, planned today. Looks like that might not happen. Well, okay. I mean, I might do some more planning like on my own, and then maybe like tomorrow morning before I stream, I might do some planning. We'll see. That is one change that I do need to make. Something different than how I was doing some stuff in the past. When I was working on like the Hitman with Unicycle before, I kind of had this almost like rule of like I could only work on the game during a stream. I basically wouldn't work on the game if I wasn't streaming, which did lead to me working on the game a lot less. If I had like 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, I wouldn't work on the game. It's like, no, I'm not streaming it, meh. I did. There were some times where I didn't do that, but a lot of times where I did. So I do need to like. I am going to be doing that less. There will be times where I'm working on something and then I work on it when I don't happen to be streaming, because then it'll just lead to more stuff getting done, and that will be better overall to like get more stuff done. And yeah, I think that'll be a win-win as far as just progress. Especially with this 9-day thing, I'll ideally be more likely to finish. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, we do still have a lot of planning to do. I mean, in theory, as far as this goes, where we're at, as far as like what planning needs to be done, right now we're like coming up with the game the mechanics of stuff to interact with. Then fine-tuning these things into what we actually want. Then I gotta build levels, which is one thing that's interesting. I can be building levels with this style, even though nothing's programmed yet. I can roughly be like, yeah, here's the grid, and then here's like the start, here's the end. I can basically be making levels in this sort of stuff with just different colored cubes that represent ideas, even if it's not fully implemented. And then when we get to the point of actually building the stuff, assuming then once it's all working, then I just turn this into the real levels. And in theory, that wouldn't take super long once everything's working. The hard part is going to be making all the different things to have to get to work. But I was hoping to do most of the planning today, which meant, in theory, getting to the point where I've settled on exactly which blocks are going to be a thing, and then getting all that planning in. Getting literally, basically, probably like ideally it would be designing every level and having that be done. But yeah, we'll see if that happens or not. Or if I have to go and kind of do that on my own time, like tomorrow morning or something. We'll see. It wouldn't be great to be like this early in this game making thing to fall behind, but it happens. I did a lot of rambling with just unrelated stuff, but anyway, so where we are at, I guess, in the overall planning of the game, just gonna make a new notepad, don't mind me. So what still kind of needs to be done as a general overall thing? Plan. So finish coming up with not game mechanics. We have the mechanics of you walk around and interact with things, but I mean just like with coming up with obstacles and hazards. Even though not all of these are bad, like a spring is bad, but whatever. Once we've finished coming up with our list, kind of like, do we basically just go straight into making levels? Like, it would be just using list, like, make levels. I guess I'd have to decide how many levels there's going to be, which I've not completely decided on. That would depend on, like, the length of a particular level. Like, you could have 3 long levels or 2 or 10 short levels. Like, you'll have to see. We have like the idea of kind of what the mechanics would be in the middle of the game. I do want to come up with something that happens at the very beginning that's interesting, and something that happens at the very end that's interesting. In like, I do have my idea for what could happen. Let me just write this down first before I ramble. Come up with how game starts. Up with how game ends. I don't know if that should basically happen before we make the levels, because that will influence level 1 and whatever the last level is, but we'll see. Yeah, we're gonna do this first because yeah. Come with how the game starts, come with how the game ends, make levels, and then like I guess we kind of are planning what polish is gonna look like, but like would I write down each individual item? So one thing I did come up with beforehand, I'm gonna bring up something because I did some of the preparation before. I did make this. This is Trello. This is a thing where you can basically have a big to-do list. I mean, it's not all made yet, but like, ideally I would fill out a lot of... So I guess I didn't even start. This is more for when we're actually making the game and then planning like, oh, you know, make the player, make the this, make the that. So this I might, at this rate, I'll probably fill that out on my own time. But yeah, getting that filled out with the what's going to happen on what days and that kind of thing. Oh, that is one thing as well. So we have these potential, the stuff of what needs to be done. Is once we know what we're doing with planning, then I got to turn that into a list of what physically needs to be done, like on the rest of the days of actually constructing the game. Although I do like that at least some. It's cool that some of it was already, some of the Unity stuff was already done. That's good. But I would like to section that into specifically what to do on what days, even if it's in a very rough state. But yeah. Okay, using lists to make levels. I mean, make the levels is way easier said than done. Make levels and then like, or make levels. This would be this isn't making the levels. This is drawing the level like plan. Make level plans. What other planning would need to be done if we have? I mean, when we have all the levels in the game, is like, yep, this is what it's gonna look like. This would, in theory, include like the crumbling things or what that's gonna happen. So, as far as menus go, like a pause screen and like a main menu and a level select, because this is such a small thing, I usually always do like a very quick like pause menu that looks the same every time, and like a quick main menu that looks very samey every time. I'm thinking that this game might not have those, because the time that it would take to make those is time that can be spent on polishing the actual gameplay itself. And I kind of would rather have an actual, polished gameplay. Like, menus can be important, but I think in this context, with this game, I think it's simple enough that I could get away with not doing it. I think you open the game and it can just start at the first level, you go through it, it's not that long, and then you get to the end, it's done, credits maybe. We don't need a pause menu because this thing doesn't, like, the levels wouldn't be that long, you don't need a pause menu. You can just keep running to a wall, it's fine. If you want to restart, dying will probably be very easy, you just let yourself die. I would say we plan for not having those things. If we finish everything else, we get to the point where the game is done and all the polish is there and I'm at a state where I'm happy with, then we can add those as wish list items. Because it would be good to have, even if it's not super necessary. I think that's kind of how I see those. I don't think, even with polish, I don't think a pause menu really needs to be there. Other than a way to like exit, if we make menus and like a level select, a way to back out to those. But I think just maybe at the top right of the screen, you would have like a little, like a retry circle, maybe to retry and like an X, and you back up to the level select, maybe. It doesn't need to be a whole, like you press escape and a menu comes up that has buttons. I think it could just be stuff that's like there. Would be like this, in theory, this simpler way of doing it. I need to name the game, I guess. I guess it's okay if it doesn't happen now. I think the name I can just figure it out as as we're making it. Like that's okay to happen later. It'd be nice to come with a decent. I could try to come up with a prototype name now, and rather than just small scope game, I could try to come up with just bare bones. It's probably a placeholder name, and then either I come up with a better one, or I get the first one grows on me. But yeah, that's something that needs to happen at some point. So, but yeah, menus though. Menus are gonna be like kind of wish list items if we finish everything else. But I'd rather spend time. I'd rather finish the game, and I think I can have the game be decently polished without. as far as saving goes, do I want to save the fact, like, you know, what was the last level you beat? I think the game will be short enough that it can just be like one shot and like whatever. That can also be a wish list item. That, it's like, if I make a level select, then I make saving. And that would be the easiest thing, of just saving one integer. Usually I'll like save stuff to, I think I could just use normal like Unity player prefs to just do that. That'll be like bare bones enough. Just save one integer of like the last level you were at. And then that's good to go. So yeah, that's that. So coming up with how the game starts and how the game ends. I had the kind of idea for how the game could start was that so if we just pretend just to use this hallway as an example, I think you'll start on a cube like here, and then you'll start moving up, and then maybe you'll have to do like a simple turn to show that like turning's a thing, and then I'll go into the first like real level essentially. Like the first thing you'll be doing is moving, and then like, hey, you can turn a couple times, go around simple stuff, there's no enemies, it's fine. And then like simple hazards, and then go more complicated from there. But I think how it could look visually cooler is like, maybe you start, when you open the game, you're just on this color and that's it. And then like the first grid can like fade in, and maybe it's a complete grid. Not a complete grid, but I mean like not just the one. It's like you actually have a few things going off to the side. I didn't make enough to probably showcase it, but like you have a few things going off to the side. It like fades in or something, and then maybe like the player could like fade in as well. And I don't know how zoomed in it'll be, but I think actually the game could start, for the first few turns, it could start it being like extra zoomed in. After you've gone through the bit of like the first few turns into the first real chunks of the level, then the camera could zoom out, and then having that dynamic bit of camera zooming out could just, you know, be a bit of polish that looks cool. Especially by giving the player eyes, having it be more zoomed in, then it looks cool because you see more of the player eyes like looking around, and then zooms out because they matter less when you're doing actual gameplay. Anyways, so idea could be fade in on background, then fade in just the grid and the player. Maybe you could do those at the same time. We'll see. But then you're not moving right away. I said that I wanted stuff to be like breaking apart, so I could maybe then sort of have rumbling, and then chunk breaks off to the left. And maybe even if I don't know how animated these eyes are going to be, because I don't know how much time I'd have to do that. But in theory, super polished version could be like, actually look, and they look to the side, they look scared. Chunk breaks off to the side, then chunk breaks off here, and then chunk breaks off here, and then the player. Even though I said like the player's gonna move automatically, the player could be still until then like a little arrows like come fading up on the side, like up, down, left, right, and then once you do that first input, then you're constantly moving. Then it's all kick-started, perhaps, and then you're moving up, and then I think maybe the first little bit of intro sequence while you're learning how to turn and stuff, we can have an extra amount of like, there's more grid, but it keeps breaking, chunks keep breaking off all around you to be like this, the kind of bombastic, action-y thing of, you know, hopefully it's accompanied with good sound effects, which, I mean, sound effects are a whole other ordeal that I'll have to figure out. Ideally, you know, it's cool and all. I don't know how many sound effects this game will need. Maybe not super, like a lot, but this is coming from someone who has rarely put sound effects in games, because I rarely get a game finished to the point of that being a thing. So hopefully I figure that out, and then it turns out good. And then also having music, that's a whole other ordeal. So yeah, but the idea basically, starting in a full grid, chunks break off, you're moving, and then chunk breaks off here, then you're forced to move this way, and then chunk breaks off here, and you're forced to move up here for the first few turns. That simple enough way, it's not simple, but like it's enough that I think it can work. And rather than just starting at the first level, I think it's a little bit of extra like, whoa, what's happening? Why is everything exploding? That we can do. So I think that's how the game's gonna start. I guess I could write that down real quick. The condensed version is here. Fade it. Start on background, fade in grid and player, chunks break off until only direction is up. Then like arrows can fade in. Like to, I mean, in theory, someone like could get that like it's WSD or something. I mean, I can fade in WSD and arrow keys. Shouldn't be that hard to like have both be options. On side fade in WASD and arrow keys when player. I mean, I could put in. I'm gonna put in all the arrows to be like you're moving in the directions, but like the only acceptable input is moving up. But like, yeah, that's fine. I don't need to like. You can move up. You can also move to the right. You can also move down. Whoa! Just directions is all like one chunk of thing that you can do. Moves up, then auto moving starts. Go through. I'm gonna call them corridors of moving around with more stuff breaking, cutting off paths, which that also means I would have to like, I can't just tie it to a fixed happen at turn 6 because of depending on how the player is moving around. Ideally, I want them to get close-ish to the thing before it breaks. So those could be triggers. So that would be an invisible trigger block of once they step on this block, that triggers stuff to break. Technically, it's another block, so I will add that. Oops. So spring block, blah 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 blah. Invisible, but it's something that would potentially need to be kept track of. I don't know if the grid manager will need to keep track of it, but you know, I'll still write it down. When player steps on it, crosses. I mean, is this gonna be used for anything other than like break off chunk of level? Activate block. If I use it for anything else, then that's fine. It's okay. Whoa, didn't mean to go with that. So like, I'm just gonna add this to the bottom of this. It's fine. Okay, and this is weird, but whatever. Okay. So onside, fade in, player moves, and then auto breaking starts. Go through corridor with more stuff breaking and cutting off paths, and hopefully it looks cool. Then first real level starts. Yeah, technically it is the first level, but like, yeah, going to whatever mechanics we make for the first level. So that's how the game starts. How the game ends, I don't know. Ideally, I mean, one, it needs to be something simple. We can't like have an entire CGI cutscene. Whoa! We don't have time for that. So like, what's like the simplest thing we can do? Like, this is simple, but like enough that I think it's like achievable. It's like, yeah, I think I can do that, and like, yeah, it's like good enough. How could the game end? I mean, it doesn't. The one option is that it could just not end. It just like credit, like you do whatever the last level, and then it's like credits. And like, okay, that's not satisfying. Actually, okay, hold it, because I don't have an idea. While I'm still thinking for this, while I'm still thinking of this, I have another block idea that. Oh, two things. One, I didn't actually finish my discussion on walls. Let me on potentially being able to scale walls. It is a potential gameplay mechanic that like you can have a spring here, and then you land on a wall, and then you're like on a second layer, and you can walk around. And then if I'm gonna do that, an enemy could start up here and then fall off a wall coming at you. Like any other mechanic could be on a wall. Hey, hello, D Hunshaw TV. Hello, and welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Oh, that is okay. That's a bot, but you know that's fine. I can just. How do I do things again? remembering how to do stream buttons. That wasn't the name of the person that followed though, so in theory that was a real person, and that's just coincidental, not great timing. I'm going to hope that the other person was real. Hello, already love the engine. You are real. Hello, hi. Don't mind me 1 second. I just need to remember how to delete messages. I don't remember how to do stuff. But yeah, hello. Sorry for all the rambling. I'm very rambling. I am real lol. Hello. Glad to hear it. Why did I just not? I've done this before. It doesn't matter that much. I'm now just curious of how do I remember. I'm just trying to remember how I delete messages in the first place. There's supposed to be a button for it. Enjoy infinite OBS as I remember buttons. As like, I thought I was just like hearing there's a button to delete or something. Man, suspicious user, wow. Aha. Go away. Yeah. I mean, it's obviously a bot. Like, it's fine. Don't worry about it. All is good. Make sure don't click the wrong buttons and ban the wrong person. Haha. All right. Hello. Yeah. Welcome to the stream. So for context, I guess this is my W. Yeah. Did it. Figure out the thing. This is my first stream in like 10 months because I got super busy with life stuff. I used to stream before making game things. I have a game called The Handyman with Unicycle that I was working on and will be getting back to at some point. And then I also make YouTube videos where I make a variety of content. But mainly I make tutorials, Unity tutorials. That's the main thing that I want to be making. But I have some other stuff I've had sprinkle in there as well. So right now what we're doing, with this being my first stream back, we are making a game in 9 days is the plan, this being day one. We're basically almost out of day one. We're making a game, and ideally being a super small condensed game that like, trying not to overscope too much, and then hopefully making something that I can actually finish is the idea, is the game plan. So today, right now, is mostly just me rambling and trying to come up with ideas off the spot and trying to have a decent game idea. Starting tomorrow, ideally, will be more of actually making the game, so hopefully that'll be a lot more interesting of a stream. And then the next few days, as the game actually shapes out, then it'll be like, hey, look, here's an actual game that has gameplay, so it'll hopefully be even more interesting. So apologies if right now it isn't the most interesting. It's mostly just me rambling, but it's necessary and must be done. And I like, with this being my first stream back, I was expecting to kind of take a few streams to kind of get back into the swing of things and all that. So that's that be how that be. Okay, so the thing I was just saying was, I don't know how long you've been here, and I don't know if you have already been seeing me rambling about stuff and what ideas I am doing with. So I'm just gonna finish off the thing I was in the middle of saying with, if you have a spring and you moved, it's all good. I find it relaxing. Welcome back for starters. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I hopefully, but every time I say this, I'm going to be jinxing myself more and more that I should be back streaming full-time for the foreseeable future. Not full-time, but like daily. I'm going to be streaming a few hours daily, but I'm going to get to the point where I'm probably going to be busy where it'll only be like an hour or two a day. But yeah, I'm going to see what I can do. And then I imagine I'm not going to be completely consistent with that. I'm probably going to miss some days, but I will try. Yeah, and hopefully we can make some cool stuff. So, thing I was just saying, with different blocks that can exist with this gameplay. So like we have this, like, yeah, this player that can, you're moving in like a grid-based fashion, and we're coming with different blocks, different things you can interact with that aren't going to be nightmare to implement. But another, like, a thing is, I'm gonna, yo, green, I'm gonna call you spring. Right now, what's in the Unity scene is not gameplay, it is just conceptually. It's easier to conceptually be showing stuff off here rather than the entirety of this planning being me talking and hoping that people understand. And yeah, and figuring out stuff for myself of what things should maybe look like and all that. So one potential thing is a spring. The two things this is going to do is it'll launch you 2 squares forward, which can affect stuff with the timing of how you move around. Maybe you're trying to escape enemies. Could enemies use the spring? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But then also, it could potentially, if like this is a hazard, it could launch you over the hazard and whoop-de-doo, you don't have to worry about it. It could be launching you over an enemy. That could be an interesting thing. An enemy's coming at you, you're moving up, you hit. Ooh, that's an interesting way that two things interact is that, like, if you and a spring are here, I don't have the best, like, setup for this. I've cut off too much on the sides that I don't have, like, all the grid space I need to, like, showcase the ideas I want to be showing off. I want to be fiddling with their concepts. If you have player here and enemy here, and you're both moving up through this, like, corridor, actually having to, like, time stuff so that you are here, the square that they are there, and then you're here, and then you launch over them. Now you've gotten around them, and then now you can move up in, like, a corridor. That could be an interesting interaction we can try to have in some kind of level. So that's it. Interesting. But also, if it launches you up vertically, we're playing around with the idea of, it would launch you over one wall. If there is two walls, what happens? Do you land on the wall and now you're actually in this elevated state and you can walk around on a wall until you fall off? It's like, do we want that or do we not want that is the question. There's, like, pros and cons. I mean, on one hand, it gets more complicated, and maybe that's, like, too complicated, and then having to deal with this elevation, or do we want to keep it completely, strictly 2D? But one thing that I was going to say was a problem, but I realized I've already broken the rule, or made it a problem somewhere else, is we're hoping to have this grid manager that, like, handles where things are and, like, what's next to each other, so that, like, if the cube is here at, that's one? Oh, this is the origin, yeah. For some reason I thought it was down here, no, because no, it makes sense. If you're here and then at 1, 0, and the player wants to move there, the player could look at this grid manager and be like, what is the thing that's at 1, 1? And then it's like, oh, it's a wall, therefore you can't move there. But that works if there's only one thing on each block, which isn't necessarily the case, because I mean, right now, if I say that the player can be on an elevated wall, then that means that two things can occupy the same square. If the player's for the turn that the player's on top of the goal, that's a problem. This, like, rope thing that you could pull, if you're holding that's two things on the same block. So I mean, I can still handle it. So there's two ways to handle that. Either if two things are on the same block, I somehow combine them into one unit that then somehow is understood by the grid manager. Like, this is one unit that's called player elevated or something. Probably not, though. I think the better thing is, I mean, this grid manager, each thing can have an array, probably. Most things would be either nothing or one thing, but I guess things could have two. So I can say, if something's asking, hey, what's on this block? Oh, it's the wall and the player. Maybe something like that could work. So I have to figure more of the programming of that, but it's doable, I think. So do I want to be able to be launched to be elevated? Why not? You know what? Sure. If you be elevated, that can have more gameplay mechanics of trying to just get over a wall and then fall down. Maybe using that to get around an enemy could be on a wall and then you lead it to, like, fall off a wall. Yeah, there can be some interesting mechanics of that. So sure, why not? I mean, I can say that it can be a thing. It doesn't mean it will. I could design all the levels and then, like, decide that, nah, maybe this is gonna be a thing. But I've also just realized that this spring is supposed to launch the player. I wanted it to be a way of, like, you move one square at a time. So if you're, like, neck and neck with an enemy and you move here and then they're here, like, they move up, it was supposed to push you 2 blocks. So now you are, if you and an enemy, ignore that I went off the grid. If you and an enemy are here, an enemy would chase, but if hypothetically the enemy was going up and then you're here and then in one turn you move up, this is supposed to move you 2 so that you're 2 ahead. If I say this launches you 2 more squares, then you'd be another thing up. And so that'd be 3. So I mean, I can have it be 3. I kind of liked it being more, like, abstract, being like, be a spring that launches you 2. If I somehow said this spring took a turn to work, maybe, then that can fix that problem where it's like, oh, interesting, then you could choose which way to launch. Because right now, it's like, if I touch this, it pushes you 1 extra square ahead so that you're here, it forces you to go the way that it is. You wouldn't be able to, like, foosh necessarily. But if I say, I make it mechanic that, like, this spring takes a turn to work, the square where you're moving off of it is where it activates. That could be you move onto one and you hear like some sound effect like do 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 do, and then it launches you. You have that turn to pick another direction to then launch yourself 2 squares this way. I like that interaction more, I think. Rather than just it pushes you 2 in front, you're on it, 2 turn or then 1 turn later, you get launched in the direction that you want to get launched in. 2 squares ahead. That's better for getting launched. Like there's a gap here, you're launched over the gap. That's more interesting to me, so that's how it's gonna work. And then that works better if it takes a turn to activate. But again, that's not gonna be like a problem because like each turn is like 0.5 seconds or something, or 0.2 seconds, or however. It's gonna be like da 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 da. Maybe not that fast, like da 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 da, something like that, right? So yeah, waiting is not a problem. 2 blocks in direction takes a turn to activate. Okay, so that's that. Right. So what we're still working on is coming up with more what are more hazards we can have? What are more things that would just be interesting to interact with? The more creative, the better. I guess if we don't have this written down, I don't have keys and doors written down. But like just picking up something and bringing it to the door. We do have the possibility to push a button and bring it to the door, or that's allowed. I'll write down key block. Fine. Key block. Player picks up and has to move to door to open. Let's see, it's like not, I feel like there's something to be more creative than that, but I'm just adding to the list just so that more quantity in this list, even though we still might cut out some things. Okay, so back to this, which this I wrote on, this is what I copied in the other one second. Then there's also just the idea of like, how does the game end? What is something like simple but polished that we can do of how does the game actually finish? I'm not sure. So that's like, there's options. So one possibility is, I said this would be like some weird like tower kind of thing. It's like you're escaping some crumbling tower, and it's like for each goal you touch, you're kind of going like down a level, like you're getting more towards the base of the tower. It could go in one. Oh, here's an idea. The beginning had a crumbling sequence. I haven't made it yet. We'll have this like crumbling sequence of you going through linear corridors where it's this illusion of danger, even though there's no actual danger, where it's like all this stuff is breaking around you, but it's conveniently like not on the squares that you're on. It's like before you get to them. The end could enter into another like linear chase sequence, not chase, but like a lot of stuff's crumbling. You got to move to the right squares, but except you can actually die this time. You got to make sure you're on the right squares before things are collapsing or whatever. It's very fast, and maybe even like the squares behind you are like you're moving down a corridor and the squares behind you are like going away. So you gotta keep moving and go the right directions. Basically, just like more higher action, like everything's breaking, quickly get through the last chunk of level, and then like I don't know, you get to like if this is like a tower, you get to the entrance of the tower, like or the exit of the tower or whatever, and it's like, what does that look like? How can I represent that with cubes in like a way that like doesn't need like a full cutscene or dialogue to be a thing that's still like satisfying as an ending that isn't just like, oh, credits, okay. I mean, the one thing that came to mind is like if the whole game has this background, the idea of the second you have something that's not that color, that will be something that says like, whoa, okay, I'm like surprised to see something that's not this color. So if I think I give it like, no, I'm gonna raise it up just so I can change its color. It doesn't have to be green specifically, but it could be like, ooh, I went from tower to like grass. Even just the idea that the grid becomes a color that's not the background color, and then like, I don't know, the player can just move up off screen or something. Like like you get through the last bit of collapsing stuff, you get this like breath of fresh air of like, I made it. Nothing more is collapsing. Everything's fine. And then like you're still kind of moving up a corridor, and then you reach a point where like the camera stops and the player just moves up off screen. Like, that's not exciting. That's not like amazing or anything, but it like worked. I like at the moment I like the beginning bit more than the end bit. I don't like that idea. It'd be cool if the last level had a boss. A full-on boss fight with some giant enemy. But no, that's probably way too much. Too much for the budget. The budget of $0. 7 days and time is money. That does actually bring to mind something I completely forgot about that was another idea for an obstacle I had that seemed interesting. Is a large enemy. So far everything is 1 block, but what if something wasn't? Basically just the idea of what if you had an enemy that is twice the size, 1.8. Not like this, ideally it would be like this. You have an enemy that has to be live. Moves over multiple, like, yeah, it takes up multiple squares. Like, ooh, that's just interesting. But it has the extra benefit of like, the player can hide from this. If the player goes up this little area, then in theory the enemy can't follow because the enemy can't cross over this, because remember, like, this doesn't count as a block, and then that's a wall. So even if they're here, they that opens up a can of worms. Okay, with the wall though, the enemy can't move here. So that could be a way you can have this giant thing chasing you and then get like go somewhere that's like tucked away, and then later come back out for whatever reason. Maybe somehow you lead the enemy away, and then you can go through again. So, or there could be a patrolling enemy going back and forth, and you're kind of ducking away and stuff. So that could be interesting. Now, one thing that's tricky with this is like, okay, what square does it count as being in? Does that throw off the whole grid manager? I think as far as the grid manager is concerned, I just take like the bottom left one and say this. As far as the grid manager is concerned, it occupies the square of like -0.25, or this is -2.5 and then 0.5. But if it wants to move, it has to check like 2 above it, 2 this way, and then like 1 over it. So I think programming-wise, this shouldn't throw things off too much. If it was here, I think that becomes trickier. Like, is it occupying this square? Does that count? Whatever. I could also have something that's like 3 big, and then it would have a center point. Like if it was big enough to go around here, that's also an option. But I think just 2 is big enough. Unless that's something I do for the end, like I have this giant 10 by 10 enemy that's chasing you. That's also an option. I don't know. But the problem with this becomes, I said that if, you know what? Okay, there's another interesting mechanic that this thing gets. It's like, how does it treat the edges of the map? Because we have that if an enemy goes off the edge of the map, it like falls away and dies. We could have this enemy has the special property that all 4 of itself has to be off the edge. Maybe it's like, if it's here, it doesn't die. It is like very close to dying, but maybe it thinks it's fine. Yeah, but then that solves this problem. Because I'm about to say like, this is 1 square into death. That's like, is that an issue? Then I guess I can say that it's not. Yeah, so that could be another interesting gameplay mechanic of having to just lead all of it to death if you want it to die. Otherwise, because in this case, that means that this setup would not work as a hidey hole because it can come around and kill you. Okay, so that's interesting. That is more interesting than I initially thought. So large enemy that takes up 2x2 region, needs all 4 parts. What about hazards? Off edge was easy. If it's like, here's an electricity hazard and it's over it, would that be different? Maybe like anything that's like fire or electricity, it counts as electrifying all of it. Maybe then I think I'd have to wait to see it in an actual like level to decide, but and then I could like make it look better by like, if this is only moving down a corridor, then have like a 2x2 space that's like electric hazards, and it wouldn't look so weird. Needs all 4 parts to be off edge to fall. Okay. So another thing I just thought of for the end if we have it's like, oh, you go up into some like green area or that, you know, what it's like you're exiting the tower. You could, towards the beginning of the final level, you're coming up to it and then you can see it, and then like giant 5x5 enemy drops down, and then you gotta turn and run the other way, and then you run away and then like lead it around a big thing and then somehow kill it, and like it's really tough to kill because it's this 5x5 enemy. So it wouldn't be like, it doesn't have to be like a full on, it's a boss that like does all these crazy attacks. It could just be the enemy, especially if we already code this enemy, we just have this but bigger, and then ideally maybe the numbers work out in the code that it just is. I don't know how big is too big, but like if you go through the whole game seeing things that are mostly one size or whatever, and then suddenly this is here, then okay, that's funky if it has to like, it can't be facing you specifically. It would have to, unless it, or that's if it's a 4x4. If 0.9 times 5. Yeah, if it's 5x5, I mean, it doesn't even have to be like, if you want, like, it could be more like this or something, to be like a thing coming down towards you. I don't know, but we'll see. If it's big, it has two giant eyes that look angry. This could be interesting as a final thing, and it has the same mechanics as the normal enemies. It's just more intimidating because it's big and you can't kill it as easy. And then, ooh, this can have extra amounts of, it's chasing you and you gotta hide, like in all these little hidey holes that are around or something, well, that it can't get you. I mean, if it's super big, I could have that, like, it doesn't care, it just smashes through the wall, but then that's extra programming I gotta do. In theory, it still has maybe the same weaknesses as the other ones. Maybe it wouldn't. I mean, it could have a thing, maybe like electric hazards or whatever, just stun it for a turn rather than kill it. Then you can get way faster. Oh, that's intimidating. Because if you're, I need a better like hallway. I'm just gonna go over here and make just a new, I need just a grid that's like, because for me to test around stuff, I've like destroyed that. I need just another grid that's just like normal. And then like, okay, 1 second, just constructing. Oh, let me. No, hold on. You, but not the other things. Extend. Oh, no, I need to click on nothing. Okay. And then so I want this, but then yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you're fine. It's okay. I can, yeah. So, bring it over here. And then gigantic cube. Something. So, I mean, if once you see it, if you're running down, if it has the same rules of you move once a frame and then it moves once a frame, as long as you're moving down, you're always, you know, getting away from it, and that's like cool and all. What if it's extra cool? What if it moves 2 per frame? So it's keep catching up to you. So it's like, so for every one you move, it moves 2. And that sounds like, wait, but then won't it immediately catch you? Ideally, then there's other stuff in the levels that doesn't happen. Like, it's coming. Maybe like, it wouldn't start this close. The camera maybe would pull back extra for this level. Like, it's 10 or 20 blocks away. For every move you, it's coming. It's coming closer. And then you gotta find these little, you know, blocks to hide in. Like, the little, like, you know, spaces where it can't fit, like you know, in this kind of alcove thing. But yeah, you hide those, and then like it goes away or something, and then you run out, and you're kind of running to the next thing, trying to not get killed. And then maybe you can use, from stuff in the environment, you can use like the electric hazards. We'll say that the electric hazards stun it, so it's like it's moving too, but then it'll get stuck for a few turns because you managed to stun it. and then it'll keep moving. That sounds extra intimidating. Rather than, because if it always moved one, then like, I don't know, the fact that it's always moving with you, it's just like, yeah, whatever. But it's like, the fact that it's always closing distance and then getting further back, and then it's closing distance and then it's further back, that sounds more fun, more interesting to see in game. And, okay, so it's funny I joked about there being a boss and then now we're making one. That's funny, but I like it. And I don't think I'm going too crazy with it, because ideally most of this is just using mechanics from other things. Moving 2 blocks at a time shouldn't be hard. In theory, it should be fine. We're already gonna have a like 4x4 enemy, or I mean like a 2x2 that takes up 4 spaces enemy. That's already a thing I want to make. So we'll need the programming of something that has to look at extra blocks around it, of how much space it takes up. This is just the same thing but bigger. Now, then the idea that it gets stunned by hazards rather than killed, that's just... I feel like skip a turn functionality won't be that bad. Doesn't move. It just lets a turn pass and does nothing. So in theory, that should be okay. And then like... So the one thing, though, that I might have to change with this thing's behavior is... I said that other enemies were going to run to you till the day they die. In that, like, if you're here and it's coming at you and it's here now, the other enemies would keep coming at you, or normal enemies here would keep trying to like bump against the wall to come at you. It's not intelligent. So there's that. However, if these like hidey holes don't work if this enemy is gonna keep coming at you until it like can't, unless no, there's no way though. I was saying if it moves 2, it could like be bumped back. If it hits a wall, it gets bumped back a few automatically, and that gives you a turn to like come up. I still think that's too close. I don't think that would work so well. So I think hidey holes can't be. So there's 2 options. Either one, this boss has different behavior where if it can't get to you, it'll like wander away. That requires pathfinding, kind of, that I don't necessarily want to do, unless I specifically design the boss arena in a way where it's super easy, where it's like, if you're here, it'll specifically just move upwards because that'll work. Option 2, we don't have a hidey holes as much as like escape routes. So like, this is a thing, yeah, and this is a thing, and then you can move down, and then away. That seems more interesting. Rather than you hide and wait and then go, like that can work. Less programming, and I think it could potentially be more interesting level design of like, you use the squares to hide and then run. Because if you're here, because the thing how I'm designing this, if you're here, it's not coming at you. Or it still kind of basically ran itself into the wall. Only once you're, actually, the diagonals are going to be tricky, and especially if this is like what counts as what counts as diagonals. Like for here, would it move to the side to then, is it determined to kill you at the center of itself, or is it fine, like this counts as like it'll still try to move straight down? I'm gonna say it probably would look fine. So if these walls weren't, if none of these walls were here, it shouldn't be right now. Hold on. In this scenario, remove the walls. It shouldn't, its ideal movement wouldn't be to move 2 to the side and then move down to kill you, because that's just wasted moves. It should still be moving straight down to kill you. If you were here, then it needs to move over 1 at least. If it moves over, but we said it moves 2 per turn, then it's doing that minimum and then it's moving down. So that makes sense. That put into, so it would have that same functionality with the wall. So if you're here, it's not coming at you. The second you move here, it would move over 1, and then now it would interesting. So that means a wall like this would still block it from coming at you. We're letting this be dumb. So that's, you don't need a hidey hole. That's interesting, the fact that you wouldn't need hidey holes as much as you just need random single pillar on the map to just like move to this side of, so that it can't get you. Am I fine with that? 1, I think I have to be. I don't think I get a choice here unless I want to make a pathfinding thing. Like it can be super simple, just like move down, whatever. But I think I almost let that be a thing, or the kind of puzzly element of It doesn't have to be little alcoves. Like, you just use the stuff in the map that there's a bunch of to like hide in. And I don't think they're gonna be like. Ideally, there maybe be like, you know, stretches between, because there should be chunks where you are like, let's say that these two are here. You have this guy kind of enclosed here, but then the way the path goes, it goes over here and then it goes up for a long stretch. Then you just have to like, you go up and then now it's coming up and at you. Diagonals are weird though. How do I handle diagonals? Or like, so there's two things it could do. If you are here relative to it, would it decide? If I just say like, if the walls weren't there, it doesn't matter. It can move this way and then up, or this way and then up. It doesn't matter. So what it could do is say, if it somehow knows that there's a diagonal, so it could move this way, it actually could look at like, okay, so two ways we can do this. Either one, it's like, it looks this way. If I can't move this way, maybe I'll look up. If I can move up, then I move up. That way it could still zigzag itself towards you, and it's less likely to get stuck in a weird position where it's like, you're here, but it's going to still keep trying to ram itself this way. Other option could be that, because unless it's perfectly diagonal, like it's a perfect diagonal, if there's, okay, this is hard to like represent because it's like not on the grid. I'm going to go down here. This question is going to also apply to a normal enemy. So actually, I'm going to use this guy as a demonstration. How did you get off-centered? What? How are you? What? This thing is. This whole thing is. You're telling me that it doesn't work out. What? But you're on the that way. What? How did that happen? Okay, that's how it happened, but that's fine. But even still, with that, you should still be. Yeah, you match up. Okay. So I thought there was a problem here, and that was a completely unrelated but different problem. Interesting. Okay. So if you're here, and yeah, it doesn't matter. I guess what I'm interested in the case is when it's not an exact like diagonal. If you're here, that means you're closer on like one axis than the other. So should the consistent behavior could be like, pick the shorter one, whatever the shorter one is, do that, and then now that you're lined up, then you go straight at him. So if it's like here, I can either be like, pick the short one until you're lined up and then go down, or it can be always pick the long one for some reason and then go over. But like, you know, if there's walls, we're pretending that goes over, then that means that this enemy is gonna be mega dumb. This is fine. I am totally fine with this scenario. If an enemy is like in a straight line to you, it's coming at you and it's like, I can't move. There's walls in the way. Oh no. The scenario I'm fine with. If you're here, that would mean it would go duh, 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 I can't move. Oh no. Or it would come at you and go, oh no, I can't move. So possibilities could be that maybe I do let it be slightly smarter. The point is, I don't want to implement a complicated, like, it actually having to like pathfind, like, the way to the player is to go da 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 da. I'm trying to not have to do that, would be nice. So option could be that it like, if it encounters a wall, it doesn't immediately give up, especially if there's this diagonal. I could say like, it could have two different behaviors. Like either it recognizes I'm only one axis away, or I'm two axes away. And if it recognizes that it's two axes away, then its behavior could be, it looks in the two directions that the player is in. It looks down, there's a wall, okay, I'm gonna look this way. There's no wall, I'll try my bet at going this way and hoping that it works. Now, of course, that means if this is completely blocked off, then that means that the enemy's gonna go bop, bop, blop, blop, and now ram its head in the wall. But I'm fine with that. I think I'm more fine with it. That doesn't look as weird as like, here's an enemy that should be moving at me, but like there's a weird, because of the diagonal, it's funky. So okay, I guess that's how I'll treat it. So that means if an enemy's here, it's gonna be ramming at a wall. If it's here, it'll go. So I mean, it could go down and then over and down. But the option where both ways are clear, then what should it do? If both immediate, it's only going to look one square ahead. It's not going to look multiple. If it's only looking one square ahead, then it will choose, I think, the longer path. So I think on average it might be better that it, because either I have it try to get on the same axis as fast as possible, and then trying to move in a straight line. I think I'm fine with, yeah, have it move on whatever, because it's like, I want to move at the player. The player is this many over and this many down. Pick the one that's longest and move that one. Oh, I can't. If it has a choice, pick the longer one. If it doesn't have a choice, then it only has the one choice. And then, and then once you're on, it's on the same level, then it's like going to move down. This isn't always going to work. Well, no, if this is blocked off, then it's going to move this way and then move down, and that's fine in that scenario. If it's like this, it's going to move down. Now both of its options are bad. If both of its options are bad, I don't think I want it to just pick another direction. No. If both of those options are bad, it's just going to bang on whatever wall. So interesting. If this enemy is here, and I want to represent the idea that it's trying to ram itself at the player, but it can't do it, would I rather ram off this wall? Weirdly enough, I think it should be this wall. This weirdly looks more like it's trying to go towards the player. I think this is better represented at like this length. If this enemy wants to go at the player, I think it weirdly look. Oh, I mean, it'll do this, but let's say, okay, let's block off and ignore that we're on the edge of the grid. It looks better for him to be ramming downwards rather than over, just to convey the sense of towards the player. Okay, so that was a lot of rules to define, and I didn't write any of them down, but I'm gonna hope that I remember them enough, or at least I can, because these are just logic of like, how should this behave in this situation, and then if I define a consistent set of rules, does it look good enough, and is it smart enough? And I think I've defined a scenario where it is good enough. For the double-sized players, might be able to follow the same behavior, but what's harder is in a situation like this. So, well, no, it's not that much harder if I treat it as this counts as being blocked in this direction. It doesn't matter if one thing is blocking it or two. It can't go this way, so if the player is here, it will move this way. And that's fine. Okay. And yeah, there might be some scenarios where, depending on how the complex system of walls is, then the enemy might not move ideally. It might look like they're moving a little bit away from the player, but that's fine. It's okay for the enemies to be a little bit dumb, as long as it's not super dumb. So like, a scenario where it looks like the enemy is moving away from the player. If it's like this, and like the correct solution is to go, you know, all the way up and around. If the player is down here and the enemy's like, I'm gonna move this way, that's fine. I'm okay with that, because it's like blind rage running at the player. Doesn't matter what's in the way until, oh wait, there's something in the way. That's fine. That doesn't look too bad. It looks like dumb enemies rather than bad programming. Because it's intentional. I don't know. Anyways, so applying that behavior to Mr. Big Man over here. Yeah, the player back over there. That solves the problem. If the player's up here, then he'll look, I can't move this way, so I will move up. And that'll look more intelligent for him. So, okay, cool. Easy enough way of just like fine-tuning how the blockages should work. Yeah, and I think that'll look good enough, and I don't need to implement the whole like custom pathfinding system. That's good enough, because we want it to be able to ram into walls. So continuing, I guess, with then, what will this enemy do? I mean, it's gonna. I said it's gonna like look. It's gonna be going after the player. It's gonna move 2 steps at a time. It could be more than 2, but I think we'll just go with 2 for now. If I have something else that moves at 2. Because that could be another thing. I could have another enemy, just a normal-sized enemy that it moves 2 at a time. I'm going to do that, though, for right now. I mean, there's the idea of... I do have the springs that move the player 2 at a time. I could let an enemy use the spring. If the enemy just so happens to touch a spring, then we'll say that it it can move it. I guess if the enemy's on top of a wall, then it needs to like have the different behaviors, because I said that that was a thing I would allow the player to do. That's fine, because then it would have its own elevated tag, because yeah, so it would have its own elevated tag, and then like I don't know if it's actually made a tag or whatever, a boolean in the movement code, its own elevated boolean, and then it's just looking to the squares beside it of, because it doesn't matter if it's a wall or not a wall, it's is there something in the way or is there not something in the way, and then the behavior will be the same. And the fact that it will move, if it moves here and then it falls down, I don't care about that. That's fine. That's the same. Like, then it's fall down, it's fine. It doesn't matter if that's ideal or not. Should it prioritize? I guess it would know if I move here, I will no longer be elevated. If I move here, I will still be elevated. I guess it could prefer, if it considers the two options to be equal, then like it could prefer the option where it stays elevated. It could prefer not falling off the wall, I guess. But well, that seems like very low on the like interaction priority. These big guys then begs the question: if they touch a spring, are they allowed to be on a wall like this? Or they're partially on a wall, they still count as being elevated. Only once they move here, then they fall. One solution, I could just never happen to have a level where this exists in the same level as this, if I didn't want that weird interaction. Besides that, I could have in such a level, all the walls are like this so that it looks fine, it's whatever. And then if it moves down here, then it falls. So I can brush over it a little bit depending on the level design. So I will say, let it have the same behavior. If it's like this, it counts as being elevated, and then once it moves here, then it falls. I don't know if I want to better, like, show that something is elevated by, like, I don't know, color or something around it or something back, or once it moves here, there's like a thud sound. Because we're like orthographic, I'm not really having something, like, there's not really the sense of height necessarily. Well, I think it's fine. I mean, I can have, if you're elevated, you're slightly higher in the frame. Because sometimes in like a top-down perspective, you move stuff up to communicate height. I don't think I need to do that. I think, yeah, we'll just let that be. Like, that's not the best interaction, but it's like fine, it works. It doesn't break the game fundamentally. And I'm gonna highly doubt we wouldn't want this guy to be on top of the wall. You can't like tell the wall is there. Like, oh, is he elevated? Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna say that like, or maybe there's more plausible deniability that this guy is so massive that like that'll be another tool that the player will have in this chase sequence, that the player will touch some of these to get launched 2 squares ahead, and that'll help with the, you know, slightly outrunning this. And we'll say that this thing just doesn't use them. It's too heavy. It just skips over them. So as far as big guys concerned, the springs don't exist. I think that's justified in this case. Maybe at some point I could like do something that like, oh no, where there's like just a row of them, and then this is because it's some like special one-time thing. The boss does use this and just Hulk smash. I move 4 blocks. Maybe not though. I think that might be hard to like convey, but I don't know. I mean, it could end with a sequence of like, so the walls are supposed to be this like sense of height. It could, the ending kind of sequence of this could be the player is forced to go on a spring, and then you're just going through this section that like is just pure black, just because it looks cool to be like grids anymore. It's just this is what, I don't know, this and then giant cube. It's almost like an aesthetic change, just like right near the end. It could be just something for like the finale. What's interesting with that is that then falling down becomes a new kind of hazard. If there's holes, whoa, and then you don't see the grid because of the way that the grid is. No, sorry, no. You would see the grid because if I were to extend it. I'm just gonna duplicate it. It's fine. You would, oh, you'd see the blue. I guess you don't see that much grid, but like, okay.
So you would see that, and then it could be interesting just in that, like, this becomes like a new hazard. If you fall down though, then you're stuck though. Oh, that's the thing. That's not a hazard that would kill you unless it's like there's a hazard in, like I put the fire in or whatever. You'd fall in there and die. Although, if the cube is chasing you, and then for like, I don't know if this is like the last kind of leg of the chase or whatever, you do this, and now he's up here with you. If you fall, then that could just be like, oh no, I'm trapped and I can do nothing, but this guy comes and kills me, and this could count as killing. That begs a whole other question. Let me just go over here real quick. With these guys, these guys, if it's like this, what happens? I'm gonna say that this still kills the player because it's just easier to visualize. If you can't see the player because he's under the enemy, but the enemy's still on here, like he was one turn away from killing you anyway, I'm gonna say that counts as killing the player. So that because of that, it's consistent rules, this also counts. So I'm gonna say, yeah, there could be this chunk of level where you have to run across a big chunk of walls and you can fall. You can fall and then you're just stuck waiting for this guy to kill you. That does mean that if this happens, I need to make sure, absolutely sure, that the big boss isn't gonna get stuck on something. Oh, interesting. The walls and these springs are the only way to get unstuck, or the only way for the cube to get stuck. If we do this sequence of springs in this special sequence where now the cube is on here, there's not as much safeguards. There's not as much possibilities safeguards. Which that, I mean, you set this up in some position where the cube is quite far away. Not like a few, it has to be quite far away, because then he's like, you're going through this, and he's catching up quick, and then you have to go through this section. And if you fall, then he's coming, and then he just kills you. Because the two methods of getting, three methods, oh, what is this game going to be called? So funny you should ask. It doesn't have a name yet. That is, I just called the Unity, project small scope game because I just needed a name for the Unity project. A name will come later. So as far as the tossing around names, there's like the idea of you can't move. So like in the game you can't move. So something about don't stop or like don't stop or run. I don't know. Something like that could do something to be a name. The environment was going to be like everything's crumbling around you, and there's like you're in this kind of crumbling tower, so like something with that could be a name where you combine those two somehow, of the fact that there's like you can't move and also this tower is crumbling, so like get out, maybe something that. But the fact that you're in this like grid based movement, there could be something in any of those that could be something with the name, but I don't have a good name off the top of my head right now, so that'll come. That's as we start to actually develop the game, then maybe a name will spring out, but there isn't one. Anyway, so this final chase sequence, is extra interesting because then there's no safeguards because he's up here with you. Have fun with that. Oh God, I worry the implications of, would I have a spring on top of a wall segment? It could still work for launching you to a head. There's not going to be walls on walls. There's not going to be extra walls. I'm not going 2 levels high. I guess this could still work. I did have to move it up. It might be fine. I'm going to say that it's a maybe. I'll readdress this when I properly design what this final ending sequence could look like. I just realized something that, so the initial, in terms of making the levels, the initial plan was like, I would imagine like most games of this kind of thing, each level would be its own scene because you finish a level and then you load the next scene. It's possible I could just have one giant scene, the different levels are just around, so you don't have to load anything. You just put the camera over different places. It seems that, I probably shouldn't. I should probably do it properly and just have it be one level per thing. Yeah, so this is, because I have stuff over here, I was like, oh, that's a thing I could do, but I probably shouldn't. It's fine. I do it to then figure out, like, what does it look like to transition between levels? It could be like a black flag. Ooh, whoop. It would be cool. So my one idea was that, like, with this setup, I don't know how I would pull it off, but maybe some fancy camera tricks is what I have to do. Because you're kind of maybe going down floors of a tower, having the end of the level look like a tear in this page that you're like falling through. It'd be cool if from here, if you're looking through the hole, you can kind of see the beginning of the next level like through the hole. And then once you touch the platform, then you fall, and then the camera like whooshes with you and actually like zooms in, and then now you are on the next like it zooms in, you just fall directly into the next level. Would be cool. That would mean the next level would have to be like loaded for the camera to be able to go through in it. And then, so even though it's 2D, I mean, I could make that work with like, here's level 1 is here, level 2 is down here, and the camera just goes. That's fine, I guess. I could still have the levels be their own scenes to then easily transition, but like if I want to test level 5, I just load up that scene and then press go, like press play, and then that's fine. Like in theory, that's how it kind of should be. So I could play around with like additive scene stuff. You can have multiple scenes loaded at once, where like depending on what scene I'm in, I load the next scene and just place it there, and like as kind of an offset. And then if all the grid stuff is relative to its own grid manager's like starting thing, and that seems okay. That seems like something I could. I'll also like figure that out more when I'm actually making it. But I like that idea. It seems polished enough. It does seem like something that's like not gonna be super complicated that I can finish in the time frame. Anyways, so with this whole end of game thing, still don't know how it's gonna like end, but so our idea for like the end is somehow you're coming across some like end cool, like it's the end of the whatever exiting the tower is, and then this giant thing shows up, and I think it could fall from the ceiling, like you're starting to go up, and then there's like a shadow, and then just boom, and then it starts chasing you. You have to run away, something like that. I want to be careful because like I don't want to be I don't want to have to be something I have to put a whole bunch of work into because I just don't have the time to physically. So you're getting chased by the cube. You go down through this big chase sequence, and like more stuff is collapsing. It's epic and whatever. Maybe there's this chunk where you like go on this like part where you're just walking a large chunk of walls and you can't fall while still having to outrun this thing, and then I guess it would end in some. Ideally, you kill the thing. You don't just get away and it's like sectioned off. I think in order to get this thing to die, I think hazards will do nothing. You have to. There will be a bunch of holes in the floor of different sizes. You have to find a hole that is a 5x5 chunk of hole that you gotta like run around, and you gotta get this thing to move in the right place with this big hole, and then maybe because this thing's special can have like a you know, the cartoony, like if it has big mad eyes, once it's moved over the hole, it can do the cartoony like blink blink as like realizing that you know it's over nothing, and then Wile E. Coyote like it's hovering and then it's like I'd say look down. It can't really look down in this like top down manner, but then it can fall and die, and then woo, you defeated the thing, woo. And ideally then it would loop back around to whatever the end is. Killing the thing would have to then open a door or like somehow like allow you to progress to the next chunk of game. Then it would be the end of the game. Then I guess you go down a long corridor, and then I don't know how to end it. Like the idea of like, ooh, it's a different color you're walking on now because you've escaped. Ooh. Maybe I have to just accept that it's not going to be anything spectacular, and I just like the boss itself is enough. You beat the boss, and then like maybe the music calms down, but that means I have to make another music track. I don't know. And then it's just you move on to like a different colored thing, and then like the camera stops and the cube just moves up off screen. Wow, and then I'd say credits, but like there's no you have credits when you have a bunch of people working on a game. I'm just one guy, so like have 10 things of like programming, Cyberchroma, art by Cyberchroma, this by Cyberchroma. I'm not gonna do that, but the credits as far as just like thanks for playing, and I guess it can just be as simple as that. I think by having the boss and then just you get out and you just go up off screen, that can be enough. And if I come up with something better, there's even something little thing to add on to that idea to make it extra better, then that works. Okay. It's good enough that I can write it down, say that's what we're going with, and then if making this will come probably towards, like, it'll be a while till we get towards that. So by the time we do it, if we have better ideas, then we can go with them. Okay, so I have to write down what I just said. So, okay, one more thing. Do I want to have that you see what's effectively, it's the end of the game, and then Giant Cube comes down to stop you, and then you have to run away? Or do you not see the end until you're actually there? And I think showing like, hey, it's something different, whoa, gives this sense of almost being at the end, and then Giant Cube is at, so you know it's like the final challenge, I guess, rather than just being Giant Cube, I guess. And then also the end doesn't come like as unexpectedly, potentially, I guess. Yeah. So you final level, does the final level have two things? Does the final level have both? Because the two ideas I said were this boss type deal, but also like a final sequence of a bunch of stuff is collapsing, all the platforms are going away, you gotta move in the right like places. That could either be at the beginning of this, and that leads into this boss arena kind of thing, or it could be at the end, like you kill the boss, but it falling like pushes screen shake, and now like a lot of stuff is extra collapsing, and then you go through this final chunk of you're going up through like a corridor of grid, and stuff is like falling and breaking apart left and right, and then you get back to where you kind of started that area, and then you can go up and be free. Like, the question is, do I want both, or like do I combine them? And if I do both, like which happens first? Do I have that leading into the boss, and then once you've done the boss, like that's it? I guess, okay, because the thing about like if you mess up, I guess if you kill the boss, once you've killed the boss, there shouldn't be much more like able to die. I think once the boss is dead, then okay, calm down, did it. Yeah, so if that's then followed by some final like breaky chase sequence that then you can die, then that kind of, unless it like checkpoints, which like then I'd be more fine with it. So like the boss is the final true level, but then you fall into like the next level. It's just this like end sequence. Nah. That's like extra padding. That padding will take more time. Don't bother. Just condense it. I can condense this. It doesn't need to be a big, massive thing. So just have a starting bit of collapsing thing going into, and it wouldn't be super long, and then and the collapsing stuff can actually happen during the actual running away. I don't have to treat those as two separate ideas. I can actually, it can be part of the same escape sequence. So final level, more paths crumbling. Come across. I'll generically say exit, and we'll figure out what that actually is going to look like later. Exit before player reaches giant shadow. Growth. Do like whoop. So, I mean, there's two things. There's, like, one, it wouldn't become a... So that's the thing. If the player's constantly moving, I don't want to stop them moving. I guess I could. Pause them to pan over and have thing fall down. Raw! And then have it move towards you. But then, a game this small should not have a proper cutscene. That feels like overscoping to me. So it shouldn't do that. The other option is, rather than having the sequence of this thing spawning in, I can just frighten the player, right? Like, the camera's not super zoomed in, but kind of not super zoomed out. And then you're just moving up casually. It's like, oh, what's it gonna be? Giant enemy is just there, moving towards you. You gotta quickly, like, oh gosh, gotta turn around. That'd be kind of funny to just be like, surprise! This is something you gotta deal with now. And it would take, that specifically would take significantly less time to make. So I think I almost, out of necessity, have to go with that option. So as much as it'd be cool to have like Giant Shadow and then he falls down, I don't have time for this. If I finish everything, a lot of these ideas and stuff are like, if I finish everything else, then I can do some of these more wish list ideas. I think I need to write down the less wish listy idea and go with that, finish it, and then if I have more time, then I can do more. So, not that. They come across the exit before the player reaches 5x5 enemy appears. Chases player moving 2 blocks at a time. I don't need to write that that's faster than the player because that's like implied. Moving 2 blocks at a time. Then sequence of escaping. I don't have a name for this thing. I'm just gonna call it. I'm gonna say massive cube. That's not like a name. That's just what it is. Escaping massive cube. Using walls to hide. Walls and spring stuff. I mean, there could be other hazards that you have to avoid while also getting away from this thing. Actually, let's say walls can hide, springs can make. I mean, they make you move faster to help, like, go faster to get away from it. Faster, and then like what was the third thing? I made this because there was a third. Made like electric hazards can stun cube, but won't kill. Then I was gonna say maybe like I don't know if I'm gonna have that giant, like that big wall sequence. That would require extra programming for the basic cube to get to be able to go on. We'll save that for when we actually design the level. So ends with large section with holes must lead. Interesting. So I thought of an interesting thing here. Must lead massive cube into 5x5 hole. So thing I just thought of is, I was like, once you kill the enemy, then you have to be out. Something has to happen so that you can continue to the end of the game. There is, it doesn't. There could just be this. The last Chunk game is this long stretch of a hallway where there's nothing that can make you go faster. So if the thing's still chasing you, it's gonna definitely catch up to you. So you have to, in this last sort of room, kill it so that you can go up the last final hallway without dying. Then can go up final corridor without it catching up. Without it catching up. So then like so that's like beating the boss. Then move into area with different background, different colored background. Let's say different background. Outside. Like, it's like outside the tower. Camera stops. Cube moves up. Off. Screen. Then we'll just say, for now we're just gonna say a or I don't know what it'll actually say. It could just say the end. I don't know. Whatever. Like end, and it can fade to black. We'll see if I could have that be different text, make the ending slightly different. But this works enough for now, and it's not going to be the biggest pain to do, and it feels satisfying enough of an ending with the boss, I think. It's funny that I said boss was a joke, and then we actually did it. But it's not a full, like, boss. Like, it shoots at you and it has all these attacks and you gotta hit it. It's basically just an enemy but big. But there's enough interesting stuff in that it can be, yeah, interesting. Okay. We have a beginning. We have an end. now we need a middle. And it could be from making the so-called middle, we can come up with, if we come up with more types of hazards and stuff, that then we, that's gonna be part of the final boss area, like that's allowed to be a thing. Like we could have, like, here's an enemy in an area, like the big thing is around in this big room, and you have to, like, get a cube and push it all the way to a button, but you can't just, like, do that all at once because the big enemy's there. You gotta lead it to one side and then run around and then push it a little bit and then hide and then go and, like, lead it around again and push it the rest of the way or something. Like, that could be a thing, but we'll see. I guess we'll kind of come back to that. This is, like, good enough an idea that, like yeah, it'll work, I guess. So we know how it starts. So we have to figure out how it gets from here to there. And once we do that, then we can reassess if this will be different, or also if this will be different. But I think this is pretty, like, fine to just be like, you start in, like, we fade in the grid and, like, the player, and then everything's breaking and it's all bad, and then have the players start moving, go through a few corridors, and then go to the first real level. So then we gotta figure out what first real level is and what that's actually gonna look like. I'm still not settled on if this is all the hazards that we want. We want more. It is getting late for me, and we have been going for... How has it been 6 hours? In what world? I started... Jeez. Time really just flies by with it. I thought, like, yeah, I'll do a 2-hour stream. I'll do 2 hours, and then, yeah, no, it didn't happen quite that way. I'm gonna make this bigger, because it could be easier to see. A little bit, anyway. Yeah, I probably should stop. I can feel my throat also kind of like, and I'm going to be streaming consistently the next couple days. Don't want to have my throat be super bleh. So I'm satisfied with, I guess, how much I planned on stream. I think, yeah, I guess we'll go for now. And tomorrow morning or something, I'll probably do some amount of, like, more playing myself, just thinking of these ideas and letting them it's probably good, I guess. Maybe silver lining of it, I guess, not planning everything all at once is that, like, I get more time to, like, let the ideas sit and, like, is this a good idea? Am I happy with this? Yeah. Yeah. So although have I done enough that, like, I can get a rough idea of it? Actually, let me break this down just more into whatever. Okay. One last thing I guess I'd like to do is, before... This could actually be good before I start planning levels, is now that we got a nice foundation of what we want the game to be, assuming we can, like, the actual things you interact with are interesting enough, let's split up what the rest of the days are maybe gonna look like. Even if this is super rough and it changes. So, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6, day 7, day 8, day 9. So I said before that day 9 is just going to be day for publishing. Like, ideally, by the end of day 8, the game is done. I just wanted the extra padded day on the end to be releasing the game. And if I make, like, a few more tweaks on that final day, then, like, maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But, like, I don't want spending extra time working on the game on day 9 to delay the publishing of the game. I want to, be done. I don't want to extend the time of making this game, in theory. And even, like, right now, like, I might, like, between now and the next stream, I might come back and be like, yeah, so I think I scoped too big. I'm going to cut out blah, 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 blah. You know, that could happen. I want to finish the game on time. I'd rather it be smaller and finished than big and unfinished. We'll see if I end up reassessing that, like, maybe some of these ideas are too much and cut them out. Or same idea, but, like, executed slightly differently. We'll see. But just... Cube, you move from square to square, and then there's a bunch of things you can interact with that hopefully each individually isn't going to be the worst thing to program. And then, like, I think the boss thingy is fine because it is just a big enemy. That's all I'm doing with it. It's just a big enemy, so it's not even really a boss. So, like, I think that's okay. I think we can get away with that. If it had the extra, like, cutscene of it being summoned and, like, whatever, then I might be pushing it. So I might start by just being like, it's just an enemy that's big and has the same... Fine, nothing super extra for that. I'm fine with, like, the end. It's like, oh, it's a different background, and then, like, stops and pans. I'm fine with, like, programming that. I think that should be okay. In theory, that won't be super hard to do. You just hit a trigger, and then I just freeze the camera, and then, like, the player keeps moving, and then yeah, I think that's so. Day one was planning part one. And it's funny. So I said that this day would have like basically no touching Unity, and then playing two. The day two would start making Unity. We've already done some stuff in Unity. Like I'm fine with the basics of like what these colors look like, how some of this is set up in a basic sense. So we've kind of already done a tiny amount of the work, which is, you know, it saves some amount of time, I guess. So it's planning part one. I'd say we've basically done the planning except for the level design in a way. So there's that. So I am going to say at the end, I'm going to give one day that's entirely just polish the game. The game should be done. We're just making it look pretty. In theory, that's all like the final day is. I want to have music and sound effects in theory. I don't have the most amount of experience doing that. So I am going to block out one entire day to audio, music, and sound effects. And yeah, maybe there won't be that many sound effects. They probably won't sound too great. Music, I'm probably only going to... I have some... I've been learning a little bit about making music, but I'm like the most beginner of beginner with that. So it probably will be the case. I'm going to use FL Studio and make like one song, maybe, and it'll be like 10 seconds. Ideally, it's like, you know, actually, I don't know what an estimate of how much time, but ideally, it's going to be like, you know, just a quick little thing, just so there's some amount of audio that just starts at the beginning and probably just goes through the whole thing. Well, I don't know if the beginning's supposed to start calm and then all the explosions happen and then like everything gets more intense. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe I can make two. But I'm just gonna say audio is one day, and we'll figure out what that's gonna be. But so we'll say it's like at least one music track, and then we'll do one music track that's like gonna be the general vibe of the game, and then all the sound effects, and then if we have enough time, then other music. But then that's also going to include audio programming of getting sound effects to happen. Although I might do some of that. Actually, I might do some of that beforehand as I'm, you know, programming other stuff to then have placeholders so that I know what sound effects I need. Yeah, I might do some of the audio programming before I even have all the sound effects, just so that I know for sure what sound effects I need. That doesn't sound too bad. So I don't know if that'll be part of this day or if I'll do that beforehand, because I might program some of that as I program other mechanics. Okay, so then days 2 through 6. Level design is... design. Is it possible that I spend all of tomorrow just designing levels? This is right now, as of what's currently planned. This includes finalizing what hazards are going to exist. And do I... There's two ways to go with this. I have enough in place that I can start programming the player, and I can start programming the, you know, simple enemy, sub-simple hazards, but I don't know for sure what hazards are going to stick around and which ones aren't, other than I think the enemies that move towards you, I'm pretty concrete on that's going to be a thing. So basically there's the two things. Either as of tomorrow, I start making the game, making the core central mechanics, and then once I've done that, then I go and design all the levels. However, part of what I wanted to do with making this is I said I wanted to go very overboard on planning. Not very overboard, but like, before I go too far into making Unity, I wanted to do a lot of planning. The fact that I don't have a single level design, I would rather if I did. So I think for this project, I am going to force myself to... I guess that means I'm going to have to hazard... finalize obstacles plus do all the level design. Actually figure out, that means how many levels are there going to be, and then design them. It's okay if then while I'm building them, I like make some changes, like, no, it's better if this one is here. But at least having the rough idea of the whole game from start to finish, and yeah, knowing how many levels there are, having all that in place would be good, I think. I'm gonna try that. I usually don't, and because of that, I wanna try. And I think in another context with another game, it might be more necessary that I would need to make some of the core mechanics before I design levels, just so I know if while building the core mechanics, if they're gonna like change and then I radically have a different idea. But this is simple enough that I think I'm okay with that. I have enough of this like piece together conceptually that I think I have enough, I know enough in my head, like how the player's gonna move, how everything's gonna move around and stuff, that I don't need to have programmed the player before I make a level. And I think that should be okay. I might have to mess around with like the timing of like how long a turn should be and stuff like that. One thing that's interesting is the idea of some stuff moving out of sync. Of let's say the player moves every 0.5 seconds. It could be the case that like, so let's say this enemy also moves every 0.5 seconds, but with like a 0.25 second offset. So it'll be like, whoo, 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 whoo. That could be a thing. And that could help reinforce. Actually, that's what I could do for maybe enemies will do that a little bit by default, because otherwise then it's like maybe would look more visually interesting. There's more things moving at not really a different rate, but like kind of a different rate. Maybe that'd be more visually interesting to see. So maybe I will do that. But it doesn't have to be exact opposites. It could be like the enemy moves slightly after the player. Or slightly before, and that moving slightly before or slightly after could help with the so-called turn order of like if two things are about to move to occupy the same square, having that slight offset could help make it easier for the player to just intuitively know if two things were to move on the same square, which thing gets to go there. Yeah, would I have two different of the same type of enemy move at different rates? I think by default all enemies will have this, will be consistent. I'd like all enemies of a certain type to be consistent. I think there'll be different types of enemies. There'll be a patrolling enemy that just does. There'll be a like a thing that like the big enemy and then the giant guy. Those are different classes of enemy. But I think it would be ideal that I don't have to tweak settings on each individual enemy. The patrolling one would be an exception of like deciding what the patrolling path is, but yeah. Interesting. A patrolling enemy, how I could go about programming that in a way that like visually looks good to the player. There could be little like thin arrows on the ground that like it's like faded in a way that's obvious. The player doesn't interact with them, but it's a faded thin arrow pointing in a direction on the ground that once the enemy touches that, then it moves. Then it starts moving in that direction. Then it touches another one, it moves up. And touches it, it moves over. Then it would be possible to have set up one patrol route and then have two enemies that kind of do this. And I don't have to set up a bunch of stuff on each individual enemy. It's just this enemy moves until it hits this, and then Okay, yeah, actually that is how I'll set it up because that'll be easier. And then it's less configuring individual enemies. Then it's easier for me as level designer to take this arrow and move it around. Okay. Doable. That's doable. So, yeah. Anyways, that's just the thing with that one particular type of enemy and how that's going to work. Moving stuff. I haven't done, like, if I do have that hypothetical arrow. Oh, that's interesting. Enemies that are patrolling here so much that you can't go through, and maybe you press a button. This arrow flips so that it's facing left. And now the patrol path goes and then the enemies go off this way and, like, die or something. Like, they go straight into a hazard. And then, hey, you've cleared the path, and now you can move up. That's a possibility. I will add that to the block list, actually, though. Just the faded arrows existent. Faded arrow lock used to tell enemies, patrolling enemies, used to define path for patrolling enemies. It'd be interesting if I had one of those arrows and it was set up that like each turn it rotates or something. So it's like, I don't know, this enemy that touches it goes up, this enemy that touches it goes that way, this enemy that touches it goes down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. That's interesting. That could be a spinning arrow. I haven't done anything that spins. Would I have, here's a wall, it's like set up to spin, so it like one turn it's like oh, I didn't even realize I have another block in there. Well, let's fix that. What I do, blah. But then, I mean, if it's spinning, that's like, what happens when it's in this state? Does it count as hitting that block? Like, yes or no? Yeah, spinning gets uglier like that, but having something in one square that turns and now has different behavior, I'm not against that idea. If I have faded arrows that move enemies, would I have it like a not faded arrow? That's an obvious arrow that, like, if the player touches this arrow, you're moving up. You don't get a choice in that. Like your next turn is moving up. So then like, oh no, if I touch this, I'm moving up into an enemy or a hazard. I gotta go press a button so that this arrow is facing down, but I don't move into that. Better. Slightly better idea with that. Have this arrow that's pointing in a direction, and then somehow it can be powered by pressing a button. And rather than just flipping direction, it now becomes a rotating arrow, where each turn, it's like rotating clockwise or counterclockwise. So then it's up to the player to then time it to touch the arrow when it's facing the direction that they want, so that they go the direction that they want. That's another interaction. I like the idea of having to like time stuff for frames. Is good. So the particular just arrow that just is one way and then will face another, I wasn't super on board with. But a rotating arrow. And well, if I'm gonna have a rotating arrow, I might also do the other one, just so the player can get used to like, yeah, this is an arrow that you touch it and you go this direction. Now that you're used to that, we'll introduce the spinning ones. So the faded ones will be enemy only. The non-faded one will be, I guess that one can be player and enemy, so that like enemies that are chasing will be forced to use them. And then that's another case where it's like, if it's moving down, the player goes it, it's safe, and then the enemy goes it when it's going up, and then it goes into a hazard. It's just like another way to get rid of an enemy. Sure. Forces player or enemy to move in direction, and then we'll go spinning, spinning arrow block. It is just an arrow block, but it spins each turn. Yeah, there we go. That's the now. There's the things I just said of like maybe you press a button and then it becomes a spinning one is kind of interesting. So maybe this could become this somehow. But so I did already have the one idea of like you can get power to things. Maybe it doesn't have to be a button. I don't know. Powering something up seems more interesting than just you pressed a button so something happened. It just feels more like direct causal relation or whatever. Is like you provided electricity to a thing, a generator, a battery, and then as a result, this thing is now on. It's interesting. Could you turn something off? Could be like, here's a thing that's powered. You gotta like turn it off now. Or like you power something, it's on, and then you unpower it. I don't know. What? Maybe. I don't know. I guess I'll specify, well, we'll say just when powered, it becomes spinning arrow block. That's fine, that's okay. So internally it can be like the same thing. It just needs to spin 90 degrees and whatever. Okay, so that's just another block type. Cool. Again, I don't know how many of these we'll use versus not use, and I don't know. I don't know if there's just enough interesting things. There's some interesting things. I just don't know. I kind of want to, think on it and think if I come up with any other, like, oh yeah, this would be a great idea, that thing, before I design all the levels, and then, yeah, I don't know. And hopefully that the levels can be interesting and varied. If there's enough mechanics here, it could just be the case that, like, one mechanic is only used in, like, 2 levels to just, hey, here's a lot of things you can interact with, but I have to make sure that the player can understand what something does. Ice blocks. Some games of this kind will have like a slippery ice block of. It's similar to the arrow. The arrow is when you touch it, you're moving in a direction, but the ice is like if this is if this is ice. When you move it, you're sliding to the next block. Like you can't turn while touching that block, essentially. So you it basically needs a block that you can only do this or this on. I don't know if I'm like sold on that. I'm like, do I really care about having that? Is that too gimmicky? Is that too like not creative enough? Is that like every game like this would have that kind of block? What's something that wouldn't have? But I'll write it down for now. It does feel similar to the spring. No, the spring you can choose direction. So yeah, okay. Can't turn when on. I like the idea that a lot of these blocks that apply to the players also applying to the enemies. You know, that idea is interesting because then you can get more behaviors out of. Well, although I feel like right now, I said I like the idea of blocks having different interactions. It feels like not. I mean, it doesn't feel like it is. Most of the interactions is just an enemy can also interact with that block, and that's not like. Is there any two special types of blocks that can interact with each other in a creative way? A rope can burn and then burns a wood block. It's too samey. Is there something that's like, this thing and this thing, they do something together. Whoa, that's kind of neat. I mean, it's hard when it's like, here's two blocks that aren't moving. So how would they interact in some way? Unless you have something that's moving interacting with something that's stationary. Like an enemy leaving behind a fire trail and then set fire to like a rope. Can't turn when on. Slide to next. And I guess the question is that if you slide to the next block, is that like, does that use up a turn? In there, you usually ice block would be you'd think you wouldn't turn. So I think this would be another case that it like is a 2 blocks in 1 turn kind of a deal. Because moving on the S block and then like, if you stop and then move it, I don't know, it might look weird for like, what do you mean I can't turn? But just whooshing in one motion to another block, yeah, I guess that could be fine in theory. Is there a block that makes you stuck? That's like, this doesn't stop you, it just, or this doesn't kill you, but it like slows you down for a turn. Do I want something like that? And what would that be? Like some kind of sticky, in this art style of cubes, what's something that I could communicate like, yeah, that's something I'll write down, it's an idea, but like, I don't know how much I'll use that. Again, that could slow down you and could slow down an enemy, wow. But like, I mean, I do have to be aware of like, if you're trying to outrun an enemy, and I don't have the grid space over here. Okay. If you're trying to outrun an enemy, let's just pretend this isn't a wall. If you're trying to outrun an enemy, 1, 2, you move down, but 1, 2, 3, 4, to get like the same. 2 becomes 1, 2 becomes 1, 2, 3, 4. So if this was gonna slow you down, that it's better to move around, it has to slow you down enough for moving around it to be less total turns, right? So some kind of, I guess it'll be just something like dark green, and we'll say that it's like slime block. Could be sand. No, I'll go with slime. It doesn't matter. I can change it later. Actually, sand, but probably not sand because like the background color is that kind of color. I want something that maybe was different, more contrasty to it. Stuck for 2 turns when on. So it'd be like, bleh, bleh, uchu. Actually, does 2 turns make sense? So it'd be like, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. Well, the 1, and then you're stuck for the 1 turn. That's 2, and several of the 3, and then 4 you get to move. That's the same if you just went 1, 2, 3, 4. But stuck for 3 turns feels like it's so long. It would so I guess I have to say I not that this would be the only use case of slime blocks, but I'm gonna say that it's the main one of like you move past here, you're getting stuck. You want to move around to be in that same spot. That's gonna. I guess another thing that I think I meant to bring up that I didn't. So right now we're assuming everything's on grids. With walls, there is the possibility that they don't have to conform to the grid sizes, in that I could maybe, if I wanted to, have a wall that's like this, where it's like, if you hit this, you're not going anywhere, but you can move around here, and that's not like a whole block space worth of moving. While I could do this, it's so small that you can miss it, and like, it does complicate things more with the level design, and I think I would rather just design the level around the fact that walls take up full spaces. It also makes things harder of like, I mean, what happens if like a 2x2 enemy is coming at it from the side? That just might look weird. Like, as weird as it looks for this guy to get stopped by a 1 square wall, this guy getting stopped by like the little twig of like sideways wall there, it just seems a bit too much. So I think we'll keep things simple and I've acknowledged that idea, and we will not be going with it. I guess other common gameplay things. We could have teleporters, like thing here, you go in it, you come out the other side. That's a way to like get away from something, but also something could come towards you. Care about that though? Is that, I don't know if I care about making a teleport thing. I mean, it would be the hardest thing to implement, but I don't want to. I don't know if I just want to make blocks, like different types of obstacles, just because I can. It feels like I'm just going off of like a checklist of like the common things you have in like puzzle games and like in 2D games. I don't necessarily just want to put things on there because it's on that kind of checklist. But if I can think of an interesting interaction where like this could do something cool with that, like, oh, what happens if you bring a rope through a teleporter? Does it? Oh, that's weird. That'd be funky. I still don't even know if we're going to do the rope thing, the cord. It'd just be you pick up a battery and then you put it in like a battery dispenser thing. Or I don't know. But the battery thing seems interesting because it can interact with the like electric platform. It's like, that's cool. And the game's not gonna be super long, so it doesn't necessarily need that many neat interactions. Maybe just a couple in a couple levels, and then the game is done. Maybe that's fine. But I just want like one more good idea for a thing to interact with. But I guess now's a good time to probably end things off. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Gee. No, sorry, no, I want to finish this day plan. Okay, so we'll say that between now and next time, I'm going to do more thinking, and maybe I'll come up with more things, and maybe let me like strip off some other ones. And I think I'll do the first round of level design on my own, because I don't want to come to the next. Right now, I'm humming and hawing over what I'm going to do. I don't want to come into the next stream and then spend 2 hours like, I don't know what to do. I can't design a single level. I'd rather like be on my own. I guess just going through that process of I don't know what I'm doing. I got at least like one decent level, or maybe 2. And that's the thing. I don't know how many levels this game is gonna have, and maybe I should decide that first. But I feel like I don't know, maybe like that, and then I don't know how long they're gonna be, right? Because just number of levels doesn't mean anything if you don't know how long the levels are gonna be. It could be the game could be 2 really, really long levels, or it could be 10 super short levels, and I don't know. Maybe I just do 3 because that's a nice. Whoa! I know that I said I want this beginning sequence, and have this beginning sequence, and maybe that counts as a level. You go through the thing, and then showing what a goal is before you go into the first real like puzzle. Like, yeah, this is the only thing in the area to interact with, so you know that it's like good. So the first level, that's like just that maybe, and then the ending sequence is its whole own thing that we have like kind of roughly figured out. But yeah, this is the thing that I struggle with is in general with game design. I come up with all these general ideas, but then turning them into specifics, I find really hard. So this is going to be good practice with doing that. It's going to be hard. I'm going to struggle with it, but how I get better. Like this whole thing I was just playing earlier with like this rough idea of how this boss could go. Yeah, I'm struggling with how I'm going to take this and then turn it into specifically exactly how this story is going to be shaped and exactly where things are going to be placed, exactly how things are going to go. But yeah, hopefully with practice I'll be able to get to that. Yeah, so tomorrow, as of tomorrow, yeah, finalize obstacles and levels, and I'll fill out this thing. I'll do that on my own. That's just like Katie's work of converting the stuff I've talked about into just to-do list cards. But is that all of tomorrow is going to be the level design? I was really hoping that we'd maybe have all the levels planned today, and this would just be. I'm okay. In theory, if I spend time just designing the levels and before I even get to the stream, if I can get to stream and I only have a few levels left to design, or like I am done the level design, then this can be more, right? So. Then this can be finalize obstacles and level design go hand in hand, knowing what obstacles I'm going to make the level out of, and then starting to make the core game mechanics. Meaning what? Do I define this generally, or do I kind of specifically like get done the player and get done the grid? Let's say player and let's just say I'll keep it simple. I'll say core game mechanics. In theory, the player should be done and then like we have saying the grid manager's done is hard because like I probably keep adding things to it as I make more hazards. So it could be done as far as like the player is concerned, and like because I know for sure that I want this like well, okay, I was gonna say because I know for sure I want to civil enemies. Finalizing the obstacles could change the order of how I want to make certain hazards, but let's say plus homing enemy. I guess I've changed the name of it. I'll call it a homing enemy. Let's try to get done. Let's say player plus grid manager plus homing enemy. Let's say we get done those things, and it's like, yeah, we have stuff. Hopefully we'll overachieve that. But I don't know how long this will take. That like, I don't want to, I guess, tack on too many things for that. Core game mechanics might include a goal. When I finish the goal, maybe at least just getting a block that you touch it and it says you win in the bottom, like, as a print statement, but then it doesn't transition to the next level immediately. Day 3, that's gonna be Monday. 4 more days. If we say 1 day is on audio, it might be easier to kind of like see how much time I have if I kind of go from end to beginning. If I say there, probably 1 whole day will be the ending sequence. If I'm trying to be, well, I would like to underestimate and then finish these goals early and be ahead of time, rather than being behind schedule. I'm already feel like I'm slightly behind schedule because I've not done all the planning. I've done a lot of it, hopefully, so. So let's just say, the day 6 is all just, we'll say maybe the start and end sequence. So, yeah. Start and end sequence. I think the, yeah, start sequence won't be that bad. End sequence, as long as we have an enemy programmed, won't be that bad, in theory. The start and end sequence, so that's 3 days to do what? What would I, yeah. Player grid manager, homing enemies. I mean, making all the hazards. Rest of obstacles and hazards. So I guess then build levels. Because that's gonna be spaced out right. Once we have all the levels designed in theory, then like we know exactly what obstacles we need and the exact like how the context of how they're going to exist. So I guess we then have an easy checklist in theory of here's the exact hazards and obstacles we need and how they need to interact with each other. Then we build the levels. I guess entire day just being like, yep, level, and then start an end sequence. Do I give 2 days to polish? Well, I mean, so the whole level, I feel like the level transition sequence might take some time. I don't know. I mean, even just this could take a long time, so I worry. The fact that I have an extra day feels like I haven't split things up well enough. Not that like, oh, I'm definitely gonna finish all this and then be ahead of schedule. So I mostly like, do I move this down? Day 5 is building the levels, and maybe I do just conservatively say, making the obstacles and hazards is gonna take a long time. So, I mean, and the things you interact with that are good, like the springs, that counts in there, because there's probably gonna be a lot of them. So, with complicated ways how they interact, even just the enemies might be really complicated. Because maybe I might not finish the enemy here. I might start in. Yeah. Okay. So we'll say that this is the thing. If I'm ahead of schedule, then that'd be great. Even polish, I don't know exactly what's gonna be involved in that. Some of the polish might happen in these stages, so we'll see. But this is gonna be, I guess, our game plan. Is today was planning. This day's done. We did most of the planning. Day 2, finalize the obstacles and hazards and all that. Use that to do the level design. Oh hey, hello, Matt3Con, hello, and thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Awesome. That's really cool. Glad you're enjoying my just rambling away at random things. Unfortunately, I'm just about to be ending things off here because I've been going for 6.5 hours, which is a lot longer. This stream is going to be like 2 hours initially, but I just ramble way too much. So, yeah, so you're catching at the end of stream here, but I shall be streaming tomorrow and basically just continuing the stuff that I'm in the middle of talking about. Yeah, so this is our plan. Day 1, which is past, is the planning. Day 2, final the obstacles, do the level design, hopefully. We'll see how much of that I can get done before the stream starts. Ideally, I want to have at least 1 level out. Which, like, it's not that hard for me to just be like, oh, here's a goal, here's a player. Whoa, we have a level. The difference is like, the thing is like, I could potentially make a level, like, wow, throw stuff together. I don't make good levels. As far as like the constraints go with this just being a top-down thing, you're moving in a grid or whatever. As simple as this is, I want to see, you know, how cool I can get the levels to be, even being this limited. So ideally, I'm not just haphazardly throwing stuff together. Hopefully, I can make stuff that's like decent. Understanding that I'm not amazing at level design, so I'm probably not gonna make stuff that's like super spectacular, the greatest level design the world has ever seen. But that's okay. Point of this is practice. Part of this is practice. Doing practice now to then be able to do better, cooler stuff later. So if we do then finish the level design, then I start with making the player and the grid manager. Those are gonna go hand in hand. Like the player is the player movement, and like the whole, that would be the turn manager in the first place. I guess other things are gonna have to turn manager. I have to figure out the exact, I don't know what exact game objects are gonna be where, or what exact scripts that's gonna be part of stuff to do with. Yeah, we'll figure that out, but it shouldn't be that bad. Figuring out how the automatic turn manager thing is, and then the grid manager, and then maybe if we get all that working, I guess walls would be in here, but like whatever. Let's like make plus a goal. Goal will be here. Level transition. I'll say yeah, I'll throw that in there. So dying would be part of that. That's actually extra stuff as well. What happens when you hit hazard. I guess that'd be just part of when we make the first hazard. That'll be part of that, is how the player interacts with it. So grid manager, and maybe the homing enemy that just runs straight at you. Hopefully we can get some of that. Even if we don't finish that, maybe we can just at least start it. Well, if an enemy kills you, maybe it actually would make more sense that I first just make a hazard that's just you touch this thing, you die, and respawn. Get that working first. So let's say plus simple hazard, because that's going to be part of the homing enemy's programming. When I say homing enemy, I guess that's more talking about the movement, because it's just going to have the code that says you touch it, you die, and then also just the movement. So sure, okay, that could be part of that. And if I have the homing enemy do that, then I can have a simple hazard. Then yeah, having the like blinking hazards, that's gonna be part of like the obstacles that we do. Okay, obstacles, hazards, level transition. Day 3, that's Monday. Tuesday, finish off the rest of the obstacles and hazards. I'm just gonna assume that there's gonna be so many, and they'll have all these complex interactions. Even just if we went with this list as is, all of these are gonna take a while. Yeah. Then, assuming that we have the level design, and that when I'm making this, it could be possible that I tweak some of the level design and be like, okay, now that I've made this, it'd be better if this interacted with this in this way. We'll see how that is. Then, that's Wednesday, is building all the levels. In theory, if they have their designs, and then we have all the mechanics in place, this will hopefully be fast. But then, part of building the levels will, I think, also include some of the polish with the levels of some of the background stuff that we want. Yeah, we'll see. And maybe throwing in there some of the art of like making the grid stuff look better, maybe making the walls look better, and we'll figure that out. Start and end sequence gets its own day of just how we start the game and what that looks like, transitioning into the first level, and then like having stuff on the side of saying what the buttons are, which should be super simple in theory. That might take some photoshopping, we'll get to that. And then the whole, most of this is going to be the end sequence, I figure. The last level, having this, all this stuff that's going to happen with it, with a big, massive 5x5 enemy. Hopefully that all goes well. And yeah. Then I'm dedicating an entire day to audio, because I expect that to be really a big pain, because I just don't have a lot of that experience with doing that. Hopefully, in making some of this, I will decide, okay, hopefully by this point, I already know, I have a bit of a list of what exact sound effects I need. Oh, hi, I learned programming mostly for web stuff, and I want to get more into game dev. Ooh, so I'm definitely checking out how the game goes tomorrow. Oh, cool. It's funny, I'm the opposite. most of my programming experience has been doing game dev stuff, but I am starting, or what am I trying to say? I have had some minor experience with doing web development. Actually, I have a full-time job doing Unity stuff, but I actually did a bit of a side thing for that, doing some web stuff, learning PHP, and then doing that. That was a whole ordeal. But I can't get too much into that because it's like confidential work stuff, probably. But yeah, that's cool. So, yeah, other sides of the coin. Yeah, I don't have much web experience, and I've tried to learn a little bit, but man, is it complicated. You have web experience, very cool. So you might think game stuff is complicated, but hopefully, yeah. I mean, what I'm doing right now is, so I have some years of doing game making experience, but I'm giving myself this challenge of making a game in 9 days and making it super simple and hopefully not overscoping too much, and making a game I can actually finish. And we'll see how that actually goes. Yeah. So yeah, hopefully maybe you can it'd be cool, yeah, if you drop by and yeah. Hopefully this will be making a lot of neat progress. Yeah. And if you have any questions about game development stuff, I'd be happy to answer any of that. Well, right now I'm probably going to be ending the stream, so I probably won't be able to answer too many questions. But tomorrow, if I'm doing this, then hopefully, yeah, I can answer any questions you have or anything like that. So yeah, where was I? So I said start and end sequence. That's going to take a while, but hopefully by the point of audio, I'll have a list of all the different sound effects I'll need and how that's going to do. Maybe I can figure out how I can reuse sound effects or some things. I actually don't currently have a plan for how I'm going to make the sound effects. Either I get royalty-free stuff, just do a bunch of Googling and YouTubing and all that, which I'm not love if I did that. I could try the option of making sounds and hopefully trying to turn that into sound effects. I mean, the game is simplistic enough that I could just say, it's part of the charm of the game that all the sounds sound like hitting my desk noises, and I could pretend that that's just on purpose. Or, I mean, I could do why am I forgetting the word for acapella type sound effects where I just make noises with my mouth and turn that into sound effects? That would save hours of Googling and trying to find royalty-free stuff, but it might sound weird. But I'll reassess that when I have a list. I'll try to, when I'm making the game, I'll try to ideally not have this massive list of 100 different sound effects I need. I'll try to keep it on the shorter size with the understanding of okay, I guess some things just won't have sound effects and that'll be fine. I'd rather finish it. But again, if I finish all the things, then I can add more to this. If I get ahead of schedule, I will do more stuff. Right now there's no plan for a menu because I don't want to spend the time doing that where I could be spending making the game. If I finish all this early, yeah, I'll make a main menu, I'll make a level select, saving, all that kind of stuff. But ideally time I would be spending doing that is going to just go into the core game itself, making that intro. So whole day for audio, and yeah, then whole day for polish, and then finishing off the game. So at this point, in theory, the game should be mostly done, but maybe there's still some placeholder things here and there. So hopefully then this day is just finalizing stuff. And yeah, having a whole day to that to just, yeah, that, so it's, yeah, the day is Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, polish. And then, as I said before, I'll say it again, the plan is, even though I say this is 9 days, it's really 7, where it's day 1 and 8, we're just planning and stuff. Starting day 2 is actually making the thing. Day 8 is, we're done the game, we have a finished, build of the game, and it's done. And then day 9 is, a bonus to just, I'm probably gonna maybe if this turns out well enough, I'll publish it on itch.io, and then I put hopefully we have a name by then. And then I put together whatever graphics that need to go along with that. So that's day 9 is just the publishing the build, and then maybe if I had to make 1 or 2 more tweaks, sure, but ideally nothing super massive with the gameplay itself. And if I finish early ahead of schedule, then maybe I could throw more time into that. But ideally, I want to have a finished thing by the end of day 8, in theory. And then day 9 is they just said publishing and stuff. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. In practice, who knows how we'll see how that turns out. So yeah, that's the plan. And yeah, right, happy with things how things are turning out right now. I'm just hoping that I can finalize this list of stuff to interact with and make it interesting and just have more cases of stuff interacting with each other in interesting ways. The things where if a person playing the game, it's like, oh, okay, I've seen buttons for like 100 times in 100 different games, but having stuff where it's like, oh, that's a neat way of how that thing interacts with that other thing. Like, wow, that's so cool that this thing does this. I don't know. If that's possible, I want to do a bit more digging around to try and find it. But yeah, we'll see. So hopefully tomorrow I come at tomorrow's stream, which I said is going to be 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. my time zone. I mean, we'll see. It's possible I could start. I mean, okay. I probably will start early unless I'm still doing like struggling with like level design and stuff. Ideally, I start tomorrow's stream with like one finished level. I'll see if I can achieve that. If I can't, then yeah, we're gonna see. We'll figure that out. Maybe I have a game name as well, or even just like a placeholder name. I don't know. I could just call it like Crumbling Tower, but that's not like, I don't know, that's not enough of a name. That's like, I don't know. I want a bit more to it. And Falling Tower, that just has to do with like the environment that you're in. That has nothing to do with the gameplay of the game. In theory, a good name should maybe say something about like what the gameplay is, but I don't know. I'll figure that out. So this is the plan. Yeah, we'll hope that it goes well. So I'm gonna stop repeating myself over and over now, and I guess we're gonna end things off here. So that's gonna do it for this. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna raise this desk for this ending things off here. Yeah. Hopefully my throat also will be fine tomorrow. We'll see. So yeah, I think we're gonna end things off here. This does it for my first stream back. I say it went really well. I'm surprised that I actually had any Twitch people at all, and even some new people. Like I had some, my recurring people that have come around, which is very, very cool. But also, like, I'm surprised to have had any new people at all. So thank you guys for being here. It's very awesome. Yeah, very cool. Let me just actually see what's the. That's fine. I should check the background music. Whatever. Okay. Yeah, so overall, things went well, and it's a good start for that. Now I'm hopefully going to be streaming consistently going forward, and we're going to make some cool stuff, hopefully. Getting this game finished, and hopefully it turns out well, and then beyond that, the stuff I was rambling about earlier about, like, the sort of cutscene maker tool that I want to make, and then making some, like, in Unity little animated shorts with that to then use that as practice to then be able to go back to my game, hang out with the unicycle, better prepared for the stuff that I want to do in that game with like making people and some animated stuff for like cutscenes and stuff like that. Yeah. Got a lot of stuff to work on, but got a plan, and one by one we'll slowly be getting all that stuff done, and hopefully it'll turn out good. So, wait, actually, one thing I said I would do last time I was streaming, way back when, and then kind of didn't do. Oh, you're gonna hear my voice double. That's fine, okay. Hold on. Thing that I said I'd do, and I want to do, and then I keep not doing. I want to raid other people's channels and stuff, because that's a good thing to do, I guess. So on my fancy the creator dashboard, that's how you raid people. I think you can like type stuff in chat, like a special thing in chat, and that also works. But yeah, so I guess I don't have that many people here, but I want to get in the habit of just doing it anyways, because how do I get out of the creator dashboard? No, back to Twitch. I don't want to take too long doing this. Okay, first thing I look for is any people that I follow that are other game dev people that are online. Unfortunately not. I'm the only one. So my tactic will be going through the list of people in software and game development and looking for the first person who's doing something Unity related. So let's see what we can find here. Who is around doing okay, hard to tell specifically if anyone's doing like, that could be VS Code. I don't want to spend too long looking here. I was kind of hoping that I'd be like, yeah, I'll just do this, and then I'd be just don't mind me. It's because I have so few people. I could actually, how many? 6 apparently, according to Twitch stats. I could purposely go for someone that's like, the bottom. Okay, so I said I would do this, and I was hoping I could like do it just quickly. but I'm not seeing. I'm just. I mean, I don't want to click into each stream individual. Like that'll take too long. But I mean, this is also taking longer. Can I just refresh and have someone be live? No. No. I don't see. I'm not seeing Unity. Where are the Unity people? Actually, wait. If I. What? Oh no. Oh, I wasn't on live channels. Oh, I'm just using the wrong tab. I don't know why it was on that by default. I'm just gonna type Unity. Hey, I know this guy. Wow. Yeah, let's go with this guy. I should like make sure that the this probably fine. Hold on, I'm just gonna not have the double audio here going. What is it? I don't see Unity. Build our AI video generator. Interesting. All right, I'm in a hurry, so I'm gonna raid this person because why not? Wait, I closed. No, I closed my buttons. No, it's over here. Okay. How do I do this? Blah, and then does it have to be? Wait, huh? Sorry that one, this is taking so long, and two, that I'm floundering around trying to do this. But I want to support other Twitch streams and all that kind of thing, and yeah, so I do this. You're not going to start. Okay, so you start when I press that button. Okay. All right, so... Wow, but I mean, it'd be awesome when I have more, you know, the people I like, the people following me and in my like who also do streaming stuff who are streaming. Hopefully, I'll be, you know, rating more people I actually know. But that's fine. So yeah, okay. So we're gonna end things off here for now, and I will come back at this tomorrow, and we're gonna do some cool. Well, I'm just saying, level design if I haven't finished that, and then start to actually make this game, which I think will be cool. Today was just all rambling and planning, which might not be the most interesting, and some people enjoy that. I mean, I enjoy planning stuff, so, like, there's that. But to a degree, I guess. I mean, it's cool to, like, actually have, like, to execute those ideas, and then, like, yeah, have a cool finished thing. But it'll be cool to, yeah, start actually building the player and building, like, the level systems that need to be in place. That is a part of game design I enjoy, so it'll be cool to do that. So anyways, I'm gonna get going, and yeah, no, I have an outro that I always say at the end of the streams. It's 4 lines. I have it written down in a text document in case I forget it. Do I remember it off the top of my head? Okay, well, we're gonna try it. Yeah, I'm throwing the lab coat for this. Gotta have the top tier Cyberchroma brand over here. Yeah. All right. So that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Nailed it. I got that first try. Huzzah. It took me a second to, like, start it, but I did it. Anyways, I may have ruined the outro by immediately talking afterwards, but just pretend that it ended back when that ended. All right. I'll repeat the last line. So as I press this start ready button. That'll do it for this live stream. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. It takes a few seconds to do the thing, right? And oh, that's how that works. Okay. All right. Bye.